Alright, hi everyone. Let me set the context for the video. This is a 5-hour beginner-friendly DevOps Bootcamp. This is actually the first 3 classes of the DevOps cohort that we're running. The link is in the description. There's a 25% off for Republic Day. This will give you a general idea of how live and recorded videos happen in the Nginx Devs cohort. We have 2 classes every Saturday and Sunday for 2 hours where we discuss live, and then we have offline videos during the week sometimes where we discuss pending topics or some extra topics that are good to learn recorded or offline. The video has 2 live classes that happened this weekend. This is the first week of DevOps, and then 1 recorded video from Cohort 2. All of these combined cover how do you deploy a MERN stack application on the internet. Does not cover Next.js, but covers things like a Node.js application and a React application. The video is around 5 hours long, but if you're able to sit through it, you're sorted with the very first set of deploying your application. And there are some assignments at the end, things that we're going to cover in the upcoming weeks. You should try those assignments yourself, and if you can figure things out, you don't really need a cohort. If you want to learn with me, then the cohort is linked in the description along with the detailed syllabus. With that, let's get right into it. Today, we're going to understand what are virtual machines, even what are bare metal servers, how are they different from my Mac machine, why do you need them if you want to deploy your application on the internet, and we'll try to deploy a MERN app, even though I'm unsure if we'll reach here. At the very least, we'll try to start a server so that before tomorrow's class, you have a server ready, a virtual machine ready where you can deploy yourself as well. Okay? So we'll keep it very simple. It's very high level, some computer networks, some machine internals, externals, private public keys. So, a bunch of auxiliary things that are very good to know, that you should definitely know before you dive into, starting your own virtual machine is what we will learn today. Okay? So let's kick things off. Shouldn't take more than 1.5 hours. Then we'll do Q&A. So I'll try to keep it short and sweet. The very first question I have for you, have you guys ever seen this meme? Feel free to take a look at it. There's one guy asking, hey bro, after a lot of hard work, I've built a website. And then the other guy says, oh, that's awesome. Can you check it out? And they send a local host link. And then the friend says, looks great, bro. And then the other guy says, thanks, bro. Do you see a problem here? Until now, we have hosted our applications on localhost :3000. Whenever I start a React project, I go to my machine localhost :5173 or localhost :3000 and I see a React application over here. Does that mean that if I share this URL with a friend of mine, they will also see my application? Some of you might say no also, but I would assume most of you understand that the answer is no. The friend over here is lying. He has not seen your website. When your friend goes to google.com, he can see something. If you share an Instagram link with them, they will be able to see it. But if you share a localhost URL with your friend, they will not be able to visit it. Why? We'll come to in the next slide, but that is the gist of this meme. Okay, don't host on localhost. If you've heard of this company called, there's this company, I forgot the name now, but they had this, they shut down, what is the name? Build Space. They had this t-shirt and logo that said GTFOL, get the fuck off, localhost. So the goal is that localhost pe abhi tak we have deployed, but if you keep deploying on localhost, creating videos and sharing them with people, they can't really test your application. Ye localhost is your own machine. If you share this URL with someone, they can't visit your website. And the goal of DevOps, deployment, what we're learning today is how can you take your React application and deploy it on the internet? When it is deployed on the internet, it is hosted on a URL like nginxdevs.com or harkirat.classics.co.in or google.com. It is not hosted on localhost, which begs the question, what exactly is localhost? And when we are visiting websites locally, why do we go to localhost? And why does it not work for a different person when they go to localhost? Here comes the concept of domains versus IPs. For some of you who might have gone through a computer networks class back in school or college, you might understand TCP IP, the OSI model, very low level computer networks stuff, transport layer, application layer, so on and so forth. One important thing there is this concept of domains and IPs. Whenever you go to such a website, petal estimate something .notion.site, you are going to what's called a domain name. In fact, when you go to localhost :3000, then also you are going to a domain name called localhost. Localhost refers to your computer, to the computer you are currently working on. It's essentially a loop back address. What is it called? It's called a loop back address that points to the machine itself, allowing it to communicate with itself over a network. In technical terms, the IP address for localhost is usually 127.0.0.1, or this is an IPv6 address, ignore for now. What that means is, this is what localhost means. If I am on my machine, localhost points to my machine where I might have hosted my React application. On Raman's machine, my friend's machine, if I send him a link, he will try to find localhost on his laptop. Localhost is a loop back address. It means the IP of the current machine. It means the location of the current machine. If you go to google.com, you are trying to find a different machine on a network. If you go to facebook.com, you are trying to find a different machine on the internet. If you go to localhost, you are trying to find your own machine, which is why if you share this URL with a friend, they will not be able to visit your React application. In fact, they might be running their own React application here. So when you share the URL, उनको अपनी React website दिखने लग जाएगी. They will start to see their own React website here because localhost, the domain name localhost, points to their own machine. What does pointing to their own machine mean? There is a very famous command called ping that lets you ping a specific domain name. So let's try running this command on our machine. If I open the terminal and try to run the command ping localhost, you will see it says ping localhost and it gives back an IP address. This IP address is the address of your own machine. 127.0.0.1 is a very common network interface of your own machine. In fact, I don't even have to go to localhost :3000. I can also go to 127.0.0.1 :3000. In actuality, जब मैं localhost पे जाता हूँ, when I go to localhost, I am actually going to 127.0.0.1, this IP. So what are the two things we are learning today? Domain names versus IPs. What is a domain name? Google.com is a domain name. Facebook.com is a domain name. Localhost is also a domain name. What is an IP? An IP. There are two types of IPs. IP version 4 and IP version 6. Let's talk about IP version 4 right now. If you ever see an IP address that looks like this, 132.11.22.11133, let's say, this is a IPv4 address. This is an IPv4 address. This is an IPv4 address. This is not an IPv4 address. An IPv4 address can only go from 0 to 255 here, 0 to 255 here, 0 to 255 here, 0 to 255 here. It can only be of 8 bits. You cannot put an extraordinarily long number over here and hope that is also IPv4 address. Only 255, 256 things can be put over here, anywhere from 0 to 255. So this is also an IP address. This is also an IP address. It starts from here. Ankur, go ahead.
Where it's lagging a lot.
What I was saying was, oh bhai, got the house clean today, so it's all good. What I was saying was कि IPv4 addresses और IP, आपका friend आपको बोलता है कि भाई IP दे दे, server की IP दे दे, what is my IP? It can start from this number. It can go up to this number. It cannot go beyond it. 2551 नहीं डाल सकते यहाँ पे. Each one of these is 8 bits in size. What does that lead to? That leads to limited number of IP addresses. Aryan, are we good?
Yes, fine.
All right, that leads to limited number of IP addresses. दुनिया में limited number of IP addresses है. How much? These many. 255 into 25, sorry, 256 into 256 to the power 4, right? इतना permutation combination होता है हाँ. इतना permutation combination we know कि there are limited number of IP addresses that can exist in the world. IPv4 addresses, IPv6 addresses can be much more. That is why IPv6 was introduced, क्योंकि IPv4 addresses are limited in size. But if you visit any website, for example, if I ping google.com, I get another IPv4 address. If I ping facebook.com, I get another IP address. ये IP address Facebook owns. This IP address Google owns. What does owning mean? It means they have rented it, bought it from the Internet Foundation. ये limited number of IPs हैं जो बड़ी बड़ी companies खरीद लेती हैं. Google, Facebook, Twitter, Tesla, all big companies buy these IP addresses, and that's how you visit their website. Harkirat, we are a small website. How does 100xdevs.com work? Does 100xdevs.com also own IP addresses? Have I also bought IP addresses? And the answer is no. That whole concept is called cloud, which we'll come to very soon. Okay, we don't have to buy these IP addresses. हमें कोई देगा भी नहीं. Unless you're a very big company in India, it's hard to get these. They're also expensive, which is why you rent these from AWS, from DigitalOcean, from Azure. They give you these IP addresses. You don't buy them yourself. ठीक है? तो what are we trying to learn? Domains versus IPs. If you ever want to deploy an application on the internet today, let's say you are the owner of Excelidor.com, you will have to buy or rent a IPv4 address. What does this address even mean? It means देखो अंत में internet is a very big web of machines, nothing else, right? What is the internet? It is a bunch of machines all around the world that are connected via wires and routers and switches, data centers. These are all computer network concepts that you might have learned. कि दुनिया में जितनी भी the internet is nothing but what am I connected to you with? I have a wire going to my router, which is going to a switch at the top of my building, which is going to an Airtel tower, which is connected to a Geo tower. So whenever I am sending a video, I am sending it from my house to a router, to a tower, to a different Geo tower, to your society, to your laptop. So I am hopping and trying to find you कि भाई ये बंदा कहाँ है, and reaching you through your IP address. Yes, even when I am sending you a video, I am sending it to your not public IP address, but थोड़ा वैसा मतलब basically when you're sending video, नहीं छोड़ो उधर मत जाओ. Keeping it simple, if कहाँ है वो? Keeping it simple, if this is the world map and I am over here, if I visit google.com, through a bunch of routers and wires, undersea wires, I reach a server in the US, जहाँ पे there is a React application running, and that returns me a bunch of HTML. That is what renders on my browser. How do I reach that specific server? I reach that specific server through its IP address. When you call someone, how do you reach that person? You reach them through their phone number, right? So whenever you call, it gets routed to that person's phone. And similarly, on the internet, the way to find a different machine is not their phone number, but their IP address. So what happens when I try to visit an IP address that looks like this? Through a bunch of routers, through the TCP/IP OSI model protocol, not TCP/IP, the OSI model, every router is trying to find, the closest path for me to reach that server. Sometimes it's the closest path, sometimes it is not. But karte I reach here. यहाँ पे, let's say there is npm run dev running, there is a React server running, npm run start running. That returns me the HTML and I render it on my local browser. Same happens when I'm sending all of you video right now. What is happening is from my machine, I'm sending video to a Zoom server. Zoom is a Chinese company. So let's say it is reaching a server in China, and then they are broadcasting it back to you, everyone that is currently on this call. I am finding this server through its IP address. It is finding you through your IP address. Harkirat, I have an IP address. Yes, but it's not that easy. Your machine doesn't have a public IP address. Your switch that you might have on your tower might. उसके थ्रू पंच होके आता है, बट लेट्स नॉट गो देयर, लेट्स नॉट गो हाउ वीडियो कम्युनिकेशन वर्क्स. सिंपल HTTP सर्वर्स ऐसे चलते हैं. इफ आई एम विजिटिंग zoom.com, आई एम सेंडिंग अ रिक्वेस्ट टू दिस सर्वर. आई एम ट्राइंग टू, लेट्स सी दैट इफ आई गो टू zoom.com or zoom.us, let's say, I reach zoom.com, and if I look at the network tab, let me refresh again. All the requests that are going, for example, the very first request that went, it went to this. Now this is a IPv6 address. Let's try to find an IPv4 address if we can. Let's google.com. There you go. So when I try to visit google.com, I am trying to visit this IP address. Under the hood, this gets translated to this. So what was the slides saying? Okay, there are two things we have to learn. Oh, there is a lag. Oh, infinite lag.
A few moments later.
IP addresses, domain name, दो चीजें होती हैं. You need to know the difference between them. The difference is basically this. When you save your friend's number in your phone, you save it as a recognizable name like Dr. X or Raman. But under the hood, it points to a number. The internet protocol does not understand domain names. It only understands numbers. There is this concept of DNS servers. Let's not go there. But whenever you are visiting google.com, you are visiting an underlying IP address. And that IP address is what these routers then route you through. करते you reach that specific server on the internet. उस server पे there might be a process running, there might not be a process running. But if there is a process that is running on that server, that is how you get back HTML. ये कितनों को समझ आया? Let's do a poll. Also, as I said, there are limited number of IP addresses, so we'll get down to how these problems are solved. But do we understand IP address, domain name, two different things? 90% is decentish, so let's proceed. So now, let's understand the mild way of hosting. This we used to do back in campus. In campus, we did not, I mean, back then, AWS was not just coming, but it was new back in 2014. So we did not have AWS, let's say. Even though it was there, no one was using it. So we had our own machine. और हमें intranet पे, what is intranet? The campus of inside, वहाँ पे कुछ applications host करनी थी. There were some applications we wanted to host for everyone to use, but those applications were only accessible in the intranet. That is what I mean when I say mild hosting. If I want to host a web application for everyone in my house or everyone in my society, everyone who's connected to the same router, I can do that. How? Let's understand that. अभी तक we understood कि if there are two people, Raman and Harkirat, if they write localhost over here, उनके खुद के मशीन पे जाएगी. If they are in the same network, if they are, you are both connected to my Wi-Fi. What is my Wi-Fi name? Airtel Raven this thing. If you are at my house and connected to this network, how can I reach your machine? Is there an easy way for me to get your IP address? Can I reach your machine through an IP address? The answer is yes. Harkirat, वो IP address क्या होगा? Will it be that this IP address? Sort of. It will be a router IP address. Every router that you see, if let's create a simpler example. This is my house, or this is my Mac machine. My Mac machine is connected to मेरे घर में जो router है, physical router. And let's say this is another friend of mine who has a Windows machine, and they are also connected to the same router. The router has its own network, its own address table. कि यार ये जो Mac है ना, on my internal network, this the IP of this Mac is this. On my internal network, the IP of this Windows machine is this. I might have my phone that is connected to the same Wi-Fi. The phone has an IP address of this. When I try to visit the phone, I can visit it on this IP address. This router is eventually connected to my tower. The switch that is present at the top of my tower, which is connected to another Jio ka switch, let's say. which is connected to a different building का छोटू router, जहां पे और लोग रहते हैं, they have their own phones, they have their own Windows machines. तो they have their own private network over here. I have my own private network over here. And we all have a global internet network as well. If I try to visit google.com, तो वो मुझे यहाँ नहीं मिलेगा. I will not find it here. I will not find it here. करते करते I will reach google.com server. But if I try to visit this private looking IP address, I will reach my friend's server. Sorry, if I visit this, I will reach my friend's server. If this guy tries to hit 192. This specific URL, they will not be able to reach here because this is a address that is private to my router. This is not a public internet address. I can still get a public internet address. Learn about the STUN protocol if you want to understand how that happens. How can you punch holes through the internet and get a public IP? But अभी के लिए जो हम कर रहे हैं, we are trying to deploy on our intranet. कि यार मेरे network में, whoever is in my campus, my college campus, we should be able to visit the website. Outside the campus, you should not be able to visit the website. In fact, outside the network, the same IP might point to a different machine. ये जो router का खुद का network है, यहाँ पे and यहाँ पे there can be same IP addresses. So what used to happen is if I would visit a different campus and I would go to blog.sdslabs.co, हमारे campus में तो this pointed to a machine that we had hosted inside lab. But if I went to a different campus, blog.sdslabs.co still points to the same address. और वो एड्रेस यहाँ पे किसी और मशीन का होता था. So I would reach a different machine. I would see a different website if I would go to a different network. So this private address that we are talking about right now, this mild hosting that we are talking about, is only for deploying apps on the intranet. इसका फायदा क्या है? इसका थोड़ा सा फायदा हैकिंग में है. Little bit benefit is in getting into your friend's server somehow. And more than that, if you can't afford a cloud service, then you can host it on your local Mac machine. Ask everyone to visit it inside the campus. So what are we learning? Local networks and routing. If you have multiple laptops in the same Wi-Fi router or even a switch on top, you can access one machine from other by using their private IP address. Why do I say private IP address? Because the IP address internet पे exposed नहीं है. This is not exposed on the internet. If someone tries to visit this from here, they will not be able to reach my machine. It will try to find it in the router. Router will be like मेरे पास नहीं है. It will try to find it on the internet. It will not reach here. It will be lost in oblivion basically if that IP address doesn't point to a public IP address. But यहाँ पे, if I go to that IP address, I will reach that other machine. Let's see it in action. हम ये try कर रहे हैं कि we have assumed the two people are connected to the same Wi-Fi router, let's say, and we'll try to visit an HTTP server running over here from here. तो अगर आपको अपने friends में कोई game host करना है, this is how you can do it. Then eventually we'll come to how this is used in getting into your friends' machines as well. ठीक है? तो I've written some code over here to start a basic HTTP server. I'm sure you guys can do it as well. We have done it many times. Let me quickly start this HTTP server. I already have it in my machine. As you can see, I have a very small HTTP server that is running on port 3000. ये उसका code है. It's a simple index.js file. I'm hoping you understand this code by now. Let me start this index.js file. It says server is running on localhost :3000. Let me go here. I can see it. Now the question is, can my friend see it who's on the same network? The answer is yes. Try it out on your side if you want. मेरा phone वहाँ रह गया जहाँ मैं था पहले. But if I had my phone, I took a screenshot right before the class. From my phone, I was able to visit the same website on this IP address 192.168.1.3. मेरा जो दूसरा लैपटॉप है, my other laptop's IP address is 192.168.1.4. My phone's IP address is 192.168.1.5. So that is how you get more and more private IP addresses as multiple people connect to the same router. And if they have hosted an application and you are on the same network, here the Wi-Fi network that my phone was on and the Wi-Fi network that I am on are the same. That is why if I host an application locally, I can visit it from here. Question is, how do I find the IP address, Harkirat? How do I know ये कहाँ पे hosted है? So there are multiple ways वैसे. You need to find your private IP address. You can log into your router and see it. You can also change it if you want, if you know how to log into routers and change your IP addresses. You can see all the network interfaces that you have on your machine. If you have a bash interface, try running ifconfig and this will show you all the network interfaces that you have. Network interface क्या होता है? Various ways to reach your machine. For example, the first one is the loopback address that we talked about. LO0 represents if someone comes to 127.0.0.1 on this machine, they reach this machine. ऐसे ही बहुत सारे अलग अलग networks होते हैं. One of these networks is my Wi-Fi that I am connected to. उसको ढूंढना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है हमेशा. The way I find it usually is by finding this. कि where do I see a human readable address? EN0, this specific network is my Wi-Fi network. And यहाँ पे मुझे क्या दिख रहा है? 192.168.1.3 is my local machine's IP. It is not a public IP. If I give this to you, you will not be able to reach me. But if I give this to a friend who's at my house, they will be able to reach my server. And locally भी अगर मैं 192.168.1.3:3000 पे जाता हूँ, if I go to this machine, I can see it. Same thing I saw when I went to localhost:3000. So my machine can find my machine on the same IP address. Someone else who's connected to the same network can do the same thing. As you saw in this screenshot, my phone, which is an Android phone now, I moved the operating system, don't ask me why, was also able to access it on the same IP address. Question is, how does it, domain name कैसे लगेगा? Different question. But this is what I meant when I said mild hosting. You are not hosting it on the internet. You are hosting it on the machine that you already have. And thankfully, due to the concepts of networking and you being connected to the same router, all of you can visit the website at the same IP address. सबको समझ आया? Try it out on your side. Windows people will face some issues. Another way to find your address is by running Cohort 3. There is this CLI called serve. If you remember, we have used it in the past. It lets you serve a folder on the internet. And when you run it, it gives you the local address as well as the network address. So it finds your IP address as well. यहाँ से भी आपको अपना IP address मिल जाएगा. If you are not able to find it using ifconfig, then you can find it by running serve. It will give you the network address. This is your IP address. When I run serve, it served it on this port. When I run my NodeJs application here, it is serving it on 3000 port. The goal was to get my IP address. ये लो मिल गया आपको. This is your local IP address. Give it to a friend. That friend can visit your website. You are good to go. You can play a multiplayer game with very low latency. If you have ever played Counter-Strike where you host a server, then also give such an IP address, right? That is also a local IP address. Everyone in your hostel can connect to the Counter-Strike server, but people outside the campus cannot connect to the Counter-Strike server. Why is this useful? Because everyone is so close, the server is so close, the latency is very low when you're hitting each other in Counter-Strike. समझ आया? What did we learn from this slide? We learned that there is this concept of a local network. If you're in a campus, if you're connected to the router, then all of you can actually visit each other, which leads to a bunch of vulnerabilities. We'll talk about them very soon. Okay, how can you find your friend's server and maybe get into it? But their IP address is somehow visible. You can also sniff your network. Sniffing the network means कि you'll ask the router कि भाई कौन से IPs हैं, कौन से IP पे कोई port खुला है. For example, we had a very hidden project in labs called chess.sdslabs.co. मैंने इसको होस्ट कर दिया. I hosted this on chess.sdslabs.co, which was leading to a process running on port 3000. हमारी एक कंपेटिटर थे. One day I saw database में, we haven't launched it, but database में मुझे हमारे कंपेटिटर का साइन अप दिख गया. So then I realized, I asked him, how did you find? He said, I was doing a port scan of the SGS Labs network. I saw something was running on port 3000 on a specific IP, and that's how I reached your website. So they came to know about one of our internal projects because they were doing a port scan of our IPs. So that's one vulnerability that you can think of. Okay, do a port scan on the network. You will find all the network, all the processes that are running. Is someone running some application, and then you can try to get to it. So this is an example of one vulnerability or one bad thing that happens when you host things on a router or on a rack or on your local Mac machine. समझ आया? Let's do a poll. To recap, local network, everyone connected to the router, everyone gets an IP address, a private IP address. If you are running a process, other people can visit your server through that private IP address. It's a little vulnerable, not too much. What are the vulnerabilities? I'll talk about one important one. A little simple one I did. Okay, you can do a port scan and find other people's processes that are running. Basically, अभी मैंने क्या command run की थी यहाँ पे? I ran serve. What does this do? This serves my file system. यहाँ पे शायद index.html है. When you run this serve command, it serves your file system on a port. मेरी सारी files, all of my projects, someone else can steal right now because I'm running this. All they have to do is do a port scan, and they'll find that Harkirat is running somewhere here. They'll find that Harkirat X private is a folder. They will go and quickly download it. They can go to 192.168.1.3:50650. They'll see all of my folders. But galti meri hai. I am serving them right now. But I can't just hope that if I'm serving something on a port, only I can visit it. Anyone can visit it, which is why be very careful when you're starting a Node.js process that is exposing something bad. You might think कि मेरे local host पे है, but आपके local host पे नहीं है. You have a publicly available IP, not a publicly available IP, but a private IP that people can visit you through and get into your machine. If you are on my router right now, you could steal all of my files that are here. Some of these have private keys. I am screwed. You get it? Cool. ठीक है. तो mild hosting हमें समझ आ गई. Why do I call it mild hosting? Because as I said, not hosted on the internet. Here is another better hack that you can do. You might have heard of fizzing, very common technique to hack other people. What is fizzing? Okay, you create a website called Facebook or facebook.com and send it to your friend. And your friend thinks that this is the legit facebook.com, and he logs in, but this is your website, so you get their credentials. Very common attack back in 2005 when Orkut was, I don't know, you guys probably don't know Orkut. The very first social network that was released was called Orkut. Used to happen every day. I used to do it as well. Create a website that looks like this, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 they're logging into Orkut, but that is your website. You are able to dump their credentials and then you have their username and password. What's this called? This is called a phishing attack. What you can do, here's another important thing if you want to charm someone or, make them, I don't know, feel like you're a wizard. Unsure if this is true for Windows machines. There's a different way to do it on Windows, but if you have a Linux based machine, you can open this file called /etc/hosts. And that has some entries in here. Ignore most of them. Notice this one. What have I written? Here, localhost domain name should point to 127.0.0.1. Does that mean that I can create my own mini DNS server locally? The answer is yes. If I want, if my friend comes to my laptop and I ask him, bhai zara login kariyo Facebook mein, please log into Facebook, and they open facebook.com, I can on my machine change कि facebook.com कहाँ point कर रहा है. अभी facebook.com, where is it pointing? It is pointing to some IPv4 address or IPv6 address of Facebook, some server address of Facebook. This. But I can locally change this. If I want, मैं ये कर सकता हूँ कि मेरी machine पे, on my machine, I want facebook.com to point to my machine only. I don't want it to point to a machine on the internet. I want facebook.com to point to my machine. What is the benefit of doing this? The benefit is कि now if I go to facebook.com, oh god, I was logged in. The DNS, the IP is cached in my browser. Let me open it in incognito. There you go. If I go to facebook.com or if I ping facebook.com now, notice it points to 127.0.0.1. It points to my machine. It does not point to the Facebook machine. I have something running on port 3000. So if I go to facebook.com:3000, it is auto redirecting to HTTPS. The problem is it auto redirects me to HTTPS. I need a new browser. Let's try incognito in Brave. So let me do it in Postman. Postman won't auto redirect me. If you keep doing this multiple times locally, your cache will get invalidated, your redirect will go away, and then this will work locally as well. But when I go to facebook.com, do a get request, inside Postman, notice it returns me hello world. If I click on preview, I see hello world. So मेरी machine में when you go to facebook.com:3000, we can fix that. We can run this on port 80 on the machine as well. So on my machine, when I go to facebook.com, I can open my own website. I can start a React server on port 80 or port 3000 and मैं वो खोल दूंगा. तो I can ask my friend कि भाई जरा laptop में log in करियो. My friend will come, log in and then log out. He'll be like, I'm safe. But he visited my website. He did not visit actual facebook.com. On my website, I can add logic कि as soon as he clicks on sign in, I redirect him to the real facebook.com or something I do. तो उसको लगे उसने कुछ गलत नहीं किया. But actually, I was able to make him log his credentials because facebook.com now points to my own machine. तो is this vulnerability Harkirat? तो internet has vulnerability? No. मेरी machine है मैं जो मर्जी करूँ. On my machine, I can point facebook.com to be whatever I want. And in this case, I pointed it back to my machine. If I don't do that, then facebook.com will be found out through some DNS server. पहले एक request आती है कि facebook.com कहाँ point करता है. If I have put an entry here, then facebook.com points here. If I have not put an entry here, it will go to the internet and find कि यार facebook.com की IP क्या है, get back the IP and then visit the IP. So let me remove this. And as you can see, I have a bunch of these entries when I do random testing. If you've ever, I'm saying something if you don't understand, ignore. But if you've ever waited for DNS propagation, what is DNS propagation? If you ever go to squarespace.com, like the reason I use it, I change this file locally is not for hacking usually. It's for okay, when I go to domains.squarespace.com, I have a domain name. I'm not logged in, so I'm not showing you. I have 100xdevs as the domain name. जब मैं कोई नया domain डालता हूँ ना वहाँ पे, for example chat.100xdevs.com, it takes some time for DNS to propagate. It takes some time. I put it in the Squarespace dashboard, but it takes some time for it to point to my server. So what I do is मैं locally इसमें entry डाल देता हूँ. I point it to the server IP and make sure कि चल रहा है. Whenever DNS propagates, it will happen. नहीं समझ आया ठीक है. Ignore this part for now. But you know that is the only reason I ever edit this file. And generally don't touch this file because you will forget. And then you'll be like, मेरा Facebook क्यों नहीं चल रहा है? That is because you've made an entry over here. So if you do make an entry over here, make sure you're removing it from time to time. If you don't, नहीं तो तुम्हारा Facebook चलेगा नहीं because Facebook is pointing to your local website. So what did we learn in this section? We learned that if you want to hack your website, your friend's website or phishing, you want to do phishing, just change your facebook.com to point to your own IP. Create a front end similar to facebook.com. And when you go to, for example, class se pehle I did this, harkirat.100xdevs.com pointed here. So, you know, if someone comes and logs in, I can dump their credentials. Similarly, abhi jo maine kiya tha, facebook.com I pointed to my machine. If someone comes to facebook.com on my machine and puts their credentials, I can dump them, I have their credentials locally. Cool है. इसका use case क्या है? इसका use case होता है when you propagate DNS, we'll get there when we get there. अभी तक हमने वो किया नहीं तो let's not go there. But that's the only reason I ever edit this file. Let's do a poll. Do we understand? अभी हो गया था ये वाला poll, तो let's move on. All right, अब थोड़ी actual hosting पे आ जाते हैं. That was all. You do this in campus. Now you don't even do this. Back in the day, you used to do this when clouds were not a thing or were expensive. You had your own racks, server racks. Today, usually, the way to deploy your applications is this. You either rent servers in a cloud. You might have heard of AWS, DigitalOcean, GCP, Azure. ये कुछ गलत लिखा हुआ है, बट रेंटिंग है, रेंटिंग compute yourself in data centers. तो in the end, AWS has also rented a few data centers in India from Tata usually. तो you can go to Tata directly and be like, यार ये 10 machine मुझे दे दो in your data center. So that way, Tata is the one who bought the machines. Tata is the one who put the internet in there. Tata is the one who does maintenance अगर कोई, if a rat comes and cuts a wire. But you get access to those 10 machines that have a public IP. So you can directly go to a data center. Who goes to a data center? Companies like AWS go to a data center. For example, I was talking to someone in CVO recently. CVO wanted to move to India. So they were doing, CVO is a cloud provider. And when they wanted to move to India, they were doing a lot of such deals with, Tata, ke haan, Bangalore mein, they are getting some part of a data center because they are a cloud provider. They need to do this. But us humans, when we are just running our lead code clone, we don't need to get our own data center. We can rent servers on AWS GCP. Self-hosting, this is like very debatable. Some people say this is great, some people say this is bad. Self-hosting का मतलब है you buy a very big server yourself. You get very good internet yourself. You make sure that if the light goes away, you have backups and inverters in place. If you know Subhash from Dukaan, he's a big proponent of it. They say they have a very big rack in Dukaan office. They have a video with Arpit where he takes people through self-hosting and why you should buy your own racks. They are much cheaper, but they come with a little bit of downside. You have to do a lot of server maintenance, and light should always stay up, internet should always stay up, so on and so forth. So cloud में ये सब दिमाग नहीं लगाना पड़ता आपको. Clouds are expensive because you're paying them for convenience. Self-hosting is hard, but it's cheaper. So depending on your scale, it makes sense to self-host. Generally, a company like Zepto that has a bill of $1 million a month does not use their own machines. If they did, they would cut that down by a lot, maybe 90%. But they just paid AWS, yeah, you take care of all the hassle. Give me a server, I will host over there. That's the same thing we will do today. Serverless providers will come to this when we come to this end. This is nothing new. Cloud native options are basically slightly fancy way to deploy on a cloud, but this also requires a cloud. This also requires a cloud. This does not require a cloud, but this requires you to deal with Tata and get a data center from them, do a deal with them. Usually it's a 24-month deal or a 5-year deal where you have to buy the certain part of a data center for 5 years. Self-hosting, not the best option, but works sometimes in some use cases. Serverless providers, leave it for now. We'll come to it when we come to it. And Kubernetes also leave for now. I have this video where I've digested all of this and actually shown how to do this. So you should go through this. Other than Kubernetes, everything in here is simple to digest. So if you want to be ahead of the class in the upcoming weeks, I would suggest you go through this. It's a 3-hour video. आखिरी का आधा घंटा छोड़ देना. Leave the last half an hour where I cover Kubernetes. Everything else you can cover abhi se hi. Nothing too complicated in deploying applications. It's actually very simple. All right. So before we get into how to actually deploy servers and before we actually deploy something on the internet, let's understand what a virtual machine is. You usually don't even worry about this concept. There's something called a virtual machine, and then there's something called a bare metal server, and then there's something called a server rack or a data center जहाँ पे मैं खुद लेता हूँ. 99% of the times, if you are hosting an application, you will host it on a virtual machine. Where will you not host it? On a bare metal machine. Where will you not host it? In your house, in a server rack. Where will you not host it? In a data center yourself. You host it on a virtual machine. What is a virtual machine? Before we get into a virtual machine, the way this works is कि if you want to deploy your application today, you go to AWS, you ask them, यार मुझे एक server दे दो, give me a server, provision it in Canada or in the US or in Africa or in India, Russia, wherever. And उनके पास already एक data center है वहाँ पे. They already have a data center there. They give you some part of that data center. If you ask them for a big machine, they give you a big machine. If you ask them for a 2 GB machine, 4 CPU machine, they give you a smaller machine. But the question is कि वो ये करते कैसे हैं? How do they do it? How does AWS have 1000 machines over here, and when I ask it, give me a small machine, amongst the thousands it finds this is the small machine I will give to Harkirat, or will they do something else? From first principles, what do you think they should do? Should they get 1500 or 100 machines that are 2 GB, 2 CPUs, and let's say 100 GB RAM, and then 100 machines that are double size, and then 100 machines that are double size? Isme problem kya hai? There is a capacity estimation problem, right? Maybe everyone wants a small machine, but you only have 100 small machines. You have compute, you have a lot of bigger machines, but everyone asks for smaller machines. So how can you get rid of this unoptimal? What is the unoptimal? How would, if I ask you कि भाई अपना cloud बनाओ, what will you do? You will buy 100 laptops and put them over here in this house, and you will be like, if someone wants it, I will give them laptop number 1. Someone wants it, I will give them laptop number 2, like that. But what is the problem here? Every laptop will have its own specifications. You might only have 10 laptops which are 2 CPUs and 4 GB RAM and 500 GB SSD. So if 11th person asks, you don't have a machine to give them. Even though you have a lot of big machines here, you don't have that small machine. So how can you make sure कि अगर आपके पास X amount of compute है, if you have 1000 CPUs, 15 terabyte of space, and let's say 100 GB RAM or 500 GB RAM, how can you partition it based on what the user wants? Is there a way कि मैं एक बहुत बड़ी machine खरीद लूँ? I buy very big hardware which has 1000 GB RAM, lot of CPUs, 5 terabyte, 5 petabytes of space. And if Harkirat comes and asks, I can cut a small part of it and give to Harkirat. If Raman comes and asks for a bigger machine, I can, from that full compute pool that I have, मैं थोड़ा सा part cut करके उसको दे दूंगा कि this is yours, this is yours, this is yours. Why is this good? Because all of my compute will be used effectively. Of course, if no one comes, then I have failed compute. If no one is using this, that's a different problem. But at least size-based problem nahi hai. कि if 100 people come and ask for a small machine, I will keep cutting them small parts. The way to cut them is what is called a virtual machine. A virtual machine, मतलब physically वहाँ एक machine नहीं present है. There is not a single laptop present there, a CPU present there जो आप हरकीरत को दे रहे हो. There is a very big pool of compute, a lot of hardware, जिसके ऊपर you are creating small virtual machines based on what the user wants. So, what is a virtual machine? It looks something like this. Okay, in your data center, you have a lot of hardware. On top of the hardware, you run something called a hypervisor. What is the hypervisor? It lets you do this. It lets you cut is a weird term for it. It basically lets you limit resources per virtual machine. Okay, I want to start a virtual machine that only has access to 2 CPUs, 4 GB RAM, 100 GB space. I want to start another VM that only has access to 4 GB RAM, 4 vCPUs, 200 GB space, so on and so forth. What does a hypervisor let you do? It lets you cut these smaller, provision these virtual machines. Why does it say virtual? Because this machine में कोई hardware नहीं है. This machine is using the underlying hardware. Only thing is the hypervisor is making sure that this machine can only use X amount of resources. This machine can only use Y amount of resources, so on and so forth. There are two types of hypervisors, physical and virtual hypervisors. अगर आपको, if you want, you can run a hypervisor on your machine and cut a bunch of virtual machines on top. But of course, these data centers have physical hypervisors over there. So, what is a virtual machine? VMs run on physical servers but are abstracted through a layer of virtualization. What does virtualization mean? कि virtual machine बना रहे हो आप through a software or a hardware called a hypervisor. The hypervisor divides the host machine, CPU, memory, storage into separate virtual machines. This is the host machine. The hypervisor will divide it into separate small virtual machines. If you've ever built the lead code clone that I have on YouTube, that does not use virtual machines, but virtual machines are a better way to build it. If you're ever building a Replit clone, a better way to build it is not Docker containers like I have done it on YouTube. A better way to build it is using virtual machines. If you've heard of Firecracker, which is a project by AWS, which is what they use to start virtual machines, not in the data center, but for their service called Lambda. Firecracker also lets you create, it's a software that lets you create these virtual machines. VMs are highly flexible and easy to scale you can quickly spin them up, modify them or delete them, and you can consolidate multiple workloads on a single server. Multiple workloads on a single server. The virtualization layer introduces a slight overhead in terms of performance. This doesn't have direct access to the hardware. It goes through a hypervisor. It's a virtual layer, which is why people say that performance of VMs is shit. People who self-host, for example, if you've seen the Dukan founders podcast, he hates virtual machines because he says they're so slow because they don't have concepts of CPUs. They have concepts of virtual CPUs. So whenever you see their input-output throughput, you'll see it's much slower than a bare metal machine. What is a bare metal machine we'll come to. But they do have some performance overhead. If you host Postgres inside a VM, you will see that their input-output is not great. Which is why people, depend on bare metals or a different service to host, to host Postgres servers. But the virtualization layer does introduce a slight overhead in terms of performance, speed, because the hypervisor needs to manage resources and ensure every VM operates independently. However, this is much faster with modern new hypervisors. Generally, for your to-do clone application, it does not matter if it runs on a VM or if it runs on a bare metal machine or if you're self-hosting. 99% of the biggest companies are using AWS or Azure or GCP. So virtual machine is good enough for most use cases. If you have extremely high throughput requirement, for example, what is a great example of a virtual machine? Who will tell me in chat? Sorry, a place where a virtual machine does not work, but bare metal works. Come on, you guys know this. What is a great place where you would want to host things on a bare metal server? Bitcoin mining is what I was looking for. Yes. If you ever want to run your own miner or validator, bare metal servers is what you use because you want extreme performance from the underlying hardware. You do not want a virtualized layer that has some access, does not have some access. तभी लोग घर में लगा देते हैं Bitcoin mines. If you get an AWS machine where you're running a Bitcoin miner, not super profitable. You can get a bare metal machine or you can run it inside your house. ठीक है? So do we understand the concept of virtual machines? It is just a software that runs this operating system and has minimal access to the underlying hardware. Things like CPU, storage, RAM. उसको पूरा access नहीं होता, थोड़ा access होता है, and that leads to some. The fact that it's virtualized leads to some performance downsides, which is why if you have an application that you really need to squeeze out performance from, what is a good example? A good example is bare metal. Solana mining. If you go to my latest video on, not latest, but like 3-4 videos down on 100x devs, I was talking to Dhruv, who runs a validator on Solana. Their validator has some, 25 million or 250 million in staked SOL. They make, I don't know what he makes, like some 30-40K a month he makes from his validator in just fees. So if you want to start, he also pays a lot to these servers. So he understood this very well because usually you don't buy these bare metal servers. They're expensive. They're harder to get. मिलते ही नहीं हैं. Because all of these crypto people sort of book most of them. But so if you want to get a bare metal server, it's not very easy to get. होता क्या है bare metal server? In a bare metal setup, the operating system runs directly on the physical hardware without a hypervisor in between. तो ऐसा कुछ होता है. There is the hardware, जिसके ऊपर directly आपका OS चल रहा है. There is no virtualization layer. जैसे आपके घर में पड़ा होता है. Bare metal का मतलब क्या है? कि you have a laptop in your house, you have a laptop in a server, or more technically a CPU, RAM in a server. This has the problem of कि you can't cut the machine and you can be over provisioned, under provisioned. तभी मैं कह रहा हूँ कि ये मिलते नहीं हैं. You don't easily get bare metal servers when you want them. You have to wait for months sometimes. If you want a specific size of a bare metal server in France at a specific location, वो मिलेगा ही नहीं आपको for a month because someone else has taken it. But it's a dedicated machine. They don't have a lot of compute that they can cut things from on top of, right? It's a proper machine जो वहाँ पड़ी है. फायदा क्या है? Performance is really high. And it is inside a data center, so it has the best internet. It is in Japan where a lot of Solana validators are running, so it's faster for you to get snapshots from them, so on and so forth. तो चलाने को आप अपने घर में भी चला सकते हो. Bare metal machine में तो there is no benefit of upscaling, downscaling, right? EC2 machines और virtual machines में आपका बहुत scale आया. A lot of users visited your website. You can increase the number of virtual machines. A lot of people's left. You can decrease the number of virtual machines. So your cost is very optimized if you auto scale. That is not true for bare metal servers. When you buy a bare metal server, sometimes you have to do year-long deals. कि अगले 1 साल तक this bare metal machine is mine. So if you don't have any visitors, then you're paying them for free. So why would someone want to do this? Usually people do this is number one, performance. Number two, performance है तो घर में लगा लो. Buy your own machine, it will be much cheaper. The reason people have to do this is because they want to run a bare metal machine in Japan right next to the Japanese exchange, which is why they have to pay the provider to get a bare metal machine over there. What are good providers over here? Go to the video. But Latitude is the one that most validators that my friends run use. What is it called? Latitude.sh. Again, these are expensive. It'll start from some $500, go up to $5,000 based on what kind of machine you're buying. But that's what a bare metal server is. Since there is no hypervisor, bare metal systems tend to offer better performance as the OS can directly access all the hardware without sharing the resources with other instances. This is especially important for high performance applications like databases. As I said, worst place to start a database is in your virtual machine. If you go through the Dukan video, he also cribbed about this only. He checked the IOPS on a virtual machine on his own rack, and there was significant difference in terms of the input-output throughput. Though databases को avoid, doesn't matter for a to-do application. Again, these are things you have to do when you have a lot of scale. Or gaming servers or mining crypto is the best example. ठीक है. So with bare metal, you are typically limited to the resources of the actual physical machine. You can't dynamically allocate resources. So ये downside है. Okay, if you have an application where you're scaling up and then scaling down, you can't just spin up a bare metal server. It is not a virtual machine cut on top of hardware. It is a physical machine. So you have to go through contracts. If you buy if you rent it for 3 months, you pay X. You can't just start it and stop it. Virtual machines, start karo, stop karo, doesn't matter. If you start it and stop it after 5 minutes, you only pay for 5 minutes. If you start it and stop it after a day, you only pay for a day. Bare metal servers, it's not that easy. You start it, stop it, start it, stop it. You do a 3-month deal, you do a 1-month deal, you do a 1-year deal, you do a 10-year deal, and you pay them accordingly. Cool. For most of us, bare metal servers, we won't need them. We will only work on virtual servers. Just a good thing to know. Okay, eventually, when your cloud costs go high, may or may not be the best idea for you to move here. Why would it be a good idea? Cost saving, great. Why is it a bad idea? A lot of server maintenance, a lot of engineering hiring, making sure the servers are up, having the right talent to make sure that there is no virus coming in your machine. All of these things are handled by the cloud provider in the worst case. In your case, it will be handled by you. If there is a rat that comes and cuts the wire, you are screwed. ढूंढते रह जाओगे क्या हो गया. This happened at Goldman once. Okay. Goldman has its own data center. They did not use a cloud. Now I think they're using to AWS. But back then they had their own cloud. It was called G Cloud or GS Cloud. तो वहाँ पे ऐसा हो गया था कि rat came and cut a wire. These are things you will have to debug them. Great. So until now we understand why do you have to deploy it on the internet? Why isn't localhost enough? Number 2, what are domains? What are IPs? Number 3, what is a local network? How can you host an application here? Number 4, how to deploy applications on the internet? Actual hosting. Oh, they're just options. We haven't learned this. I've just shared a few options in a very nice video that you should go through. Virtual machines and bare metal machines. Now, let's understand the SSH protocol. ये क्या नया word आ गया? What is SSH? So, what is going to happen now, and something you'll be doing very often, is as soon as you create your application, you will deploy it on the internet. Harkirat, I will deploy on Vercel. Sure. But if you deploy it on your own machine, so you will be doing this very often. Okay, you will be, let's just go to the diagram. This is you in India. You will open aws.com or you will open digitalocean.com or azure.com and you will start a machine over there. What that will do is it will cut a virtual machine for you here. It will allocate some spaces and give you a public IP address. Most important thing here. Other than all the hardware that you get, you also get a public IP address. Why is that good? Because now you have a small machine running over here and that machine has a internet available public IP address. You can give it to any friend of yours, not just a friend who's connected to your router. Everyone can visit this machine of yours by hitting that IP address. That is the benefit of getting a small machine over here. What is the benefit? The hardware you got, but you got a public IP address as well. Now the question is, AWS dashboard mein you went, you started a machine. That machine is running over here. How can you talk to this machine? How can you tell the machine, clone my GitHub repository and start an application over here. This is where the SSH protocol comes into the picture. Until now, we have learnt about HTTP protocol, we have learnt about WebSocket protocol. What are we learning about today? The SSH protocol. Harkirat, are there other protocols? Yes, there is Telnet for sending emails, there is FTP for copying files, there is SCP, there is SMTP. There are many application layer protocols that exist. One of these is SSH. What is the SSH protocol? Why are we learning this first? क्योंकि अगर ये नहीं आएगा तो मशीन से कभी कनेक्ट नहीं कर पाओगे. You will not be able to connect to your machine. And what is the point of bringing up a machine if you can't connect to it, if you can't clone a repository over there, if you can't run node-index.js over there, then there is no point of even starting a server, right? So that is the reason you might want to learn the SSH protocol. The SSH protocol is a cryptographic network protocol. Why is it a cryptographic network protocol? Because when you connect to your server, whatever you are running over there should be private, should not be public. So it's a very secure protocol. It has encryption to make sure बीच में कोई आपके packets sniff करके कुछ समझ ना पाए आप server में क्या कर रहे हो. Eventually, I from my Mac over here will be connecting to a machine in the US. So whenever I am sending some packets over there, no one should be able to sniff them, or even if they sniff them or change them, the server should either discard them if they have been changed, or whoever is sniffing them should not be able to understand it. So it's an end-to-end encryption protocol similar to HTTPS. Network protocol that allows you secure communication between two systems, typically for remote administration. What is remote administration? Okay, I have bought a server where I want to deploy my Node.js application, where I want to clean my Node.js application, where if there is a bug, there's a deployment failure, I want to go into that application and fix it. That is what's called remote administration. I am the admin of that server now, and I want to go into the server and change things, clone a repository, start a server. It's most commonly used to log into remote machines and execute commands. What is it used for? Most commonly to log into a machine and execute commands. Harkirat, what does logging into a machine mean? I am on my Mac machine, right? What do I do when I start my laptop? I log into it. So Harkirat, will you see a UI where you log into it? No, you get terminal access to that machine. Whenever you start a VM, it does not have a display driver. You can do it if you want. You can start a Windows machine that you can then connect to via RDP, which is another protocol, and see the Windows machine. But when you do SSH, you get bash access to that machine. You can run commands over there, similar to how I can run commands over here. I can run ls over here to see the contents. I can run mkdir over here to create a test repository. I can run node-index.js over here to start something. Similarly, when I SSH into a different machine, I can run these commands on that machine. That is what SSH lets me do. What is it? Stand for secure shell. What is this? This is the shell. So I get shell access to that machine. I do not see a visual of that machine. I can't move my mouse pointer on that machine. You can do that, but 99% you don't need to do that. You don't need a display driver on your virtual machine because no one is going to go there and play a game, right? You are hosting a Node.js application there. So you don't need display at all. It will just hurt performance if you have a display driver. So just have a simple machine, no display. Key features of SSH: encryption. Why is encryption needed? Because if I am trying to run some password in there, put some password in there, we need to make sure no one can read it. Authentication. Whenever you start a virtual machine on AWS, you can connect to it either via a password, easy way, or via a public key. This Web3 people will understand, other people के लिए थोड़ा सा hard होगा. But there is something called public key cryptography, which is the ideal way for you to connect to your virtual machine. We'll come to this. This is a separate slide on this. अभी के लिए we'll focus on this. Okay, to get SSH access to a machine, all you need is a password. If you have the password, you can connect to the machine. If anyone else has the password, they can also connect to a machine. There are ways to get around that by limiting network access, but we'll get there when we get there. Integrity, it makes sure if the data is बीच में change हुआ है तो the data is discarded. So let's start by starting our very first virtual machine. Now if you don't have a cloud today, Don't do this. Like you have to go through credit cards and then permissions, and then they'll approve your account. Unfortunately, it's very hard to sign up for a cloud provider, but I'm putting a few on screen. Try to sign up for at least one of them. There is AWS, GCP, Azure, and the easy ones are Civo, DigitalOcean, and Vultr. The reason I say easy is because it's easy to get verified over here. Put a credit card, they'll let you in. If you put a credit card on Civo, they give you a $250 discount also. And among these, I think GCP also gives you some $100 discount. But I think in all of these, you need to put a credit card. Uske bina nahi ho payega. So you need a credit card to create an account on one of these cloud providers. If you don't have one today, it is fine. After the class, get one, and then tomorrow be ready to deploy your application. Today doesn't matter. Just follow along, and then tomorrow try to do what I've done today. Okay? I have an account on GCP. I have one on AWS. I have one on Civo and DigitalOcean. I use these two most of the times because they're cheaper. Most of our compute is hosted on DigitalOcean. It was on Civo. Civo was a little unreliable, so we moved to Dio. These are a little cheaper. These are a little expensive, but they're very reliable compared to these. Okay? So I am going to create one on DigitalOcean, but it really doesn't matter. All of them have this concept of a virtual machine. When you start the virtual machine, you can select the way to connect to it, either password-based authentication or public key-based authentication. And then once you have the machine, you can connect to it. So the steps are very similar. I'm happy to take you through whatever you want, but abhi ke liye, I'll take you through DigitalOcean because I'm already logged in. And it has its GUI is a little easier compared to the others. Gives you a lot of things by default, which AWS doesn't. But we'll go through all of these providers as we keep deploying our applications. So we'll switch between them. Okay? All of them, their dashboard looks something like this. App platform, ignore what this is. This is like some Firebase like thing that they have. I think I could be wrong. Functions, which again is serverless, I think. Kubernetes, you'll see all of them have this. Databases, all of them have. Object storage they have. For example, AWS S3, these guys have something. Container registry they have. We'll come to when we reach Docker. Networking, monitoring, so on and so forth. They have a lot of services. What do we want right now? Your dashboard will look completely empty. Mine has a few things. But whenever you sign up, your dashboard will be completely empty. Click on create droplet. Now, every cloud provider has their own name for a virtual machine. On AWS, it's called EC2. That stands for Elastic Compute second version. So Elastic Compute, as the name is telling you, you can get a bigger machine, smaller machine. Here they call it droplets. Some other cloud provider might call it something else, but this is what you are starting a droplet on DigitalOcean. When you're starting a droplet, when you're creating a droplet, you are creating a virtual machine somewhere out in the world. What are you doing? What am I doing right now? I'm not doing SSH or anything, Abhi. I am simply trying to create a virtual machine, let's say in Canada. Connect kaise karte hain? We will get to. Abhi ke liye, what did I do? I selected create droplets. It is asking me, where do you want to create this droplet? Which data center of DigitalOcean do you want this server provisioned? And since I'm in India, let's say my users are going to be in India, so I will select Bangalore. Every location has its own pricing. It is a little expensive, surprisingly. Based on wahan pe real estate kitna mehenga hai, how expensive are data centers there, the pricing will be different for every region. Let's say we select Bangalore. There also it lets you select multiple data centers. They only have one right now. Which operating system do you want to start? Let's say I want to start Ubuntu for now and not any one of these. Which version of Ubuntu do you want to start? Let's say this one. What size of machine do you want? Shared CPU, which means it will be very cheap. I'll be sharing CPU with a bunch of other people. CPU optimized, memory optimized, storage optimized. Based on your use case, pick whatever. This has the cheapest ones. So yahan pe jaake you can select the $8 a month machine. That's the smallest DigitalOcean machine that you can start. This used to be $5. Now they've increased it to $8. Let's say get a slightly bigger one. This one has 2 GB RAM, 2 GB CPU, 90 GB space or 3 dB transfer. And you can select what does transfer mean, input and output. Doesn't matter right now. Our application doesn't have a lot of users. But this cost is sort of important. We'll come to later why this is important. But yeah, basically it becomes very expensive if you have a lot of ingress and out egress traffic. Don't worry about it. Select the size of your machine. बड़ी चाहिए, छोटी चाहिए, कैसी भी चाहिए. Let's say select the $16 a month one. So if I start this machine for a month, I will be billed how much? $16. What am I getting in return? 2 GB vCPU, sorry, 2 GB RAM, 1 CPU, 2 GB RAM, 1 CPU and 70 GB SSD. ठीक है? That is what I'm getting if I buy this one. If I want 90 GB space, I'll select this one. If I want 120 GB space, 4 GB RAM and 2 CPUs, I'll select this one. So on and so forth. Let me select cheap one. Ignore volume for now, ignore backups for now. Here comes the important part. Choose authentication method. What did we say? We said that there are two ways to connect to a machine via SSH. Either a password or a public key. Simple one is password. Let's quickly go through it. Then we'll understand public key cryptography and what does it mean when you select the SSH key section over here. Abhi ke liye, I will select password. It asks me to put a default password over here. Let me write some random password and paste it. There you go. This is the password to my machine. I have pasted it over here. I only want to start one droplet. If I want, I can start 5, but abhi ke liye ek hi chahiye. I am going to name it class server, so I know I have to delete it after the class, and that is it. Click on create droplet. To recap, I selected the region where I want to start it. I selected the data center. They only have one data center in Bangalore. I selected the operating system that I want, Ubuntu, version of operating system, what kind of machine I want, what is the size of the machine that I want. I want to connect via password, pasted my password over here and clicked on create droplet. Now what is it doing? It is provisioning a new virtual machine for me. It is not starting a physical machine, we understand that. It's provisioning a virtual machine in one of their data centers. And what will I get? I will get compute, I will get storage, and I will get a public IP. Third one being the most important. Like I have a lot of compute, I have 3 MacBooks back home. But unless I have a public IP, I can't create an internet facing application. What can I not create? An internet facing application. I can create an application that runs on my machine like a miner, a Bitcoin miner. But I cannot create a website where people need to visit unless I have a public IP. There are ways to get around this. Is very nuanced of a statement. There are ways for people to visit you by punching holes through the network, but whole different ballgame. Read about the stun protocol if you are interested, or read about Cloudflare tunnels, which is another way to tunnel traffic to your machine. ठीक है? ये droplet of mine just started, and notice I have a corresponding IP address over here. This is a internet facing IP address. How do I connect to this machine? By using the SSH protocol. So let me open this on the right. Let me open my terminal on the left. What is the IP address? It is this. So what command can I run? SSH root @ what is the IP? 139.59.78.226. Should not have done that. Ignore what happened here. I added the public key, that's why. Ignore this statement. Just select yes over here if it asks you the same thing. What command did I run? SSH root @ machine key IP. What is root? It is the user that you are logging in as. I will paste the password. I had it copied in my clipboard and press enter. Password is, oh god, what was the password? I forgot. So yeah, there's no easy way to retrieve password. I'll have to restart the droplet. Can I change the password? Access, reset root password. I forgot the password. I had it. Well, oh, there you go. There it is. I'm a little late now. I did this, but let me try it one more time. अभी reset होगा. चलो, we will wait. Any questions until now? Until my password for the machine is resetting. I'm looking at Q&A. Server IP is not this. IP load balancer is public. sort of true. admin@nginx.com does point and emailed to you. Can I open my email here? Probably. So let me quickly do that. I'll look at Q&A. Just few more seconds, and then we'll go from there. So what is my password? It is this. So now let me try to SSH, paste the password. It is saying to create a new password. I'm going to paste the same password. Arey yaar. New password is, let's say this. There we go. So now what you see over here is not my machine. My machine looks like this. It has a green arrow over here. It says tilde over here. When I run pwd, it says /users/Harkirat. What you see over here is my Ubuntu machine that I just started. This is not my personal machine. This is a machine running in AWS, in DigitalOcean, somewhere in Bangalore, and I have access to it. I can do whatever I want here. I can create a directory. I can clone something from GitHub. That is nice. Let's try that. Let me go to github.com, Nginx devs cohort 3 repositories, and try cloning a random website I created yesterday. Git clone. It's a public website, so anyone can clone it. Select HTTPS over here. I went to the repository, select HTTPS over here, copied the URL, and did a git clone. It was able to clone the repository to my server, not to my Mac machine, to my server. And now if I run ls, I see it over here. I can go into it. I can do a npm run dev, whatever this process is, it will start to run. It looks like a standard JavaScript file. I can run npm run dev here, it will work. The problem is I don't have npm in here. So I have to install Node on this machine. But if I had Node over here, I would have been able to start my backend, and my website is hosted. So let's quickly do that. Let me quickly add NodeJs to this machine. Don't worry about these steps. We will do them tomorrow. I'm just showing you कि क्या आप कर सकते हो given that you have this machine. I have a machine, but I haven't yet deployed something over here. So let's do this tomorrow. Don't worry about this. Try to do this yourself. Given you have a machine, you can clone a repository over here. How do you start the Node.js process here? How do you serve the React application, the Node application from here? How do you visit it? For example, if I run node index.js here, let's say it starts something on port 3000. What URL do I give to my users? Of course, the URL will be what? It will be the public IP of this machine, :3000. If my users go over here, they will see the process that is running on port 3000 here. Abhi, I don't have a process running here because I don't have a node on this machine, but it will take you 2 minutes to install node. Then you can run node index.js, and now people all around the world can visit your application. They can visit it on a very ugly looking URL. So how you fix this is different question we will do most probably next week or maybe tomorrow. How does this point to google.com or harkirat.com or nginx.com? But ye to you can share with your friends tomorrow, as long as you have a virtual machine on DigitalOcean, which I got over here. So what did I do this time? In this specific slide, I got myself a virtual machine with password based authentication, and my life was pretty simple. I was able to SSH into the machine. Once I SSH into the machine, I can clone a Git repository over there. I did that as well. What did I not do? I did not start the Node.js process, which is why I was not able to visit 139.59:3000 because there's nothing running over there. Abhi. Tomorrow we will start it. Tomorrow we will see a Node.js process running here. Just one thing is left, then I'll start Q&A, which is Keypair based authentication for SSH. How many of you already know this? Let's see what the class distribution looks like. Do you already know what are keypairs, public private key cryptography, ED25519, RSA? Have you created a SSH key for you in the past? When you clone from GitHub, do you clone using the HTTPS URL or do you clone using the SSH URL. Do you use this URL or do you use this URL? Let's do a poll. How many of us already understand what's in this slide? How many of us already know? SSH key pairs, public private key cryptography. Do you already know this? Yeah, decent bunch already know this. फिर तो class simple ही रही होगी. Nothing too complicated then. ठीक है. For the people who don't know, this is a very important concept. The problem right now is that I have to share my password with everyone, and like everyone in my team, right? Whoever wants to SSH needs to have the password. If someone does something bad, I don't know if Harkirat did it or a different developer did it, because everyone is logging in using the same password. You can try seeing their IPs, but then again the problem is that वो VPN के through connect कर लेगा. What is the problem with the password? There are many problems. One of the biggest problem is that if this is our DigitalOcean machine, and then we have two developers in the team, both of them have the password. If this developer logs in or SSHs using the password, let's say this is the password. If this developer SSHs using the password, this developer will, we don't know, and does something bad. We don't know if this guy did something bad or this guy did something bad. So usually the right way to connect to a server is not using passwords. Machines shouldn't even have passwords. The right way to connect to a server should be using something called SSH keys. And if you ever want to hack your friend's laptop perpetually, then this is the way to do it. So that is another thing you will learn if you understand SSH keys well. I'm not saying I did this in college with a woman, but if you do this in a college with someone, then you have access to their machine almost forever, as long as you know their IP address, which is not too hard to find. I'll take you through the whole process of what you can do with it and how can you protect yourself. More importantly, what are the files you should constantly be monitoring to make sure किसी और के पास तुम्हारी machine का access तो नहीं है. Because if someone else has access to your machine, they can do a lot of things. They can see all of your files, get your cookies, log in as Google, so on and so forth. So very dangerous thing. If you understand SSH keys, that, and you get, basically if you get access to your friend's laptop for 2 minutes, then you can do this, and they will never know you will have access to the laptop forever, as long as you're in the same hostel, in the same campus, so on and so forth. Okay? So let's understand SSH keys. People realized that passwords are not the best way to connect to machines. So there is this other way that's commonly used to identify yourself to someone. Yahi karna hai. What do you want to do? You want to identify yourself to a DigitalOcean machine. Or, as I said, in GitHub also, there are two ways to clone repositories, HTTPS and SSH. So if this is a private repository, if this was a private repository and only I have access to it, is there a different way for me to tell GitHub, okay, this is Harkirat, please give me my repository? And the answer is yes, using something called SSH key pairs. SSH key pairs are a fancy term. Under the hood, it's just a bunch of public private keys. Now, Harkirat, what are public private keys? Let me give you a quick 2-minute intro, but we have covered this well in the Web3 cohort. So if you are in the cohort, you should see them. If you want, I can post that video in this cohort as well, where we have done a deep dive into, what is hashing, how is it different from encryption, what is public private or public key cryptography, and what is, I'm writing a few words and I'll take you through some of these. We don't have to worry about hashing today. RSA protocol, ED25519, EDCDSA, ऐसे कुछ होती है. I forgot the full, like the shorthand for it. This is what you use to create private keys in Solana also. This is what you use to create private keys in Ethereum. So this is not a, SSH protocols are not a, or SSH key pairs are not a new thing. There is already this concept of public key cryptography. What does public key cryptography mean? Basically means that agar this is Harkirat, or not, this is Osama, sorry. That's a bad example that I take always. Okay, let's say this is Osama bin Laden, like the bad terrorist who died dead now. And he wants to tell the world, okay, I am going to do this on this specific date. How did he do it when he was alive? He went on some news outlet, sent them a video, and everyone broadcasted that video. There was panic. But what if there was a body double? You guys have probably seen that video. That film. I forgot the name of great video. Great film where they impersonate Osama bin Laden. So how do you know it is actually coming from Osama? The answer is Osama can create a public private key pair. Key pair का मतलब क्या है कि there are two keys that Osama has, a public key and a private key. What public private और public key cryptography says कि यार अगर ओसामा ने अपनी public key सबको बता दी, if Osama publicly tells his public key to everyone, and let's say this is verified just once he had to go on television and tell everyone that this is my public key. He can also hold a lot of crypto and people can be like, so much crypto in Pakistan, this is Osama. So he needs to once advertise his public key. Everyone has its public key now. Let's say there's this news, Aaj Tak News, that know his public key. His public key, as the name suggests, is public information. If you've ever held Solana or Ethereum, you very happily give your public key to everyone. This is my public key. Okay, jao dekh lo. I have only 16 cents here. You do not share your private key. If you share your private key, then everyone can have access to these funds. Similarly, Osama can run a command on his machine, generate a public private key pair. I can open Phantom over here, add a new wallet, click on plus over here, create new wallet over here, give it a name. And now I have a new public key and a new private key also. If I want, I can go to settings and see my private key as well. If I put my password here, it will show my private key. So it's very easy to create a public private key pair using some of these algorithms. We'll come to these algorithms. What public key cryptography says is that if Osama signs a message, what does signing a message mean? Running some algorithm. Let's say the message that Osama wants to sign is, I will attack on 20th August, something like this. Let's say this is the message that he wants to sign. What he can do is take this message and sign it using his private key. What does signing mean, Harkirat? Think of it like a function call that is done. A function call that takes two inputs, the message he wants to sign and the private key he wants to sign it with. This only Osama has. He signed the message with the private key, which spit out some random gibberish. Something like this. And he can broadcast this to everyone. Okay, I am Osama. You already have my public key, right? Decode this message and you will find I am going to attack. And then Aaj Tak can take the message that he broadcasted and using the public key verify कि हाँ भाई, indeed the original message is I will attack on 20th August. So what is public key cryptography used for? I mean, it's not used for this. It's used in crypto, private keys, public keys. It's used for a lot of things. It's used for HTTPS if you've ever seen it. But this is one very common thing from first principles you might use public private key pairs for. You create a public private key pair, very easy to do. We will create one right now. You broadcast your public key to everyone. Okay, bhai, ye hai meri public key. And whenever you want to tell them something, you sign a message using the private key that they can verify using your public key. Your public key is a way to indeed check कि हाँ भाई इस private key से ही sign हुआ था. ये private key and public key are related somehow, such that if you sign a message using the private key, it can be decoded using the public key. इसका उल्टा भी true होता है. If the government wants to send a message only to Osama, what the government can do is, let's say this is the government. Government can take that message. Let's say the message is, we will find you, and use his public key to generate a signed message or a hash, and they can send it to Osama, and Osama can decode it using his private key to get back the original message. The good thing is only Osama can decode it. This is another use case. Some algorithms do it, some algorithms don't. But this is another use case where you use public key cryptography. Okay? Someone else can sign using my public key. that only I can decode using my private key. I can sign using my private key, that only everyone else can decode using the public key, and everyone else can verify कि मेरे से ही message आया है, because I am the only one who holds the private key. Since Osama is the only one who holds the private key, as long as we can verify कि हाँ this message indeed came from this public key or it can be decoded using this public key, we can verify that Osama is the one who's sent this message. Why is this used over here? Because what do I want to do? I want to tell the server कि यार मेरे पास एक private key है, ये रही उसकी public key. I want to connect to you. When I am connecting to you, check my private key and ensure कि हाँ I am allowed to get in. What can I do? Why is this used in our case? What are we going to do? If this is my Mac machine, I will generate a new private key. I will generate a new public key. And I will tell DigitalOcean, okay, hey, this is my public key. Whenever I try to connect with you, right, allow anyone who has the corresponding private key of this to connect. I repeat, I tell DigitalOcean कि ये मेरी public key है भाई. When I am trying to connect to you, मेरे पास इसकी private key है, मुझसे sign करा लो जो भी कराना है. But let me connect to you. If whoever has the private key corresponding to this public key should be able to connect to the DigitalOcean machine. And same is true for GitHub. In GitHub, I can tell GitHub that this is my public key, and whenever I'm trying to clone a repository that is only private to me, to Harkirat, let me clone it if I have the right private key, the corresponding private key of this public key. So whenever you want to get a resource from someone, you can give them your public key. You can tell them that मैं Harkirat हूँ, I have access to this specific repo, right? Or I have access to the specific DigitalOcean, right? This is my public key. Whenever I try to connect to you, check my private key. I'll sign a message and confirm that I own the private key and then let me in. Why is this good? Because now I can, in DigitalOcean, put multiple public keys. Raman's public key. And whenever Raman wants to connect, he can also connect with his own public key. And then we know who tried to do something bad. If Raman tries to do something bad on this machine, then we know he did it. If you ever want to revoke access from Raman, so we can just remove Raman's private key from here, we are good to go. Why did I say this is useful during hacks? Because if you just once get access to your friend's machine, you just have to put your public key in there and tell it here, I will try to connect to you in the future. मुझे आने देना. Let me in please. Just like I'm able to SSH into DigitalOcean, just like I'm able to clone from GitHub, I will be able to connect to my friend's machine as well. As long as I have his IP, as long as he has the SSH port open. Since I put my public, I had his laptop only for 2 minutes. But in 2 minutes, I put my public key in his laptop somewhere, so that in the future when I try to connect to him, his laptop will be like, "Arey, this public key is already here, you have the corresponding private key, come. So I'll be able to connect to his machine and run whatever commands I want. So what should you always be very careful of on your machine? Basically, where do you store these public keys? The answer is in this file called .ssh/authorized_keys. तो अपने लैपटॉप में हमेशा check कि what authorized keys do you have. And if you see something here, like I don't have anything here, but if you have anything here, then maybe someone has put their SSH key in your public key in your laptop and they're trying to connect to your laptop from time to time. How will you get into someone else's laptop? Whenever you get their laptop, open this file, paste your public key in there, you're good to go. Then in the future, as long as you have their IP, you can connect to them. Harkirat, how can I get their IP? Send them a file. Send them a file hosted on your machine. When I was running this command over here, I can send this URL to my friend. When they visit it, I will get their public IP here. कि ये address ने access करने की कोशिश करी. So I can get their public address from here. Usually it doesn't change. And I can just run SSH, whatever, Raman at the rate of their IP. And since I already put my public key there in the authorized keys, it will let me connect, and then I can do whatever I want in their machine. I can copy files from there, so on and so forth. Okay? So let's do all of these steps. Let's create another server on DigitalOcean. Then we will do a poll. To recap, there are two ways to connect to a machine or clone something from GitHub. One is password based authentication. One is public key based. What does public key based mean? It means it uses public key cryptography under the hood. What is public key cryptography? Okay, you can, using various algorithms like RSA or ED25519, using various algorithms, you can create a private key, a public key. Whenever you sign a message using your private key, other people can verify that you signed it using your public key. Whenever people sign from your public key, you can decode it using your private key. So the way to generate a public private key pair is run ssh-keygen on your local laptop. I am not going to run it because I already have, I can also run it, it will create fresh ones. If I run ssh-keygen, it will ask me where do you want to store your public private keys. तो यहाँ पे by default store होती है. They are by default stored where? In the .ssh folder in the id_rsa file name. So let me change this to /users/harkirat_singh/.ssh/id_rsa2. ठीक है, आई एम क्रिएटिंग अ सेपरेट वन. मेरी ओरिजिनल वाली भी है, मैंने नई भी क्रिएट कर ली. इट आस्क्स एंटर पास फ्रेज. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है. whenever you create this public and private key, right, what you can do is तुम इसके ऊपर एक पासवर्ड भी डाल सकते हो कि I will only sign a message if this password has been put. You can just press enter also. So that means you have no passphrase. But passphrase is important because ये मैं कहाँ स्टोर कर रहा हूँ? यहाँ पे in /users/harkirat_singh/id_rsa2. If I go to this folder now, यहाँ पे I have a bunch of keys. This is my main key, id_rsa, id_rsa.pub. If I show all of you this, then all of you can SSH into my GitHub, clone my private repositories. If I show this private key, then I'm screwed. If I show this public key, then nothing changes. This is a public key, right? I can share with whoever. This is the private key I just created. This is the corresponding public key that was created for it. This is a different one I created in the past. So what can happen is I might have my laptop open and I go somewhere and someone quickly copies these over. So if someone copies my keys, then I'm screwed. If I show you this key, then as I said, I am screwed. But am I? I am almost screwed. If I have created a passphrase, right, when I was generating the public key, let's say I create a new one, users/harkirat_singh/.ssh/id_rsa3. If I create a passphrase for it, let's say 1, 2, 3 random. Now you need access to my private key, but you also need to know मैंने password क्या डाला, 1, 2, 3 random. So just copying my private key isn't enough. You also need to know what have I encrypted my private key using, what is my passphrase over here. So always put a passphrase. If you don't, if your friend gets your laptop and copies over your private keys, he will have access to all of your servers. He will have access to your GitHub, which is what you don't want. So whenever you create these, always have a passphrase associated with it. You might have seen I have this keycaster thingy at the bottom left. In a lot of, what time is it? 9:45. I have this keycaster thing. So whenever I type, it's not coming right now. It's probably thinking another display is active. But यहाँ पे नीचे those things appear. So a lot of times I did this: git push origin head, pressed enter, and then I typed my password. I don't know how many of you saw, but बहुत लोग मुझे मैसेज करते हैं, हरकिरत, you shared your GitHub password. You shared your GitHub password. I didn't share my GitHub password. I shared my SSH key का password. तो मेरी जो ये SSH key है, that you guys can see, the private key, उसका password, yes, I have leaked. So if you ever have access to my laptop, all you have to do is copy this, and this is the passphrase of it, and then you have access to my GitHub and everything. Now I will have to keep my laptop very safe or change this key because everyone in office probably might steal it and now they have the password as well because मैंने publicly कई बार share कर दिया. ठीक है, तो what have we learned? We have learned कि we have to create this public private key pair. Some of you have already done it hopefully. What command did I run? I ran ssh-keygen. When you run this command, by default it will create it here. This is the default place that you should keep it in. This and this are the default public and private key used whenever you are cloning a repo, whenever you are connecting to your friend's laptop, whenever you are connecting to DigitalOcean. So even though you can change the names, जो आपकी default वाली है, that should be named id_rsa for the private key, id_rsa.pub for the public key. नहीं तो when you are cloning, you will have to specify कि यहाँ से pick करो कि यहाँ से pick करो. By default, it is picked from here. So make sure you name them this only. ठीक है? After I have generated my public and private key, then steps are very simple. I can go to either, so if you look at the slides, try adding it to GitHub and see can you push and pull without a password. Try adding it to DigitalOcean and try SSHing using it. So after you have created your private key, try to see it locally. This is your public key, share it with whoever. This is your private key, don't share it with anyone. Try adding it to GitHub. So one thing you have to do is go to github.com, go to the settings, go to SSH keys, and यहाँ पे paste your SSH key. As you can see, I have a Didi Mac SSH key because originally when I created it in a Mac that my sister had. Then I keep copying these to new machines that I have. I don't change my SSH key. That is why I have named it this. But you can just click on add new SSH key, give it a name, Harkirat Mac, and paste your public key over here. What is my public key? This id_rsa.pub. Log it and then paste it over here. I already have the same public key over here. But if you log this public key, copy it and paste it over here, you will see your SSH key here. And now you can clone your GitHub repositories using the SSH URL. So if I have a private repository, for example, I don't know what this one is and what I was doing. But if I have this private repository, then now I can clone using its SSH URL. What is the benefit? I don't have to put my GitHub password. I'll directly be able to clone it. Because I gave GitHub my public key. I did not give GitHub my private key, my public key. Same thing you have to do here. When you are creating a new droplet, everything is the same, but select SSH key over here. I have already put my SSH key over here. You can create a new SSH key, put your public key contents over here, give it a name, click on add SSH key. यहाँ पे क्या आएगा? Public key, private key नहीं आएगी. Which key will come over here? id_rsa.pub, not id_rsa. I already put it. I called it key local. This is my public key that you see over here. It's my public key, so I can share. I can select कि इस public key को access होना चाहिए, and then I can create a new droplet. Let me call it class server 2. So the only thing that has changed now कि अब ये जो server है ना, this server will have a file here called authorized_keys, जहां पे मेरी public key will be present. That is why I can SSH into it. What do you have to do? Go to your friend's machine, put your public key in his authorized keys file. And the same thing DigitalOcean is doing right now. The new machine that I started, this one, if I try to SSH into this new machine now, SSH root @ of this thing, select yes. It asks me my passphrase for my private key. It is not asking me password वहाँ का. It is asking me हकीकत आपकी जो local key है उसका passphrase क्या है. When I was generating the private key, when I was running ssh-keygen, as I told you, you can put a passphrase over here. ये passphrase यहाँ से मांग रहा है मुझे. What was my passphrase? I already shared with you guys. Oh, sorry. SSH root @ of this thing. My passphrase was whatever I put it. and I was able to SSH into the machine without a password. If I go to the .ssh folder here, notice there is a file called authorized keys, jahan meri public key present. That is all that DigitalOcean had to do. Now the SSH protocol is already allowing me in. If you give me your public key, I can put it over here. Then you can also SSH into it. If you give me a friend's public key, I'll put it over here. I can also SSH into it. How do you hack your friend's machine? Get their machine, put your public key in the authorized keys file, and then you can SSH into it as much as you want. Only thing is you need to know their IP address. Just like I put an IP address over here, you will have to put your friend's IP address and you're good to go. Okay? Do we understand the second way to do public key authentication or SSH using public key authentication or public key cryptography, I guess? Okay. So Q&A after it. Everyone who understood, feel free to drop off. If you have questions, feel free to post. But I'm going to look at Q&A for a while. A lot of people have a lot of questions. 78% understood, which means, we'll have to now read through chat and see what's up. What is the name of that whole protocol? STUN. S-T-U-N. Show in AWS. Also, unsure if I have AWS credentials. I have an account. I think it was banned. So I'll create a new one. I don't think I have one right now, but it's very simple. We have a cohort. Cohort 2 we did AWS. I'm also happy to just post that video. That's easy. What if you don't have a credit card? Well, then you're sort of screwed. What you can do is, what can you do if you don't have a credit card? There is not much you can do. I don't know any cloud service. Like you won't get access to a VM. You can still render on or deploy on something called the render network. Which are few free services, but yeah, you can't do what I did today unless you have a credit card. So because this IP load balancer is public IP through request a different data center, right? You buy the VM access to your terminal, but क्या उसमें पहले से so to answer your first question, that is this load balancer IP that you're seeing 139.59. That is this, and this load balancer is attached to this Kubernetes cluster. So this load balancer is forwarding the request to this Kubernetes cluster. You buy a VM, you access to a terminal, but क्या उसमें पहले से Git था? Yes. तो Ubuntu by default has Git. That is why उसमें Git था. उसमें Ubuntu लगा डाला था ना मैंने. Ubuntu by default has Git. That's why. Cause it's yes, exactly. So it did not have Node, it did not have Java, it did not have Rust, but it did have Git because Ubuntu by default has Git. Also in Turbo Repo, more or less the same. There are very different questions. You're comparing EC2 to oranges. Turbo Repo lets you create microservices. You can also create a monolith in Turbo Repo, and they are not the same. If anything, Turbo Repo is closer to a microservice architecture and monolith isn't. How can we scale each component independently if we use Turbo Repo? We'll get to it when we reach deployment in Turbo Repo. But every service is deployed independently. So you can have a HPA or what's called a horizontal pod autoscaler that is attached to every service based on some metrics. And if CPU usage goes up for a backend service 1, then you scale up CPU service 1, so on and so forth. Yeah, we can do it. It's not like you can't do it. You don't deploy a Turbo Repo together. Every service is deployed independently and scaled independently. Is there an auto payment of $8 every month? Unsure. I think they'll take it up front and then uske baad mein Indian credit cards will probably, will get cancelled. Yeah, we'll get MLOps recordings and slides on YouTube. How Vercel deployment is different from VM hosting? Yeah, so Vercel is doing a lot of it for you. जो हमने अभी manually किया, Vercel आपके लिए कर रहा है. At what cost? At a lot of cost. If you scale your application, then Vercel will cost you a lot of money. For example, right now all of our compute is अभी भी ज़्यादा दिखा रहा है because I did something this month, but it's usually under $200. But when I hosted just app.100xjobs.com on Vercel, I got a bill of $720 in 15 days and I moved off. So Vercel is very expensive at scale. Last part समझ नहीं आया. I'll recap the last part. Sometimes I connect to a VPN, but my orgs pages didn't open. But after I Creativity app start working, it does some DNS flushes, or I don't know. How does that work? What might be happening is it's probably not DNS flushing. Like try to ping your company's server, and most probably you'll get the same IP address. They're probably blocking VPN requests, is my guess. What is the difference between HTTP and HTTPS? Like what are the extra security it provides? HTTPS na karu, fir bhi my life is going good. It is not going good because I'll show you. Eventually, we'll sniff packets. So if you're just using HTTP, and a lot of college websites are hosted on HTTP, so you can sniff a lot of the packets that are going. Eventually they're going through wires, right? So if you're using HTTP, and this is what I did in a few friends did in campus, let's say I did not. The college ERP was on HTTP. So all people would put their username password there. And since we could sniff packets, I could read कि इस बंदी का password तो ये है. And people share passwords. So her Facebook password also same. So I was able to get it. So you get the problem, right? Wires you can always read traffic that's going through. If you're using HTTPS, it's encrypted. If you're using HTTP, it's not encrypted. You can read all the packets and you can see जो sign up request गई थी, जो sign in request गई थी, उसपे क्या payload था. And then you can, since people share passwords, you can log into their Facebook using the same password. After establishing the SSH connection to the machine, how does the two public private keys identify each other? Can't we get a private key by looking at the public key or vice? So there are not two public keys or two private keys. There's just one public private key that you have. When you are SSHing, you have to sign a message using your private key to tell the server, yes, this is me. And server will be like, oh, I have this public key as an authorized key, I will let you in. We can also do this, I don't know what the public key on Android mobile is, but if it follows RSA or EDSA 25519, then yes. If I use SS keygen, a container, it will be able to see data ever logs into container. I don't know what that question is. Like you can SSH into a container without too much auth. You don't need a public key, but maybe your question is something else. So elaborate a little. I have two GitHubs. Can I use the same? No, I think GitHub blocks that. I think GitHub just has this key. You can't use the same public key in two different GitHub accounts. So this is my first lecture. Okay. Okay, let me recap public private Keypair one more time. Debit card also works. Seems like not just credit card. How was your competitor able to scan your port if local network you have connect in the same router? So it's not just the router. That was a simple example. It is a switch also from time to time. It is a bigger router also. Whatever apps we hosted, everyone on campus could visit it, which means everyone on campus could port scan our server. The big server that we had on the rack, everyone could port scan it. So they did it and they found out. How many websites can you host on a server? It's not the number of websites, it's the load. So you can host, I mean, there's a port limit, but we use Nginx. I mean, a lot, basically, it doesn't matter. You can host 10 websites, 100 websites. But if every website has a lot of traffic, then you're screwed. You can't host one website also if it has a lot of traffic. And you can host 100 websites also if no one using it. Debit card also works apparently. So try all of these services. I pasted 6, right? One of these services you should be able to find. Okay. In one of these services, one of your debit card might work. Don't we have to install a SSH server on the new machine? So it's already installed on all of these VMs, which is why you don't have to do it. अभी मैं React पे हूँ, मुझे placement लेनी है. Okay, slightly off topic. I'll come to those questions later. If we use SSH keygen on a container, will I be able to see data of so ever logs into, I don't know what. Yes, you can see SSH logs and you can see कौन आया था, कब आया था, and you can tell कि हाँ, who might have done the bad thing. I'll ask people to fix this. Aryan, can you take a note? Quiz पे sign up नहीं चल रहा है. Okay, एक बार small key recap starting से. So let me recap from the beginning because it's important before tomorrow's class. I guess the most difficult bit was this SSH protocol using the SSH Keypair method. Let me start from the top. We understood why do you have to deploy on the internet? Why is localhost not enough? Then we understood what are domain names and what are IPs. How you need a public IP to be able to host a website on the internet. फिर हमने समझा local network and routing कि if you don't have the resources to get a cloud server on or a debit card if you don't have, and you just want to share your website with everyone in your society, then find a router private key and share it with your friends and you can all join the same game. We saw that in action. I started an application locally and I was able to access it in my mobile device on this private key over here, private IP over here. 192.168.13:3000. So that's how one way to mildly host your application. Then we said ऐसे तो चल नहीं सकता, we actually have to deploy. So we understood what are VMs, how are they different from bare metal servers. I gave you a nice video that you can look at if you want to see this in a little more depth, or a chunked down version of the cohort would be this video, which has various ways to deploy an application. Then we understood SSH as a protocol, secure shell, a way to get shell access to a machine securely. And वहाँ पे we understood there are two ways to do it. Either password based authentication, where when you are starting your droplet, select password over here, put a password over here. Now when you are SSHing, just put the password, you will be able to secure shell or get secure shell access to the machine. Then we understood the second method, जहाँ पे सब confuse हो गए. तो पहले इन steps को एक बार फिर से follow करने की कोशिश करते हैं. Let's say you want to use this fancy method of SSHing, which is something you should use. पहली बारी में मुझे भी नहीं समझ आया था. मेरे सीनियर जिनके साथ मैंने वीडियो बनाई है अभी, he set it up on my machine और वो चलने लग गया. बहुत सालों बाद I realized कि अच्छा this is what it does. So the first time I did this, I did not understand this. One senior of mine who did a video with, Amanpreet, set it up on my machine, and I was like, कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा. He taught me Git also, वो भी मुझे समझ नहीं आया था. And then I just kept on working, clone हो रही थी repo, push हो रही थी repo. And eventually down the line realized that SSH is a thing, public key cryptography is a thing, and that is what you can use to clone repositories, private repositories, or connect to a server. तो ये steps थोड़ा हो सके तो घूट लो भी ले कि मतलब ठीक है, just रट्टा मार लो whatever. But try to understand what it does. If you don't understand it today, try it after 6 months. But basically at least know the steps to deploy to a server. Step 1. Generate a public private key pair for yourself. Run the command ssh-keygen. When you run this on your machine, it will ask you which files should you save the private key to. Keep it default, press enter. Then it will ask you one more thing, press enter. Then ignore the passphrase, press enter. Basically keep pressing enter one after the other. Then you will notice that in your .ssh folder, there are two files, id_rsa, that is your private key, which means keep it safe with you, id_rsa.pub, which is your public key that you can share with the world. ये public key now you have to give to everyone जिनको आप access करना चाहते हो in the future. If you want to access your friend's machine, put this public key in your friend's machine. If you want to SSH a server on DigitalOcean, put this public key in your server. And that is the same thing I have done. What does my public key look like? If I cat this, this is my public key. I can share it with everyone. I have shared it with you. And if I SSH into my machine, it lets me do it without any password. This is not the password, this is something else. आपसे वो पूछेगा भी नहीं है. If you press enter again and again, don't worry about what passphrase is for now. I was able to SSH into the machine without a password because इस machine का जो .ssh folder है, वहाँ पे there is a file called authorized keys, जहाँ my public key is present. The public private key that I generated, उसकी जो public key है is present over here, which is why I was able to SSH into it. ये public key यहाँ कैसे आई हरकीरत? How did this public key reach here? Because when I was creating my droplet, जब मैं droplet बना रहा था, at that time I told कि यार I want to use SSH key as a way to connect to my server, and I gave it this public key. I already added my SSH key here, public key. I checked it कि यार ये public key को वहाँ डाल देना please, ताकि I can SSH into that machine. So what are the steps I followed? Number 1, locally I created a new public private key pair by running SSH keygen. SSH का key generate कर दो, SSH key generate SSH keygen. It generated a public and a private key for me. I copied the public key, copied it, added a new SSH key over here, pasted my public key over here, gave it a name called Kirat, and then checked it over here कि भाई Kirat को इस server का access होना चाहिए. If I have 5 developers, I will put all of their public keys here, and I will keep checking कि इसके पास access है, इसके पास access है, इसके पास access नहीं है, इसके पास access है. I can select who has access, who doesn't have access, and then I can create droplet. whoever I put over here, their public key will be present on the server. Whoever I check over here, their public key will be present. There's just one public key right now, but I can add multiple public keys here. All of them will have access to this DigitalOcean. Cool. That is what the last part did, of creating a public private key pair, putting your public key here as an SSH key, creating a droplet and connecting to it. Okay? All right. Let's now look at Q&A again. Starting from the bottom. You must supply a key in open SSH public format. Are you sure you're copying a public key and not your private key? Are you sure you are copying .pub and not your private key? How to use my machine as a VM? Go through my video that I showed you. I'm assuming you mean how do I open my machine to the internet? And the answer is there is no easy way to do it other than, there are a few protocols that let you do it. Nginx is one if you've heard of it. Cloudfront tunnels is one. Stun, as I said, you can punch through the network, but don't do it. Don't give people access to your machine through any way. How to change password? Unsure. I don't think you can. I don't think you can change your password. I could be wrong. Let me know if that's the case. I'll change mine. But I don't think you can do that. वेबसाइट में जो हम डेटाबेस बनाते हैं, जब हम अपने फ्रंट एंड एंड बैक एंड होस्ट करते हैं तो डेटा हमारे AWS पे डेटा करता है. ये नहीं करना चाहिए. आपको आपका डेटाबेस अपने मशीन पे स्टोर नहीं करना चाहिए. मशीन हम बंद कर देते हैं, अगर गलती से बंद हो गई तो हालत ख़राब हो जाएगी. तो फिर इसीलिए इट इज़ यूजुअली होस्टेड बाय यूजिंग समथिंग लाइक दिस. इनके डेटाबेसेस यूज़ कर लो, या फिर यू कैन सेल्फ होस्ट बेसिकली, पर अलग मशीन पे रखना जिसको आप हमेशा अलाइव रख रहे हो, जिसके आप डेली बैकअप्स कर रहे हो. इन केस दैट मशीन डाइज, आपका डेटा ना डाई हो जाए, पुट द डेटा इन सम सॉर्ट ऑफ अ बैकअप, ताकि आपका डेटा बैकअप होता रहे. जनरली अवॉइड सेल्फ होस्टिंग डेटाबेस. एवियन से यूज़ कर लो, neon.tech से यूज़ कर लो, किसी और का यूज़ कर लो, क्रंची से यूज़ कर लो, और इनका यूज़ कर लो, RDS यूज़ कर लो AWS का. डोंट सेल्फ होस्टेड अनलेस यू एब्सोल्युटली नीड इट. Is data encrypted in SSH? Yes. When you are secure shell, HTTPS, what does that stand for? Secure. SSH में what does that stand for? Secure shell. So yes, when you're, no one can sniff your data and do anything. We can do also this public key in Android. I don't know what that means. मैंने Android में भी देखी नहीं public key वाली चीज़ें. Oh, but you can connect your server using Android if that's what you're asking. Yes, there's a way to do that. All right. Answered that. You can use Azure as well. Need a simpler version of today's lecture as well. We didn't do much today, but let me do a poll. Do you guys need a simpler version tomorrow? Yes or no? If yes, then we'll do similar things tomorrow. If you select no, then we'll start deploying up. Do we need a simpler class tomorrow of the same thing? Yes or no? Do we need a simpler class? 30% still say yes. So ठीक है, I'll do an offline video. That will be even simpler. Maybe I'll create this one in Hindi and maybe that helps. ठीक है, cool. Same questions again and again. Website में जो हो गया done. Is DevOps theoretical? Sort of. How did Aaron Swartz do it to a physical one? Do what to a physical one? वो तो चला गया था ना. He तो went into MIT's. Let me open chat now. He though went into MIT's lab and physically got things from there or something like that, right? Okay, I've opened chat. Let's post questions here. All right, MLF software is coming on 100xF's YouTube channel in like 2 days. Where can you buy domains from? Squarespace is a good one. Why can't we hit another router connected to my machine? MC and they also connect. Why can't we hit another router? You don't keep going inside the network. You keep going outside the network, and bigger switches, bigger routers. You don't route to a smaller network, a private network ka IP. Whenever you're hitting, as you keep going out, you keep finding the bigger public IPs than a smaller network ka private IP. How will you change who the hell? I don't know. I don't think you can, which is why I'm very scared now. So I'll have to create a new private key and change it everywhere. Thankfully, GitHub is the only place where I use my SSH key, so it'll just be a simple change. What if someone forgets? You're screwed if you forget your passphrase. Like you just create a new one then, right? Or if you lose your passphrase, same thing. Our course app is hosted on DigitalOcean ka Kubernetes, but it's very easy to move off. Like Sivo was being very finicky one day, so it took us 1 hour to migrate because we use Kubernetes. Is the public key can be anything? I don't know what that means. Crypto in India. Yeah. M2 exchange. What is that? Yeah, I don't know, man. Don't know much about crypto regulation or don't care either. I don't know. I don't buy from centralized exchanges, so it doesn't really matter. But yes, it would be nice if it is much more open to these things. Yeah. All right. Notion docs. Cool. MLOps video for everyone who's asking will come on 100x's YouTube channel in like 3 days. Will accessing GCP free quick? I don't know what Quick Labs is, but if you get access to GCP, great. There's virtual box VMware where we can put open Linux environment. Is it pointing to the same IP of the local OS? No, it most probably. I haven't started these, but if you start a Docker container, if you start a new virtual box, most probably it'll have a different IP. I could be wrong on this, so do check, but I think it'll have a different IP. How to set up passphrase? I was previously setting up GitHub. I removed passphrase. You will have to create a fresh public-private Keypair and change your SSH key over there. I finished my OS from Windows to Linux, shifting my like the same PC. Do I need to set up another? No, you can use the same public key. If you change laptops, as long as you put it in the .ssh/id_sa file, you're good. You don't have to create a new one. Just copy it over from one laptop to another. Can you when that can be done using TSC alone? How? It's very hard. Like we have to keep going. Like you can do it. Happy to look at your code and do it. But then you have to play with a lot of TS configurations and figure out the most optimal one that gets you through the error. I've done it in the past once because this was a bounty in Cohort 2. For those of you who don't know, there was a specific code base that was running in using ESBuild. It was not running using TypeScript, so someone figured it out. So there was some. I'll happy to look through the video and or if you have access to Cohort to just go through it. So वहाँ पे we figured this out, but I've just used this as a hack always and it has worked. Oh sorry. Yeah, yesterday's class has a problem. शुरू के first 30 minutes I recorded double audio, so you have to do some merging. I'll do it today. Wait, what error do you see? Backend index and say whether it is correct. I guess I get issues, get request. What is I've kept this open. Put more context here. What is wrong over here? What is failing for you? One thing might be this might not be your Alchemy thing, and I deleted an app yesterday, so maybe this RPC is down. Put your own RPC URL here, but if it's something else, just post here and I'll look at it. Okay. Bro, people are very dumb. The good thing is if you're in tech, you can very easily ignore the noise. ये तो मुझे भी बोलते हैं bro, okay, whatever. I sell more as a Momo maker or whatever. So don't worry about this. A lot of people, some of the smartest people don't make as much money. Like they just make open source projects and chill. So don't worry about people, I would say. And घर वालों को देखो ये भाई 20,000 से start करो if you're from non-tech. And वो है कि वो ये this is a very age agnostic field. Some 14-year-old might earn more than you. This is something you have to make your peace with. And you know मज़ा ही आता है भाई सबके साथ hang out करके. So what if someone else is making money, you can as well. ये सब के बाद रोज़ ट्राई कर रहा हूँ तो वही just make sure you're doing the right things and putting your efforts in the right place. What that usually means is कि जल्दी से जल्दी एक नौकरी उठा लो किसी ठीक ठाक कंपनी में, चाहे कम पैसे दे रही हो, ताकि तुम्हें समझ आने लग जाए कि क्या हो रहा है. When you learn yourself, especially when you're from non-tech and you don't have a lot of people around, you don't know what to learn, कुछ भी कर रहे हो. Like put your GitHub over here तो मैं कुछ बता पाता आपको. I'll keep this open, put your GitHub here and then let's talk again. Done. OS TBMS is great. Computer architecture, compiler design, how our language is built are like great things to know. क्योंकि अगर ये आ गई बाकी सब तो बहुत सिंपल होता है मतलब. And you know it becomes easy to learn other things. But the fees is too high. There is scholarships, so you know, just apply, pay that 2,000 fees, and you know, you may get a scholarship if you're smart. Sounds good. After installing, yep, that looks good. The next 6 months, but I haven't done projects. Yeah, you know what the problem is, fix that. Same, so don't worry about it. I think no one in Super30 got a DSA job. One guy had an interview and he did not. He failed it. But everyone else did not have DSA interview. So I don't think it's fine. If you're really good at this, you don't need this. If you're really good at this, you don't need this. So I have 8 to 10. That's fine. That's not too many. Yeah, it's fine. I would say जल्दी से backlog खत्म करो and you know what the problem is, just fix it. Done. This one's closed. Done. Closed. Done. All right. Did you put anything here? Let's refresh. Did you put what error you are seeing? Can you say what should be like for updating balance? Should I include other endpoint in the backend? Oh, no. This should have access to the database, right? Sorry, not this. This should have access to the database. So you can directly put it from here to the database. That's also not the best approach because if, it fails for whatever reason or partially succeeds, then you're screwed. You might give them double balance. But for a simpler approach, you can just put it over here. Put the DB update query here to increase the balance. You're good to go. Alrighty. Cool. Let's see if you put your GitHub here. There we go. Let's look at it. All JavaScript clones, one TypeScript clone, another one. Why should I do? Alrighty. Let's look at that. Don't see it hosted anywhere. I don't know how I will visit it. But let's look at the code. Decent. Yeah, put like links so people can look at it like this one has. This is decent. UI is not the best. But a good style. You understand CRUD now, right? Oopsie daisy. And this is also more than a CRUD application. It has, I'm assuming, an admin dashboard or user dashboard, things like these. So sahi hai, it's not like you're too far behind when it comes to building products. You might be far behind in the fact that you're chat GPTing a lot, or you can't build it yourself, and you have less projects, whatever. Like number of projects don't matter. One good project is all you need. But this is not too bad. Like in terms of you were in non-tech like 4 months ago, and now you can code it now. Now just keep going and remove all these clones and everything. Don't build. I mean, you can build pure front-end projects as well. I guess that's fine. Some companies do hire pure front-end engineers as well. But then you need very good design sense. So maybe do that. But this isn't too bad. Like nothing to be too demotivated about. I think your pace is decent. And वो आगे पीछे मतलब चलता रहता है bro. You've just started 4 months ago, so compare yourself to someone else who started 4 months ago, not to someone who's 19 and started 5 years ago. All right, more Notion docs. All right, that's a lot. Cool. I don't know what that is. You create like, yeah, you can create these tunnels. But it's just, that's the problem. Like, you want to send someone a website that looks like this and eventually reach your machine. That's fine, you can, but you saw that the problem, right? So tunnels are good, but like only for kiddie projects. If you really want to self-host, get yourself an IP, buy an IP and then do it. Don't use tunnels. Cool. Doubts updated. Correct. For loop, I use some AI help. All right. So like it's not completely correct. You have to add database calls here. But other than that, what do you add? Get from block. Get block. Yeah, this isn't great. The problem is if there are 250 transactions, you are sending 250 RPC calls. The thing that I did was, if there are 250 transactions, I first filtered out the 5 interested transactions and only sent 5 RPC calls. You are sending 250 RPC calls, irrespective of uski jo 2 field hai, if you're interested in that or not. So, yeah, this is not better than what I did. It's much worse. भैया 25,000 की मेरी महीने पहले लगी थी इंटर्न तक जानी नहीं दे रहा, अब कॉलेज वाले ही बच्चों को भेज रहे हैं लेकिन मेरी नहीं लग रही. I mean, दोनों जगह लगवा लो, दोनों जगह करो. I mean, आपकी क्यों नहीं लग रही? Is it because you're suggested? I don't know. Sorry, is it because you're distracted or something else? अगर मैं कोई इंटर्न कॉलेज छुट्टी मिल जाती है, then not for things. Yeah, you do an internship. And if you already have one, doesn't mean you can't do another one. So, just pick one and go from there. I don't understand the question. Why are you not getting it? And, figure that out why that isn't and do it. Or you can change the passphrase, it seems. That's great. So I will do that. Is the indexer logic different from yours? This is correct. Okay, answered that. New Tailwind version. Repo because... How to use? I have not tried. I saw yesterday I was adding Tailwind to the project that I was doing yesterday, and then I saw they've changed things, and it did not work in the first go for me. So I used this. Like it was right before the class to avoid that. I used the play CDN. I tried this method, but I know they've changed a few things here. I followed this Vite guideline that they had. Did not work for me as well. So I'll figure it out as I have to figure it out as much as you do. So figure it out. If not, eventually I will, of course. We have to do a class on adding Tailwind to Mono repo. So I'll do it over there. Currently I have week 15, starting week 16 tomorrow. So it will take me until Feb to complete. I think I should learn LM. I think you should do that as well. After that, start the DevOps. Please share your thoughts. Thoughts on what? Or what should I do first? Web dev complete till last week basically. Then feel free to do this. And I would suggest DevOps as well. I would not suggest this. You can do system design. I would avoid Web3. Yeah, pick one of these two basically. Don't do both. So if you're using generative AI, then web dev, then generative AI and DevOps parallelly. Website record. No. Where did you get this error? Hello, I tried to host course applications on 𝗧𝗁𝗲𝗀. I was able to. Okay. What is a serverless function? I heard this one. Yeah, we'll come to it. There's a video. Cohort 2 has videos. I'll put them. Not something I can cover in 2 minutes. Basically, it's not serverless. It's actually a server that's running your thing, but your functions or whatever, your code, but you don't have to bring it up, bring it down, deploy, it auto scales, so on and so forth. If we install Node.js, then will I install Node.js on the local machine? No, you'll install it on the server. It will take space, but that's fine. You have to install Node.js to be able to run a Node.js process. Is a public key can be anything? No, there are certain rules. Of course, it follows a certain format. It has a specific length, X number of bytes. You can change that between 2048 to 4096. So the algorithm specifies what the size of the public and the private key is, and only that is the size of the public and the private key. ये part में समझ नहीं आया. What error you're seeing here? I don't understand where you're seeing this error. What is this? Oh, sign in. An error. So that probably means when you hit the backend route, there was a crash over here. So go to the logs, go to the 𝗧𝗁𝗲𝗀 dashboard, open this application, go to the logs, you'll see an error there. Got placed in a couple of local companies because I got higher charge they give me that. Well, it's all okay, but after a few months, nothing is going my way now. So a lot of people have been like, this has been happening to a lot of companies. Like a lot of people got into an Accenture or an Infosys but did not get offers. So suggestion would just be, okay, forget that you have that offer and then prepare. Assume you don't have that offer and then prepare uske hisab se, you don't have a fallback. Cool. Don't see too many projects, but let me see. Deployed.live. Close. Please answer. Done that. CMS auth issue. Look fine. However, when add has transfer. बाप रे तो बहुत लंबा है भाई. Can you create an issue in over there and tag Sargam and he can look at it? And if need be, he'll tag me or tag me if you think it's only in local development, right? Not a bug or not a vulnerability, right? So just create an issue on CMS. We'll track it there. This looks good. I don't know how you've done this, but this is a good project. And what is this? Not giving access. Abhi coolest. Wow, that was very good. Like, that's a good project. If it works the way it does. Let's look at your portfolio now. There is a company looking for Python developers. If you know Python, yeah, let's talk. Where are you on Twitter? There is a company. There's also one looking for front-end engineers. So I have two roles now, basically. One, where is your Twitter? Let's just talk on in DMs. But if you've done Python, I think it should be an easy fit. It will be $1,000 a month for a trial and then $30K for a full time if you convert. Where is your Twitter? So I followed you. Just message me. We'll go from there. Cool. All right, done. Cool. Opening chat. All right, folks. Hopefully that was insightful. Is there any other questions? Let's see. Any other questions, guys? Web automation. Not really. I mean, not part of the syllabus. We'll see. Most probably not. Are we going to start Docker? Not anytime. I mean, like in 2 weeks, we'll start Docker. And then uske baad we'll start Kubernetes. And I mean, go through the syllabus basically. वो syllabus हम follow करेंगे. All right. Notion docs. Just create the issue first. Let's see what the issue is, and then let's go from there. Currently, it's migrated the company to. I mean, that will be true for all companies, that there will be no learning. Just try to, not leave the company. Whatever you're making, there, invest in other places and, learn and find another offer and then leave. There are questions but need suggestions. How to test how much resources looking for a pod, too many device costing. I know HPAs come into the picture with threshold reaches, but still how much min resources? That depends. If you know your application ka, I mean, it's a good question. How... So here's the answer here. If you know कि कोई नहीं use करने वाला, then have these limits to be very small. 0.5 CPUs. You don't care. कोई use ही नहीं कर रहा. What is the problem with putting like CPU 8 and memory 20 GB? What's the problem? Problem is that if you only have one server, you're over provisioned. What is the problem with putting CPU 0.5, memory 1 GB? Problem is that if a lot of people come together, then at some point it will take some time for the HPA to scale. Those time you will see a lot of problems. So you have to find a sweet spot of what is your minimum threshold. When you see a lot of scale, a lot of people start to hitting your server. What are your spikes basically? If you see very big spikes, then you need to be over provisioned on every pod. Every pod needs to have at least 8 GB and 4 vCPUs, because if a lot of people come eventually, it will take some time for it to scale up. During that time, that big pod should be able to handle it. So yeah, that's my thoughts on this. But usually what I do is select bare minimum, because I don't have applications that have spikes, right? So in my case, 2 CPUs, 4 GB RAM, that's also too much, and then, start it. I deployed my source on a prod Kubernetes cluster, but came across an issue where the file became too much, the prod crashes due to OOM. I'm sending these logs to Kibana, and to fix this increased memory of the pod, this doesn't seem to be a perfect solution. I don't know specifically what, and this is the main access log file. So can you run on every pod this a process that's purging it. That's how you get rid of access logs. And I haven't seen a specific problem, but sure, the way I would, or from first principles, what I can think of it is कि जो आपकी log file है, put some sort of a timeout to it, or whatever, max space or max time, then keep cleaning it. I've seen similar problems in Nginx logs, and the way I got rid of it was running a cron that was cleaning the Nginx logs every 5 hours or so. So maybe you can do that. This log file is part of the container or the VM. I'm sending the cluster issue where this became very big. I'm surprised it led to an OM and not, a different error. But yes, I guess the simplest answer here is in the same pod, run another container that's a cron job that's cleaning up this file every 5 minutes. Cool. Canvas. All right, this is the last one we'll look at, then we'll call it start drawing. Yeah, looks pretty decent. Nothing. चल नहीं रहा है भाई ये सर्कल पे क्लिक किया मैंने, but this is not working. Yeah, not working. Cool. All right, we'll call it here, guys. Thank you all for joining. I will see you guys tomorrow in a new class where we'll see what we do. So welcome to the second DevOps class. Today we are diving into AWS. AWS has its own ecosystem. It is very, very big. In fact, there are certifications to understand AWS kitna bada. You might have heard of Azure certification, AWS certification. A lot of consults like TCS, when their people are sitting on bench, they make them go through these certifications. So, जो AWS certification कर लेता है, then they are put on AWS projects. जो Azure certification कर लेता है, then they are put on Azure projects. So everyone is providing the same things. The names are different, and how to create them is a little different. So that's what we'll understand for AWS today. Specifically, we'll just understand compute, but AWS has 1,000 things. There's a very nice video in Cohort 2 around object stores and CDNs that I'll probably post. That will teach you another thing on AWS, but AWS is a full ecosystem of 1,000 things that you can do. Let's kick things off. Let's start with what is AWS, Amazon Web Services. Back in the day, I think around 2008, Amazon realized that they have a lot of machines all around the world that they were using to run Amazon.com. And they realized they can rent out some of these machines. That was the birth of Amazon Web Services. And then eventually Google got into the same market, Microsoft got into the same market. It's a very big market now of what are called cloud providers. AWS is a decent chunk of profitable revenue for Amazon right now. In fact, last I heard, Amazon.com e-commerce website wasn't profitable, but AWS was. Might have changed recently. So we'll understand what is this thing and how do you use AWS. Thoda I'm hoping you've heard of it as a buzzword in the past. AWS is Amazon's cloud service. Now cloud is a very weird term. Go through a bunch of memes. Some politician in India said cloud se to rain ho jayegi, something like that. So cloud is just a vague term. How cloud does not mean cloud for complete beginners. It is nothing related to rain or the weather. It's just called cloud because you don't own the machine, someone else does. So ऐसा लगता है कि cloud पे पड़ी है. It is present somewhere else. That is the initiation of the name. Has nothing to do with the real cloud. What does AWS let you do? It lets you rent servers, or more technically virtual machines, and 1,000 other things. It lets you manage domain names. It lets you upload objects. It lets you start databases also. It lets you auto scale servers. Auto scale servers, Harkirat. If your number of visitors go up, it increases the number of virtual machines that you have. If the number of visitors go down, it decreases the number of virtual machines that you have. It lets you create Kubernetes clusters. It has its own object store that you can use. Container registry that you can use to deploy Docker containers. Don't worry about what that is. It has this concept of VPNs, VPSs, so on and so forth. Full ecosystem of anything you might need as a very big enterprise company to run. In fact, back in the day, Goldman had its own cloud when I was at Goldman, but now they've moved to AWS as well. So they provide managed services as well. Okay, they'll provide you can run AWS dashboard on your own data center for big companies. OpenAI does the same, so on and so forth. So very big enterprises also use them, small startups also use them. We'll understand today how to rent servers in AWS. It lets you do 1,000 other things. This is what we'll focus on today. The offering we will be focusing on today is renting servers on AWS. Slides are over here. Let me paste them one more time in chat and then we'll proceed. So AWS if you have ever logged into AWS, you can see a bunch of services over here: databases, customer enablement, containers, compute, blockchain, application integration, so on and so forth. The one that we are interested in is called EC2. So you can search for EC2 over here and reach the EC2 dashboard. What does EC2 stand for? It stands for Elastic Compute version number 2. What is Elastic Compute? Go to yesterday's class. क्या पढ़ा था हमने in yesterday's class? कि there is this concept of a very big company like AWS buying or renting a data center. So they have a lot of hardware, and on top of the hardware they have something called as a hypervisor, which lets them provision virtual machines. Why is it called a virtual machine? Because it isn't a small machine that is over there. It is just a virtual machine which can use some parts of this hardware. It cannot use the complete hardware. It can use some limited part of the hardware, 2 CPUs, 4 GB RAM, 500 GB SSD, so on and so forth. So this is what a virtual machine stands for. Elastic का मतलब क्या है? You can increase and decrease its size. Compute का मतलब क्या है? Compute means some part of this hardware, and 2 means the second version. So EC2 means Elastic Compute 2, which means lets you create a bunch of virtual machines. If you look at my EC2 dashboard right now, I have one instance running. This is not mine, by the way. This is 𝗠𝘁𝗲𝗿𝗀𝗀𝗀 AWS. So shout out to 𝗠RGM to let us use this today. And you can get like free credits if you have a small mini startup, or even a Twitter page that says it's a startup. Apply for the founder grant and they'll give you $5,000 of free credits to play with AWS. I think 𝗠RGM has the same. He already has something running over here. As you can see, it says WebCraft, which is a side project he's working on. And this is the ID of his instance, a random ID. He already has one virtual machine in the Mumbai region that he's running. This is the type of the instance. There are names of various types of machines you can start. T2 small means, let's say 2 CPUs, 4 GB RAM. T2 medium might mean 4 CPUs, 8 GB RAM. T2 large might mean more, so on and so forth. When we create one, we'll see this as well. Alarm status, whether or not there is an alarm, if the machine is running on an running out of space or running out of compute, it is not responding. Availability zone. So Mumbai region mein, yeah, this is Mumbai region, right? In Mumbai region, AWS or multiple cloud providers have this concept of availability zones. AP South 1A, AP South 1B, AP South 1C. That means Mumbai mein they have multiple isolated data centers. Which one of those isolated data center he has it on? That's the availability zone. A publicly available domain name for his machine as well. One good thing that AWS provides you, it gives you a domain name. Now it's not a very good domain name. It's not 100xdevs.com. It is not harkirat.com, but it is something that you can use to access this machine. This domain name then points to this specific public IP. Matlab, this is the public IP of the machine. This is a domain name that they have created that points to this IP. I can create my own 100xdevs.com and point it to this IP. If I don't have a domain right now, if I don't have the power to buy one or the money to buy one, I can also use this domain and send it to my friends and let them access my machine. Sending someone this is slightly better than sending someone this for your web application. ये तो बहुत ugly हो जाएगा. People wouldn't understand what is he sending me. He's trying to hack me. But this is a proper domain name, better domain name that you can look at. Elastic IPs, whenever you stop this machine and restart this machine and stop this machine and restart this machine, this IP keeps on changing. So Elastic IPs is a constant IP that you can get. Every AWS account I think can get 5, and if you have some specific use case, you can ask them. One of my friend has 100, but by default you only have 5 Elastic IPs that you can create. Elastic IP means a constant IP. If you attach an Elastic IP over here, then even if this machine stops and you restart this machine, the IP of the machine will remain the same. Monitoring disabled, security group name, will come to what security groups are, when was it launched, key name, will come to this as well, the platform that he has started, so on and so forth. ठीक है, managed मतलब if you know what managed services are, you can't turn them up or down, or AWS is managing them for you,
operator, even I don't know what that is. These are the properties of the one machine that 𝗠𝘁𝗲𝗄 has. The name that 𝗠𝘁𝗲𝗄 game, if I want, I can change it. The ID of the instance, it is currently running, so the state is running. If I select instance state and click on stop instance, then this instance state will become stopped. If I start it again, it will become running. The type of the instance, does he have a big machine or a small machine? Right now he has a small machine. Status checks, these go up as you start the machine, first you get 1 by 2, then 2 by 2, it means everything is working right now. If you have alarms, you can set alarms on CPU, RAM usage, so on and so forth. That also you can, if they're above a certain threshold, the alarm will throw over here. Availability zone, us specific data center mein, which availability zone is this server on? Is it 1A, is it 1B, is it 1C? If you have multiple servers in AWS Mumbai, it's a good idea for you to balance them, one in 1A, one in 1B, one in 1C, so that if the 1A data center goes down, you still have a backup of 1B. In fact, in the future, when we create an auto scaling group and we start 100 machines, you will see they get balanced. 33 machines will be in 1A, 33 machines will be in 1B, 34 machines will be in 1C. A domain name, an IP, and that's pretty much all we need today. This is the machine he already has. We are going to start our own machine. So let's understand what are the steps to create our own virtual machine. If you don't have access to AWS today, it is fine. You can get one tomorrow and try it. I would urge you to get a GCP and an AWS and an Azure account. These are the popular ones. In fact, abhi jo ek job opportunity आई है, their requirements were AWS and Python. AWS was optional, but most companies you will find in this stack. Rarely will someone say DigitalOcean specialist I want. AWS, Azure, GCP. Why? Harkirat cloud hai, ye to why do they want AWS specialization? Because the way to start services here is different from how do you start it in GCP. So someone who has started these already is more comfortable with these. They would want to hire them if their existing stack is in AWS. Most companies use AWS only, but it depends. Most companies that I have worked on use AWS. Does not mean that this is the popular one, but these three में से कोई होगा. So please create accounts on all three of these. They all give you free credits to try things out, and hence as long as you have a credit card, you're good to go. ठीक है? Can you guess how can I start a new machine over here? There is a launch instances button. So most probably it is that. If I click on launch instances, it takes me to this dashboard. I can give a name to this specific machine. Let me call it class 2 and chat app. Let's say we will deploy our chat application here. I don't know what project we'll deploy, but assume for now chat app हम deploy कर रहे हैं, ठीक है? The name of this specific instance, take a second to do it, no pressure. Let me show one more time. Go to the AWS dashboard, write EC2 over here, open the EC2 dashboard, click on instances or directly click on launch instance over here. Give it a name. I'm giving it class DevOps 2 chat app. Give it whatever name you want. Select an operating system. Amazon has its own OS as well if you want. It's called Amazon Linux. It's built on top of Linux, but they have done some things on top. So you can select this, or you can select Ubuntu, Windows, whatever you want. Let's say I'm going with Ubuntu for now. So it also lets me select what version of Ubuntu I want to start, and this is the latest one, 24.04. So I'm going to start this one. If you have a specific use case in which you have to go back and you need an older version of Ubuntu, you can do that as well. Does anyone know in what case I might want to start Ubuntu version 20? 20 तो मुझे दिख भी नहीं रहा. I don't see 20 here. Where did we start? I think we started in Civo then. But there are some very specific nuanced use cases where you have to go back to Ubuntu 20. Does anyone know one use case? किसी को पता है ये क्या था? Because I recently saw this and a few people were involved जिन्होंने भी ये चीज़ देखी थी कि क्या वो use case है. It's very close to you guys. Like, I mean, especially DSA folks. Old projects, not really. Low specifications, long-term supported. Do you know what C groups are? Oracle, free VMs. Yeah, that might also be the case. Okay, cool. So there is this very popular app called Judge Zero, if you might have heard of it. And if you, this is used by platforms like LeetCode basically, or if you've used TOF by Striver, or we were trying to build similar one, all of them use this. And all of us do not use Ubuntu version 24. We use Ubuntu version 20. In fact, I had a tweet where I said $200 bounty if someone can deploy 𝗏0 using Helm charts in a Kubernetes cluster. So long story short, if you want to deploy 𝗏0, you can't on Ubuntu 24. Why? There are Ubuntu 20 used a different version of C groups. Ubuntu 24 uses a different version of C groups. Forget what C groups are for now. It's a way to limit resources in a process. And जब आप lead code जैसा कुछ बनाते हो, you need to limit resources. If Harkirat clicks on submit on your application on lead code, you have to give him only 2 CPUs, not the whole machine, right? So C groups let you do that. And 𝗏0 का open source version only works in an old one. They have a closed source version that they try to push, which is why they haven't open sourced that part. And that is why it's a little difficult to deploy 𝗏0. You can use their managed service, which is what they want you to do, and then you have to pay them. But that's where you might want to fall back. That's one of many use cases where you might have to fall back to an older version. Architecture, you might have heard of 34-bit, AMI, x86, default is fine. Instance type, here comes कि आपको कैसी machine चाहिए, which would depend on you. If you are expecting a lot of users, you might need a very big machine. T2.x large, T2.2x large, इसमें क्या है 8 vCPUs, इसमें क्या है 4 vCPUs, इसमें क्या है 2 vCPUs. So depends. Your to-do application doesn't matter. Even micro is fine. Micro is also free. If you look at it, it says free tier eligible. So if you sign up on AWS and start a micro machine, you get some 720 hours of micro access for free. So you can start your machine for a few days every month. So if you are a complete free person, don't want to spend a penny, then select micro. I'm going with small, doesn't matter either way. Our application will work on both of them. There's a very small nuance here. Okay, if you have a Next.js application or a React application, then avoid using micro, because if you build your application right, if you run npm run build on a Next.js application or a React application over here, it will run out of memory. You can serve a React application, you can't build a React application on a micro machine. As soon as you run npm run build, you'll see your machine is running out of memory, you'll have to restart it. So that is the only case where you might not want to use micro, or build it separately and then अपने machine पे push करो उसे. Don't build it on the machine. The machine isn't powerful enough to build a React project. Convert the TSX file, JSX file into HTML, CSS and JavaScript. I'm going to go with small. Keypair name. Here comes a very interesting thing that we discussed yesterday and a few of you understood, few of you did not understand. You can use a keypair. Do we remember this from yesterday? Public key cryptography, public key and private key. Keep your private key with yourself. Show the public key to the world. AWS maybe you can create a key pair to access your machine. There is a way to put your own key pair there as well. But from this dashboard, you can create a new key pair. This is similar to what I was doing yesterday. What was I doing yesterday? I did SSH-keygen to generate my public private key pair. What is happening over here? 1 second. Create new key pair. I am doing it, AWS is doing it for me. They will give me my private key, I can store it locally, or I can do it locally and eventually push it to my server as well. Both are fine. The popular thing that companies do is when a new developer comes, let's say 𝗏𝗊 joined my company, I will create a new key pair for 𝗏𝗊. Key pair का एक अलग section भी होता है on AWS. You can create it from here. You can create it from that separate section as well. And I will generate a new key pair for 𝗏𝗊. This is the new developers key pair. I can select, if you remember, there are multiple algorithms of key pairs you can use from yesterday, ED25519 and RSA. Let's say I select an RSA public key. What are these algorithms? These are public private key pair cryptography algorithms that let you, the algorithm that governs कि public key कैसी दिखेगी, private key कैसी दिखेगी, how does the private key sign the message, how does the public key verify the message. You can read the whole algorithm, RSA algorithm. We have covered this in the Web3 cohort as well when we discussed cryptography. And there are two formats for creating public private key pairs. PEM is the one that we usually use. So click on create key pair and it will download the private key for you. What did I do? I created a new private key for my developer. I can send it to them, they can keep it handy, and now I have said कि this specific developer has access to my machine. Abhay का Keypair, whoever has this private key can SSH into my machine. Do you remember SSH from yesterday? Secure shell into my machine. DigitalOcean में I could use a password. I could use a public private key pair that I have generated locally. यहाँ पे you generate the key pair on the dashboard itself. The dashboard has a lot of your key pairs. Why is this good? Because as I create more and more servers, I can just select Abhay from here. And as you can see, 𝗠𝘁𝗲𝗃 has created an old one as well, or his own one called Webcraft. Ideally, you don't create application specific public private key pairs. You create developer specific or permission specific public private key pairs. For example, admin might be one, manager might be one, developers might be one, testers might be one. And I have created one for my developer Abhay. Network settings. This is important. This is, तो एक बारी को हम recap मार लेते हैं यहाँ तक पहले. अभी तक I have done very simple-ish things. Number one, I selected my OS, Ubuntu. Number two, I selected my Keypair, 𝗏𝗵𝗶𝗹𝘀. I also have it downloaded locally. So this Keypair is what I will use to connect to my machine. Now comes a very important concept in AWS called security groups. It's called different things in different places. In DigitalOcean, it's called a firewall. In Vultr also, it's called a firewall. Here it is called security groups. One big thing about AWS is that by default, when you start a virtual machine, you cannot access it on any port. If the public IP of this virtual machine is, let's say this, and let's say there is a NodeJs process running over here. There is a NodeJs process running on port 3000 by running nodeindex.js. आप उसको विजिट नहीं कर पाओगे. You cannot go to 2.21.3.1:3000 and visit it. The network will block you. Why? Because it is good. You should keep your ports closed generally. जो पोर्ट आपको खोलना है वो आप खोल सकते हो. Wherever you want to start your process, you can open that specific port. But most of the ports, all of the ports should be closed by default. Security groups let you do that. Operating system select किया, कौन connect कर सकता है select किया, what ports are open, वो select करने के लिए you have to either create a new security group या select an existing security group. For example, 𝗠𝘁𝗃 might already have a security group for Webcraft. There is one called default. There is one called launch wizard 1. I am going to create one. This launch wizard 1 is probably the one he created for Webcraft. I am going to create a new one called launch wizard 2. The reason it is given this name is because I am creating this security group from the launch wizard. This is the launch wizard, right? I am trying to launch an EC2 machine. तो उसको ये default name देता रहता है. There should be a way to change it somewhere here. If I edit, yeah, I can change the name as well. Let me name it Backend Chat App Ports. Description: the ports on the Backend Chat App machine that should be open. This is me creating a new security group. And मैं चाहता हूँ, I want my application to run on port 3000. For now, I want that people can visit my application on port 3000 that I am running over here. So I will say, यार, number one, SSH access should be open. I should be able to SSH into the machine. अगर मैं ये भी हटा दिया, then I won't be able to SSH into the machine also. I might have 𝗏𝗵𝗶𝗹𝘀. I have the private key. I can still not SSH into this machine on port 22. The default SSH port is port 22. ये तो खोलना पड़ेगा ही. Otherwise, how will I SSH? How will I clone my GitHub repository? How will I run nodeindex.js? तो by default ये तो आपको खोलना ही चाहिए. You can prevent this also. नीचे जाके देयर इज अ यूजर सेटिंग्स सेक्शन जिसके थ्रू यू कैन पुल समथिंग एंड स्टार्ट इट बाय डिफॉल्ट. अगर आपको बहुत सेफ रहना है, इफ यू वांट टू बी एक्सट्रीमली सेफ, then you can close the port 22 as well, ताकि even if someone has the private key they can't access it. For now port 22 is open, that is fine, and it is open from anywhere. You can also restrict this to only developer IPs कि यार only Harkirat can access, और अभी मैं जहाँ बैठा हूँ, wherever I am sitting right now, only this IP can access on port 22. उससे क्या होगा, even if the private key gets leaked, even if 𝗏𝗶𝗻𝗀 gets leaked, port 22 will only be open to my public IP. So only I from my current hotel Wi-Fi will be able to connect to it. If I go back home, तो भी I won't be able to connect to it. It is that strict if you want. अभी के लिए I am saying anywhere, कहीं से भी खोल दो, it is fine. If you remember MongoDB, वहाँ पे भी we had similar rules and we opened the machine. MongoDB, when you are starting from MongoDB, Atlas, whatever, cloud.mongodb.com, वहाँ पे भी there were these network rules if you remember, and we opened it from anywhere. ठीक है, ये तो हमें चाहिए पोर्ट 22. आई वॉन्ट टू एड अ फ्यू मोर रूल्स हियर. आई वॉन्ट कि यार द TCP पोर्ट, हरकीरत TCP क्या होता है? HTTP पता है, व्हाट आर वी स्टार्टिंग? वी आर स्टार्टिंग एन HTTP सर्वर. यहाँ पे हम क्या स्टार्ट करेंगे? आई विल स्टार्ट nodeindex.js विच इज अ एक्सप्रेस एप्लीकेशन, एन HTTP एप्लीकेशन, एंड HTTP अंडर द हुड यूजेस द TCP प्रोटोकॉल. हरकीरत TCP क्या है नया? ट्रांसमिशन कंट्रोल प्रोटोकॉल. हरकीरत ये क्या होता है? तेरा सो HTTP जो चीज़ है एक, वो आप अपने NodeJs एप्लीकेशन में लिखते हो. हाउ डू यू स्टार्ट योर NodeJs एप्लीकेशन? const express equal to, const app equal to express. And if you have not used express, you might have used the HTTP module that NodeJs provides. const app equal to new HTTP, something like this. You start an HTTP server. अभी तक हम क्या बोलते आए हैं? We are starting an HTTP server. HTTP is a application layer protocol. हरकीरत application layer protocol, मैं क्या लिख रहा हूँ? Application लिख रहा हूँ, right? I am writing a JavaScript application. यहाँ पे usually the code that you write is to start an application layer protocol कि मैं HTTP protocol start कर रहा हूँ. You rarely, even though you can, but rarely do you write कि I want to listen on TCP port, on the TCP protocol on a port. You can write that as well कि I want to listen using the TCP protocol, but TCP is not the application layer protocol, it is what's called a transport layer protocol. वो क्या होता है? computer networks we can get into if need be, but यहाँ पे because I want to open an HTTP server, I am selecting TCP. I can also select all from here or something like that, all traffic if I want कि भाई कोई भी प्रोटोकॉल हो आने दो. But since I know कि यार people, I only want people to access an HTTP server here, I can say कि यार TCP प्रोटोकॉल खोल दो अभी के लिए, और कोई प्रोटोकॉल नहीं खोलनी है. कौन से पोर्ट पे खोलनी है? 3000. If I want, I can put a port range over here कि 3000, 3001, 3002. अगर मुझे मल्टीपल एप्लीकेशंस रन करनी है यहाँ पे, इफ आई ऑल्सो वॉन्ट टू रन अ रिएक्ट एप्लीकेशन, देन आई विल नॉट स्पेसिफाई अ पोर्ट, आई विल स्पेसिफाई अ पोर्ट रेंज. बट अभी के लिए मुझे सिर्फ एक ही एप्लीकेशन स्टार्ट करनी है, तो 3000 इज फाइन. सोर्स टाइप, कहाँ से ट्रैफिक अलाउ करना है? इवेंचुअली माई NodeJs एप्लीकेशन, anyone should be able to listen to, anyone should be able to access my chat application. पोर्ट 22 आइडियली सिर्फ मुझे एक्सेस होना चाहिए, किसी और के पास प्राइवेट की है तो भी उनको एक्सेस नहीं होना चाहिए. समवन एल्स हैज द प्राइवेट की, इवन दे शुड नॉट बी एबल टू SSH इनटू माय मशीन. तो यहाँ पे आइडियली आई शुड हैव नॉट सेलेक्टेड एनीवेयर बट माय ओन IP. अभी के लिए मैंने एनीवेयर कर दिया. यहाँ पे तो एनीवेयर होना ही चाहिए. फॉर पोर्ट 3000 जहाँ माय एप्लीकेशन इज रनिंग, आई शुड 100% सेलेक्ट एनीवेयर. कोई भी मेरी मशीन को एक्सेस कर सकता है. नाउ इफ आई वांट कि माय एप्लीकेशन शुड ओनली बी एक्सेसिबल इन इंडिया एंड नोवेयर एल्स, तो आई कैन पुट अ बंच ऑफ इंडिया टॉप लेवल सबनेट्स. सबनेट मतलब जियो की जितनी IPs हैं डाल दूंगा, एयरटेल की जितनी IPs हैं डाल दूंगा. दैट वे people outside won't be able to visit, people in India will be able to visit. Or let's say I have a company कि यार गोल्डमैन का ऑफिस इज has this IP. If you are sitting inside the Goldman office, your public IP will be either this or this or this. It will be this IP range. So I can put that subnet here as well. Harkirat, subnet क्या होता है? Don't worry about, basically a bunch of IP ranges is what a subnet is. Basically again anywhere. Anyone can access my chat application. I don't care if it's accessible only by Goldman people or only by everyone in India. Any IP can access my machine on port 3000. Security groups let you specify this. In fact, you have to explicitly specify this कि क्या खुला है क्या खुला नहीं है. By default, everything will be closed. Harkirat, then what is the point of the machine? Just because you are starting a virtual machine does not mean it needs to be internet accessible. You might be running a video transcoding service there. Harkirat, video transcoding service क्या होती है? I might start a machine that might pick a MP4 file, convert it into various versions, video underscore 360p.mp4, video underscore 240p.mp4, video underscore 720p.mp4, and eventually put them somewhere. Does this need to be accessible over the internet? Is anyone going to hit this machine on any port? No. It is pulling traffic. Incoming traffic is always there. Sorry, wrong statement. I can pull traffic from anywhere. यहाँ से I can ping google.com, but google.com cannot reach my server. यहाँ से तो I can access whatever on the internet I want. So for this specific transcoding service, it does not need to be internet accessible. No one is going to hit this service. Another better example might be when you are training a machine learning model. अगर आप आज अपना मशीन लर्निंग मॉडल ट्रेन करते हो, यू ट्रेन इट इनसाइड योर हाउस, राइट, इन अ जीपीयू के लगा दिया छोड़ दिया. नो वन इज विजिटिंग इट कि वो हरकीरत की ट्रांसकोडिंग कितनी हो गई, हाउ मच मॉडल हैज ट्रेन्ड अंटिल नाउ ऑन द इंटरनेट. यू डोंट केयर. तो इन दैट केस यू डोंट नीड अ पोर्ट ओपन ऑन द इंटरनेट. बट इफ यू आर क्रिएटिंग अ वेब एप्लीकेशन, chat.100xdevs.com, then of course people will want to visit it. Various people all around the world will hit your server and try to visit your chat application, connect to it via HTTP, get back a response, and hence ports specify करने पड़ते हैं for a web application, but it depends on your use case. For some use cases, all ports can be closed as well, including TCP. If you want, you can attach no security group as well. You don't necessarily need to attach a security group, or you can have all protocols closed कि भाई मेरे को तो खोलना ही नहीं है, किसी भी पोर्ट पे my machine isn't accessible. For now, the machine that I have created, it is a T2.small machine, which means it has 2 vCPUs, whatever the spec was, I did not remember, 4 GB RAM let's say, and 100 GB SSD let's say. And I have opened 2 ports over here, port 22 and port 3000. All other ports are closed. Both of these ports are accessible from everywhere. Ideally, this port should only be accessible from Harkirat's IP because he is the developer who would want to SSH into this machine, ideally. But अभी के लिए मैंने खोल रखा है एकदम open to all around the world. Anyone can SSH, anyone can hit the application on port 3000. Of course, जो SSH करना चाह रहा है, whoever wants to SSH needs to have the private key, which right now only I have. Only I have this private key. I will send it to 𝗏𝗏, then 𝗏𝗏 also has it. Then only both of us can SSH. Of course, if he loses it or if I share it in the class, then anyone can SSH. Great. That is what network settings over here says. So to recap, give it a name, select the operating system, select the version of the operating system, select the type of the instance. Small is what we have selected. There are various families here. There is the C4 family, C5 family. Some is better for video transcoding, some is better for web applications, some is more optimized for RAM, some is more optimized for storage. So you can, if you get a very nuanced use case where you have a lot of cloud bills and you talk to the AWS support people, they will tell you कि यार T2 small से आप ज़रा C5 small पे move कर जाओ. The C5 large is better for let's say video transcoding than the T3 large. तो ऐसी बातें वहाँ होती हैं. दे सजेस्ट कि आप इस फैमिली से इस फैमिली पे चले जाओगे तो योर वीडियो ट्रांसकोडिंग एप्लीकेशन विल परफॉर्म बेटर. और यू हैव अ ट्रेडिंग एप्लीकेशन, देन गो फ्रॉम T2 small to let's say T3 small. So each one of these families is better for a specific use case. Some is more optimized for RAM, some is more optimized for storage, so on and so forth. selected small, selected the key pair, downloaded the key pair, added the network settings, something very important you have to do, वरना your application you will not be able to access और बाल सारे खराब कर लोगे क्योंकि सब तो चल रहा है क्यों नहीं access हो रहा, because you know this is where you'll spend a lot of time trying to debug what went wrong. What is this section called? It's called security groups, which is a construct in AWS, just like EC2 is a construct, VPS is a construct, Cloudflare is a construct, S3 is a construct. Security groups is also a construct. कितनी ज़्यादा स्पेस चाहिए? 8 GB is more than enough if you want 16 GB, and that is it. There are some advanced sections over here. ये user data becomes very important in a few specific use cases. Let's not go there. Don't need to worry about this. To recap, let me write down all the steps. Let me open this on the left. Let me open 𝗥𝗏𝗄 on the right. What did I do? Gave my VM a name. Selected the OS. Selected the OS version 24. Selected the instance type. Created a new key pair. Set it on the server. Added a new security group. Opened port 3022. Added 16 GB storage, and that is it. ये मेरी मशीन की specifications हैं. I can now click on launch instance over here. As you can see, यहाँ पे it is also telling you कि in your first year 750 hours of T2 micro you can use. So if you have a T2 micro machine, you can run it for 750 hours for free. When you click on launch instance, it starts to launch the instance for you. It says successfully initiated launch of instance. एकदम से तो नहीं बन जाएगा. It will take some time to, you know, provision that virtual machine. So now if I go to my EC2 home, as you can see I have a filter here. पिछले पेज पे मैंने इस पे क्लिक किया था, तो I have a filter here कि this instance ID मुझे यहाँ दिखा. I can remove the filter. Now I have both the machines. This is 𝗥𝗏𝗄𝗃's original machine he is using for webcraft. This is the machine that we just created. As you can see, status check says initializing. अभी start नहीं हुई है. धीरे धीरे when it says 2x2 checks passed, then we will say machine start हो गई. Again, it is provisioned in South 1A. This is the public IP of it. This is the, sorry, public IP of it. This is a domain name for that public IP. Security group. When 𝗥𝗏𝗄𝗃 started his own machine, his security group was called Launch Wizard 1. Let's explore his security group. If you look at Launch Wizard 1, what have I selected? I have selected 𝗥𝗏𝗄𝗃's original machine. मेरी वाली नहीं, मेरी वाली तो अभी स्टार्ट नहीं हुई है. We'll come to it. His original machine. If I go to the security group section, it says कि यार ये रहा security group 𝗥𝗏𝗃 का. And for 𝗥𝗏𝗃, he has port 22 open, port 443 open. What is that? And port 80 open. Is there some significance to these ports? There is. We'll come to it. But most of the times when you're starting, you will start these 3 ports. इन 3 में काम चल जाता है. अभी we are just starting out. तो our security group, if I select my instance over here, click on security, I have port 3000 and port 22 open. 𝗥𝗏𝗃 has port 22, 80 and 443 open. ठीक है? Cool. It's still initializing. Let's refresh. Nothing much we can do. We'll just have to wait. Let's go through the slides one more time. Did I close the slides? Oh, there you go. What did I do? Clicked on launch instance, gave the instance a name, selected an operating system for the instance, selected the size, created a new key pair, selected a size of my machine, how big or small it will be. Security group शायद यहाँ नहीं है. There you go. Slides में if you look at it, even I am ticking 2 check boxes. Allow HTTPS traffic from anywhere. Allow HTTP traffic from the internet. Even in the slides, I did not put port 3000. I checked 2 boxes, which is the same thing 𝗥𝗏𝗃 did. That is why for 𝗥𝗏𝗃's machine, the security group has port 443 which is the default HTTPS port and port 80 which is the default HTTP port. पर इसकी चिंता भी मत करो, स्लाइड्स को भी इग्नोर करो. We created port 3000. We did not check these two boxes and started the machine. Now comes the part of connecting to the machine. Machine तो start हो गई. The machine is running now. But if I try to access the machine on port 3000, I see nothing. Why? Because nothing is running on port 3000. Abhi tak my full stack to do application, I have not pulled on the machine. I have not started on the machine. So what is the next thing I have to do? Connect to the machine. How do you connect to this machine? Harkirat, we did yesterday. We did this, Harkirat. SSH root @IP. तो यही करना होगा हरकीरत. We probably have to do this. Yes, very close. We have to run SSH. Since I started Ubuntu, so it needs to be, Ubuntu is the default user on an Ubuntu machine. If you would have started Amazon Linux, then EC2-user is the default user. But for Ubuntu operating system, Ubuntu is the default user at the rate of the IP of the machine. Yeah. SSH Ubuntu at the rate of this. Is this enough? एक चीज मैं मिस कर रहा हूं छोटी सी. I have not specified कि कीपेयर कौन सा यूज करना है. What have I missed? I have missed कि यार अभय का कीपेयर यूज करना है. I want to use the input keypair will be what? It will be Abhay's PEM file. It will not be my default PEM file. Where is my default RSA keys? It is here in the .ssh folder. ये ID underscore RSA or ID underscore RSA.pub, if you remember from yesterday, these are your default keypairs. मुझे ये नहीं यूज करना है. I want to use Abhay's keypair. In fact, I will tell Abhay कि भाई ये जो keypair दिया है मे भी यहाँ डाल ले, या फिर I will tell Abhay कि यार ये रहा तेरा keypair. Where is my keypair right now? It is in my downloads folder. Let me copy it and let me paste it in my root folder. I have pasted abhay.pem in my root folder. तो यहाँ पे basically abhay.pem exists. Now, if I do the same thing, SSH Ubuntu at the rate of this thing, I can specify कि यार use this as the input PEM file. SSH input PEM file is abhay.pem and then connect to the Ubuntu user on this specific IP. You will see an error that comes when you do this, which again if you try to debug, Stack Overflow will give you the answer. But what is the error saying? It is saying warning, unprotected private key file. I तो ran a simple command, ssh-i abhay.pem ubuntu at the rate of this. But it gave me a warning. It says permission 0644 ये क्या है, for abhay.pem are to open. 0644 is a permission for abhay.pem. ये क्या होता है? So here comes a new concept called permissions on files and folders. ये थोड़ा nuanced, low level, not low level, basic bash command है basically. There is a bash video where I have covered this. Let me quickly do a TLDR, but there will be a dedicated video on, I mean cohort 1 वाली, cohort 2 वाली मैंने डाल दी है. I will do another dedicated video on bash on cohort 3 where I will cover this command. But basically every file that you see, right, every file, for example, I have a .aws file in this folder, I have a .burp file, I have a out.txt file. It has something इसके शुरू में .rw-r-r-r- something कुछ तो है. Every file that you have has a specific permission. Permission का मतलब होता है, और what this specific, if you want to read this, मैं जल्दी से बता देता हूँ, बाकी we'll cover this in detail. The first three things here mean कि does this user, let's say Harkirat, have access to read this file? Yes. Write on this file? Yes. इसके बाद आते हैं अगले तीन कि ये कोई और यूज़र, मे बी ऑन दिस मैक मशीन आई हैव अ डिफरेंट यूजर कॉल्ड रमन, उसके पास एक्सेस है कि नहीं इसका, राइट एक्सेस नहीं है, रीड एक्सेस है, और तीसरी चीज़ भी नहीं है। तीसरी चीज़ क्या होती है, रीड राइट एग्जीक्यूट होता है, आई थिंक तीसरा, कैन दे एग्जीक्यूट दिस फाइल। एंड द सेम थिंग फॉर द लास्ट वन के विच इज एवरी वन एल्स, डू दे हैव एक्सेस टू रीड राइट और execute this file. So every file that you have on Linux has some sort of permissions, read permission, write permission. मैं तो read भी कर सकता हूँ, write भी कर सकता हूँ. The 𝗏𝗺𝗶𝗻 file, if I run cat 𝗏𝗺𝗶𝗻, I'll be able to read it. If I open it in Visual Studio Code, I'll be able to update it, because the 𝗏𝗺𝗶𝗻 file पे the root user, let's find 𝗏𝗺𝗶𝗻 here जल्दी से, ये has read access and write access, which is me. But the other user also has read access. The third, everyone permission level also has read access. So what is the error telling you? Permission 0644 for 𝗏𝗺𝗶𝗻 are to open. 644 कहाँ से आया? Can you guess? If you know binary a little bit, अब ये part अगर नहीं समझ आ रहा ना, ignore करना. If you don't understand this part, ignore it and just copy this command and paste it and continue. So if you don't understand this part, do not get overwhelmed. एक extra command run करनी है, करो and आगे बढ़ जाओ. Do not worry कि वो chmod, binary, what is it you're talking about, is fine. We'll come to it eventually. There'll be a bash class जिसमें ये cover करेंगे, ठीक है? Don't worry about ये क्या हो गया. पिछले cohort में भी यहाँ पे overwhelm हो गए थे बहुत लोग. So don't worry about what is happening here. But एक बार जल्दी से बताता हूँ for people who are interested. As I said, there are 3 permissions, right? There is read, write, and execute. So 111 means के you have read access, write access, execute access. And if you convert 1112 from binary to decimal, it is 7, right? 1 plus 2 plus 4, जिनको binary पता है. If you convert 010, which is I have read access or whatever, I think read write पहले होता है और read बाद में होता है, ऐसा होता है. So if I don't have write access but I have read access, do not have execute access, what will that be? Actually सही था पहले वो. If I do have read access, don't have write access, don't have execute access, that is 4, right? क्योंकि binary conversion of 100 is 4. When you convert binary to decimal, this 100 becomes 4. नहीं समझ आया? Don't worry about it. Binary to decimal conversion पढ़ लेना थोड़ा. chmod वाली क्लास में भी होगा. But what it was telling us was कि 644 is very open because पहला guy had read and write access. 4 plus 2 is 6. दूसरा guy had only read access. 4. Third guy had only read access 4. 644 is very open permissions. So what we do is we set permissions to be 700 कि मेरे पास तो सारी एक्सेस है, दूसरे यूजर के पास ना रीड है ना राइट है, एवरीवन एल्स के पास भी ना रीड है ना राइट है. 700. We protect the file कि no one else other than the person who created the file should have read or write access. The person who created the file should have all access. नहीं समझ आया? Ignore. But that is what chmod 700 this thing means. chmod 700 𝗏𝗺𝗶𝗻 अगर मैं करता हूँ, and now if I do ls-al, you will see 𝗏𝗺𝗶𝗻 कहाँ गई? मैं अंधा हो गया हूँ क्या? ये रही. Now 𝗏𝗺𝗶𝗻 में Harkirat has read, write and execute access and बाकी किसी के पास कुछ भी नहीं. That is what this command did. chmod 700 𝗏𝗺𝗶𝗻 ने क्या किया? 𝗏𝗺𝗶𝗻 जो फाइल है इस पे Harkirat has 111 access, read, write, execute, that is 7. Other person has no access, that is 0. Third person also has no access. That is what the chmod command does. क्यों किया हमने ये? Why did we do this? Because AWS was like ना, this file is too open, इसको थोड़ा protect करो पहले. So we protected the file now, and now if I try to SSH, I will be able to. So this is one extra thing you have to do the first time you download the PEM file, which is change the permissions on your file system for the PEM file. If you're on Windows, so you have to open some dialog box and do it. If you have bash, then you can just use bash to do it. ये हो गया. I SSH'd into the machine. If you look at it, now when I ran SSH-i 𝗏𝗺𝗶𝗻 ubuntu @IP, मैं मशीन के अंदर घुस गया हूँ. If you look at it, what does it say here? It says ubuntu at the name of this specific machine. It does not say this tilde. This is my machine. This is the Ubuntu machine. So do we now understand how to start a VM, how to make sure port 22 is open, and how to connect to it? Let's do a poll. One difficult thing we did, which is this chmod command, इसको छोड़ के at least do we understand? अभी बाकी सब तो सेम है जैसे कल किया था. Only difference is, rather than creating my file myself, I used AWS to create the PEM file so that 𝗏𝗊 user exists there always, and you know I can assign 𝗏𝗊 to future instances as well. If in the future I launch a new instance, then in Keypair I can just select 𝗏𝗊. 𝗏𝗊 needs to have access to this specific new instance in the future. I have this stored in AWS. Let's do a poll. Are we able to understand how to start a machine which has port 22 and port 3000 open and connect to it using the SSH protocol? 90% is beautiful. तो इसके बाद comes the easy bit यार. इसके बाद you just have to clone the project and run nodeindex.js. उसमें क्या है? There is a repo from Cohort 2 that you can clone if you want. It is a simple express server. Don't worry about the code. It's an express server, a to-do application, in-memory to-do application. भूल जाओ application logic क्या है. But does it look like an express server? Yes, Harkirat. Does it use TypeScript? No, Harkirat. Harkirat, if you use TypeScript, what we will do? Simple है, ज़्यादा difficult नहीं है. Assume अभी के लिए JavaScript project है that we are trying to deploy. We are trying to deploy this JavaScript project, which is an open repository. It is not a private repository. It is a public repository. All of you can access it. So I can clone it onto my machine. I will select HTTPS here. I will not select SSH. हरकीरत कल तो SSH हो गया था, हाँ, but वो SSH की मेरी मशीन में थी. It is not on this Ubuntu machine, so I cannot use SSH as the protocol. It might work since it is an open source project. I don't know, as in it's a public repository. But let's go with HTTPS. Git clone project name. Very quickly, it was able to clone the repository. I have some server. All of this code now cloned on my Ubuntu machine, not on my local map. Where did I run this command? On the Ubuntu machine. Where is this server created? On my Ubuntu machine. So if I go to my Ubuntu machine, do a cd some server, looks like a very nice basic NodeJs application. तो अब क्या करना है मुझे? Can I run npm install? यही तो करना होता है, npm install nodeindex.js. अभी there is no node modules folder here. When you commit to GitHub, you do not commit your node modules. You just have a package.json which has all of your dependencies. So when I run npm install, those dependencies will actually come. The same happens in Golang. The same happens in Rust. You have a cargo.toml file. Here you have a package.json file. So when you run npm install, actually dependencies आपके node modules folder में आती हैं. Actual dependencies come to your node modules folder. But if I run this, it says node तो है ही नहीं. Node does not come by default in Ubuntu. Git does come by default in Ubuntu, which is why git clone I was able to do. npm install I was not able to do. So what do I have to do next? Install Node.js over here. There are various ways. One blog post I always follow is this DigitalOcean blog post. वैसे तो nvm ये भी चल जाएगा, sudo apt get install node. This will also run if you want to install, you know, node the naive way. But usually node has this node version manager. If you remember our original class, when we installed Node.js on our machines, we used the same path. The same we are going to do now. अब I already have node on my machine. अगर मैं साइड में अपनी मशीन खोलूँ, npm exists as a command, node exists as a command. I don't want to install node on my machine. I want to install it on this Ubuntu machine. तो this Ubuntu machine में I can run this bash command. ये command क्या कर रही है? कुछ नहीं कर रही. This is a publicly available URL which has a very big shell script. It's a very big shell script which runs a bunch of commands that gets nvm onto your machine. वही सेम चीज़ आई एम पाइपिंग टू बैश। यहाँ पे मैं ये भी कर सकता हूँ, आई कैन गो टू दिस URL, I can copy the whole thing and I can paste it over here. That will do the same thing as this command. curl-o this URL will get all of those contents and pipe bash will pipe those contents to my terminal. तो या तो ये कर लो और go over here to the URL, copy the whole thing, paste it in your AWS machine, good to go. Let me use the fancy command here. Did a bunch of things. Endmate told me something कि यार ये रन कर लो वरना हालत खराब हो जाएगी, कह रहा है तो कर लो. Or if you don't want to run this, stop your machine and restart, or just source bash rc. हरकिरत क्या किया आपने अभी? Don't worry about it. When we learn about bash, we learn about bash rc और वो क्या करती है. बट अभी के लिए इसने हमें क्लियरली बोला क्लोज एंड री ओपन योर टर्मिनल टू स्टार्ट यूजिंग NVM और रन द फॉलोइंग कमांड टू यूज इट नाउ. तो आइदर आई कुड हैव क्लोज्ड एंड री SSH'd, वो भी चल जाता, और इट सेड ये रन कर लो, तो मैंने ये रन कर लिया. फर्स्ट कमांड आई रैन वॉज दिस एंड देन इसके बाद ही इसने मुझे बोला ये रन कर लो. आई रैन दिस ऑल्सो. ये रन करने की जरूरत भी नहीं है, यू कैन ऑल्सो जस्ट रन दिस. ठीक है, और फॉलो द इंस्ट्रक्शंस. पहले रन दिस देन रन दिस. उसके बाद इफ यू रन NVM list remote it will give you all the versions of node that exist and हमें एक specific version इंस्टॉल करना है. Let's say we want to install the latest version, तो I can use NVM install -- LTS. That will install the latest LTS version. LTS versions क्या होते हैं जो अभी पब्लिक नहीं है but people can start testing them. That's very close to new, but it's उसमें कुछ bugs हो सकते हैं, तो it's a good idea to not use LTS but one version before. But we have used node version LTS, which is this one right here. If I run node-v, it tells me now I have NodeJs on my machine. तो अब क्या बचा? Again, what I did is just install NodeJs using these commands. आपको जो command से करना है कर लो. As long as npm exists as a command here, as long as node exists as a command here, you are good to go. So if you want to use a different way, use a different way, but get NodeJs to install on your server. That is all we want to do here. I followed this blog post which gave me simple steps. This to see a specific bash file, तो ये रन करने की जरूरत नहीं है. This to actually execute a bash file. This to source bash rc. Don't worry about what source is, what bash rc is. Don't need to run this, it will just show you all the versions of node. They installed version 14, we installed latest version, so I just have latest version over here. If I would have run this, then I would have had version 14 of NodeJs. I don't want that, I want the latest version. Now that I have node, I can run npm install to install all the dependencies. हो गई. If I press ls, I can see the node modules folder. Great, we have NodeJs installed on our machine. We brought in the dependencies to our machine. क्या बचा? Node index.js खत्म. We have a Node.js process running on our machine. What is the Node.js process? It is this very big express server. If I go to the end, it is listing on port 8080. That's a problem. हमने तो port 3000 खोला था. This is running on port 8080. What did we do when we created our security group? When we created our security group, we opened port 3000 and we opened port 22. We did not open port 8080. So what can we do? Either I can change this to port 3000 or I can open a new port over here. I can click on my instance, go to the security tab over here, click on my instance, go to the security tab, open the security group, change the inbound rules. कि यार पहले तो 3000 पे ओपन था, edit inbound rules, या तो मैं इसको 8080 पे चेंज कर दूंगा कि I don't want to keep 3000 open, I want to keep 8080 open, or I can have this and add another rule कि यार पोर्ट 8080 should also be accessible from anywhere IPv4, and generally it's a good idea कि it is always accessible from anywhere IPv6. This one is not really needed. This is the one that is actually needed. Now port 8080 मैंने खोल दिया, 3000 already खुला हुआ था, port 22 is also open. Save rules. Now my security rules have changed a bit. इसमें port 8080 जुड़ गया है, पहले only port 3000 was there. Why did I do this? क्योंकि मेरी जो index.js है that is listening on port 8080. My express server by default I was starting on 8080. That is why. Node index.js. That's it. I have a internet deployed application. I can go to my machine का IP. This is my machine. This is my machine का IP. I can go to this IP colon 8080 and I see a express server running. The express server has a to-dos endpoint. I can go to the to-dos endpoint and see all the to-dos. It has a bunch of other endpoints, I can see those. So my backend is deployed, great. There are some problems. The backend URL looks very ugly. It says not secure over here. There is some port that I have to specify. Google.com में तो ये नहीं करना पड़ता. When I go to google.com, I don't have to specify this. I don't have to write an IP over here. I simply write google.com. I don't see not secure over here. I see HTTPS. In my website, I see not secure over here. So there are a few things we have to do to be able to go from here to here. That is what we'll understand next. But abhi ke liye, I have on this IP, on this port, my application running. Should you send this to your friend? Can you deploy this as a market? Can you start marketing it? No. You have to attach a domain name to it. That is what we'll understand next. But internet पे deploy जरूर हो गई है. If any one of you go here also, you will be able to visit it now. It's a internet facing application. If I go to my security rules and delete port 8080, if I delete these two rules, then you won't be able to. Or if I stop this process, then also you won't be able to, because I have stopped my process now. If I restart my process, then you will be able to. Simple enough. Let's do a poll. Do we understand how to deploy backends for now, but front end remains very similar? Clone a React project, run npm run build, run npm run start. Or if you don't want to get this fancy, run npm run dev चल गया. So React projects, even though you shouldn't deploy them here, वो अगली वीडियो आएगी, offline video on how you deploy React projects to AWS. It's a cohort 2 video, it's a very nice video. This is how you deploy backends. थोड़ा फर्क होता है. You should not use EC2 for front-end deployments, or more technically React deployments, but we'll come to why later. Let's do a poll. Do we understand this अभी तक? Do we understand until slide number 6? 94% understand. So now comes the last part for today, I would think, because this will take a lot of time and I have a hard stop in some 30 minutes. Reverse proxies. तो यहाँ दिमाग खराब होगा. तो you know, take a breather, 1 minute break. Then we'll get into the problem with our website. Then we'll get into a solution of fixing that problem. There is a very specific problem right now for which we need Nginx. What is Nginx? Harkirat नया word फेंक दिया. It is a reverse proxy. Harkirat, what is a reverse proxy? We'll come to it. नाम थोड़ा giving है. Reverse proxy. Forward proxies तो आपने करी होंगी. If you are in a campus that blocks certain URLs, you might have put a proxy URL. You might have heard of VPNs. What is a reverse proxy? कुछ उसका उल्टा. We'll come to what it is. And you know why you need Nginx. And if we want to go from here to something like this, one thing we have to do is introduce reverse proxies. वैसे इसके बिना भी काम चल जाएगा. You don't have to do this. But you know, there are reasons why you should do this. We'll come to those reasons very soon. Another 30-second break, then we'll start. We'll do for another 30 minutes, then I'll have to call it. एक slide बचती है certificate management, that I'll do offline. There might be a cohort to offline video that I can post as well, but we'll see. This will take time, and you know, some digestion. This is a mildly hard concept, but Nginx is very useful. If you understand Nginx, it's used in a lot of places. Unsure if it comes to GSOC, but I think Apache does. Sorry, Nginx doesn't. Apache does. Apache is very similar. It lets you do similar things. But Nginx, Apache, and HA proxy, even दिमाग से निकल गया मेरे, वो चौथी वाली का क्या नाम है? Very common load balancer, proxy, reverse proxy. What is it called? Traffic, I think. Yeah, traffic. Does anyone know any other? So traffic is another one. Cool, no problem at all. ठीक है. These are 4 good buzzwords to know. Eventually, when we reach Kubernetes, then also Nginx will come back. If you go to projects.nginx.com, you will see a slide on. If you search for Nginx, there is something called Nginx ingress controller that will eventually come. So don't shy away from this. We will eventually need this in other places as well. Even though ऊपर से हो जाएगी अगली वाली चीज़, here we have to get into little bit of internals of Nginx. So let's get right into it. Nginx. पहले ये छोड़ दो. Why are we introducing Nginx? There are 2 reasons. One is this, कि there is a ugly port over here. Google.com does not have a port. Our website has a port. We don't want this. We want people to come over here. Of course, we want to replace this with the domain also. वो हम already भी कर सकते हैं वैसे. As I said, Amazon gives you an IP. Amazon also gives you a domain name. So I can actually do this also and reach the same website. So this is done. Domain name wala part is done. Ugly part is this. How do we get rid of this? How does Google get rid of this? Google क्या सही कर रहा है? Why on google.com I don't have to specify anything? Because if you are specifying HTTPS over here, इसका default मतलब होता है कि the port is 443. If I go to google.com or I go to this, it means the same thing. ऐसा नहीं है कि when you go to google.com you don't specify a port. It is assumed because you are hitting the HTTPS protocol. If I click on inspect and refresh, go to google.com headers. As you can see, under the hood google.com hits this IP :443. I did not have to specify :443 here because शुरू में अगर HTTPS होता है उसका मतलब होता है कि एंड में 443 है, डालने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. You don't have to explicitly specify this. The same is true for our website. हमारी वेबसाइट अभी is hosted on HTTP. It is not hosted on HTTPS. उसमें बहुत challenges हैं. That is what the last slide is about. Certificate management. अभी के लिए our website is hosted on HTTP and HTTP का default port is 80. तो going to this website is the same as going to this website. You specify 80, you don't specify 80, it is the same thing. Similar to google.com. You specify 443, you don't specify 443, it is exactly the same thing. तो अब हमें किसी तरीके से एप्लीकेशन को पोर्ट 80 पे ही तो रन करना है. If I run my application on port 80, then I don't have to specify port 80 here. वो assume हो जाएगा खुद ही. And user can simply go to this website. अब तो clean लग रही है, कोई problem नहीं है. You can share this with your friends. Your friends can visit this. Looks great. तो one way to get rid of this ugly :8080 that we saw इसके Node.js प्रोसेस को पोर्ट 80 पे चला दो ना, खत्म. Rather than starting the Node.js process on port 8080 or 3000 or 3001 or 5173, started on port 80. काम खत्म. तो ट्राई करते हैं. I will go here. I will open index.js. I will go to the end and replace 8080 with 80. यार अगर ये पोर्ट 80 पे चल गई ना तो काम चल जाएगा, because then our users don't have to explicitly specify a port here. इतने में काम चल जाएगा फिर। क्यों? क्योंकि अगर आप नहीं करते हो स्पेसिफाई तो वो देखता है प्रोटोकॉल कौन सी, अच्छा HTTP प्रोटोकॉल है तो यहाँ पे 80 ही है। सेम इज ट्रू फॉर गूगल, इट सीज अच्छा HTTP इज द प्रोटोकॉल, अज्यूम्स 443 ओवर हियर। तो कैन आई स्टार्ट अ Node.js प्रोसेस ऑन पोर्ट 80? आई रिप्लेस्ड इट विद पोर्ट 80, मैंने index.js खोली, आई रिप्लेस्ड 8080 विद 80 ओवर हियर। If I run node index.js, it says unhandled event error, e-access permission denied 80. It says कि आपकी जो ये node service है does not have access to start anything on port 80. Port 80, port 443, port 22, telnet port मैं भूल गया कौन सा होता है, 13 होता है शायद. These are very, the OS prevents anyone from starting anything over there. You can't just run node index.js on port 8080. Run it on 3000, it's fine. 3001, it is fine. 80 पे नहीं चला सकते. You might be able to run it as sudo user, I don't know, super user, sorry. Install करना पड़ेगा. Most probably you'll be able to run it as sudo. तो sudo user क्या होता है? Don't worry about it. There might be ways to start it. Basically मैं कह रहा हूँ कि ऐसा नहीं है कि Node.js process नहीं चल सकती. If you give Node some very heavy access, then Node will be able to start something on port 80. But अभी तो नहीं चल रहा है. अगर ये चल जाता, if this would have started, then तो भैया my problem was solved. I could have just given this to my friends. Port वाला अगली part मुझे नहीं देना पड़ता. But since I'm not able to start it, and also there is a second problem here. चलो मान लो I was able to give Node some heavy access so that it would be able to run something on port 80. Then this would have worked. But there is one more problem in doing this. Can anyone try to guess? Even if I was able to start Node.js on port 80, let's say I was able to do this. Let's say this command ran. Let's say I was able to visit my website here. There is still one more problem other than HTTPS. Anyone want to take a stab at what that problem is? DNS, security. So security group, assume I changed. Can't run more processes is the answer I was looking for. सारे शिप कोड तो to do ही होते. Can't start multiple apps on the same port. ये था आंसर इसका. देखो अभी you don't have a very big startup. You have a very small startup called sellclothes.com, let's say. So you started node index.js and let's say you were able to expose it on port 80. Now you said this application is running. No one is using it. I want to start a new startup. sellshoes.com. So you cloned इसकी repository over here. You already have shoes/index.js. You added another, sorry, you already have clothes/index.js. You added another one, shoes/index.js. You can't run both of them on the same port. This you ran on port 80, that is fine. So any request that's coming on port 80 will go over here. You can't start the second one on the same port. There will be a port conflict. Two processes cannot take the same port. Two processes cannot take port 3000, cannot take 3001, cannot take port 80. Even if one of them is able to do it, second one will not be able to do it. Harkirat, I will start another machine. Sure, you can do that, but that's, you're over provisioning, right? You don't need, until you have the first 10 scrappy startups, single server पे deploy everything. You need to find a way कि यार अगर पोर्ट 80 पे ही रिक्वेस्ट आ रही है फ्रॉम sellclothes.com, देन इट शुड गो हियर. और अगर पोर्ट 80 पे ही रिक्वेस्ट आ रही है ऑन sellshoes.com, देन दैट शुड गो हियर. वी नीड समथिंग दैट विल मेक श्योर sellclothes.com on port 80 points to this process, sellshoes.com on port 80 points to this process. This URL EC2 whatever.com points to our third random to do application. We need a reverse proxy. Nginx is an open source software used for web scraping, caching, load balancing, media streaming, multiple things. But one thing it is used for is a reverse proxy. Harkirat, what is a reverse proxy? For that, we need to understand what is a proxy. If this is your college campus and this is you, your friend in your hostel mate or whatever, another person, and you try to visit, I don't know, MIT.com, but let's say MIT.com/research papers. But MIT has blocked this for IIT Roorkee people, they are competition, so we will not allow them to access it. So what, in your browser, have you ever tried putting a proxy? You put a proxy in your browser so that the request goes from your browser to some other server on the internet, jahan se it proxies over here, so that MIT.com thinks request yahan se aayi hai, they allow you in, they send you the response. That's a forward proxy. VPNs are very similar. You guys know VPNs, I know. Use it for many things. VPN भी तो same ही करता है. If this is me in India, I can connect to a VPN in Japan, and then all I see is blur videos. What the fuck? Very bad joke. So you select what location I want to go to, or proxy through, so that MIT.com or a different website thinks the request is coming from Japan. That is why all the recommendations are from Japan. If you ever started a VPN and visited YouTube, आपको वहाँ की ads आने लग जाएंगी Burger King की, rather than McDonald's from India. Why? Because YouTube thinks request is coming from US, even though request is coming from actual it's coming from India. That's a forward proxy. What is a reverse proxy? Forward proxy समझ आ गई? Do it, try it out. Visit some website that's not accessible in it. Stake.com is a good example. Go to stake.com, नहीं खुलेगा. Start a VPN from US, go to stake.com, खुल जाएगा. Because stake.com will think US से request आ रही है, but actually the request is coming from India. That's a forward proxy. What we are building is a reverse proxy. This is my EC2 machine. I want कि जब भी कोई request आए ना port 80 पे, I don't want it to immediately go to a process. I might have two processes running, Node.index.js for my shoes application and Node.index.js for my clothes application. I can start it at port 80, then this will work, but then I can't start this at port 80. If I start this at port 80, then all requests will go here, but I can't start this at port 80. So what you do is, you start this on port 3000, you start this on port 3001, so that if someone comes on port 3000, they reach over here. If someone comes on port 3001, they reach over here. इसमें प्रॉब्लम क्या थी? URL looked very ugly. URL had a :3000 :3001. तो रिवर्स प्रॉक्सी क्या होती है कि यार Nginx says I will run on port 80. Screw your clothes selling application, screw your shoe selling application, let them run on 3000 3001, that is fine. Port 80 पे मैं run करूँगी. I will run on port number 80. Any incoming request will directly come to me and I will forward it either over here or over here based on the URL. अगर sellshoes.com से आई, if the URL is this, then I will take it over here. अगर sellclothes.com से आई, then I will take it over here. Nginx says I am running as a reverse proxy. Harkirat is not sending a request to US which is going to stake.com. A user is sending a request to Nginx which is getting proxied ulta to a process. That's why it's called a reverse proxy. It's not technically reverse. It just makes sense कि हाँ forward proxy में I initiate the request to a proxy जहाँ से वो कहीं जाती है. Reverse proxy में I initiate to the direct server और सर्वर इंटरनली यहाँ या यहाँ भेज देता है. दैट इज वॉट अ रिवर्स प्रॉक्सी इज. थोड़ा एकदम उल्टा है नहीं है. रिवर्स प्रॉक्सी इज लिटिल कंफ्यूजिंग बिकॉज इट्स नॉट एग्जैक्टली द ऑपोजिट, बट स्टिल यू नो इसको रिवर्स प्रॉक्सी कहते हैं. क्या होती है रिवर्स प्रॉक्सी? पोर्ट 80 पे द प्रोसेस दैट इज रनिंग इज फॉरवर्डिंग द रिक्वेस्ट आइदर ओवर हियर और टू अ डिफरेंट प्रोसेस बेस्ड ऑन URL. क्या है URL? इज समथिंग, request goes here, something else it goes here. What is a reverse proxy? If this is your EC2 server and you have, let's say, backend1.100xdevs.com का process running on 8081, backend2.100xdevs.com का process running over here, Nginx will ensure कि यार both of them are pointing to the same IP. Both of my startups are running on the same server. I don't have money to rent multiple servers. तो मैंने एक बड़ा सर्वर खरीद लिया. आई स्टार्टेड मल्टीपल प्रोसेस देयर माइट बी 10 स्टार्टअप्स, 8080, 8081, 8082, 8083 ऐसे. पर इनकमिंग रिक्वेस्ट Nginx हैंडल कर रहा है. इट इज़ हाईली ऑप्टिमाइज्ड. इवन लोड बैलेंसर्स दैट यू माइट हैव हर्ड ऑफ, जो मिलियंस ऑफ रिक्वेस्ट लेते हैं और उनको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करते हैं, इवन दोज लोड बैलेंसर्स ऑल्सो यूज समथिंग लाइक Nginx और HA proxy. Some clouds have rewritten it, some clouds have their own version of HA proxy, but it is highly optimized to forward requests. Don't think कि extra hop आ गया तो it will be slow. It will be slow, but it won't be that slow. Nginx is highly optimized to be a reverse proxy. What is a reverse proxy? Incoming request I, based on the URL, either it went here or it went here. एक बार चला लेते हैं, then we can come back to it कि हाँ भाई क्या थी reverse proxy. थोड़ा confusing है, थोड़ा समझ आ रहा है, थोड़ा समझ नहीं आ रहा. What was our original problem? Original problem was this कि right now the application is hosted on this ugly looking URL. If I open index.js and make this 8080 and run nodeindex.js, my application is hosted on an ugly looking URL. I wanted to make it look pretty. तो I said मैं port 80 पे चला देता हूँ. Port 80 पे मैं नहीं चला सकता. I can't run it on port 80. तो I start Nginx on port 80. What can I do? I can start a very popular reverse proxy on port 80. कि भाई तू 80 पे चल जा, any incoming request you will handle and I will tell you what to forward where. वो will come to. पहले Nginx start कर देते हैं. 2 commands you have to run on an Ubuntu machine to start Nginx. Sudo apt update followed by sudo apt install Nginx. So if you have a VM right now, try running this. If you run these 2 commands, you will see Nginx server will start on port 80. ये होने लग जाएगा. Any incoming request on the machine will start going over here. It is not yet forwarding it. वो अभी हमने नहीं किया है. But port 80 पे हमने कुछ नया ही चला दिया. We started something new on port 80. Not a Node.js process, not a React application, not a Next.js application, a reverse proxy. देखते हैं कैसी दिखती है. Let's click on yes over here. Wait for it to install. And once it is done, just to confirm, you can run sudo nginx -s reload. This is fine. This will restart Nginx. करने की जरूरत नहीं है, उसके बिना भी चल जाएगा. Let's try to go to our pretty looking URL. EC2 6521 ये on port 80. Nothing is coming. Why? I तो have started something over here. But did I expose port 80 here? Did I go to my EC2 machine, security group and open port 80 here? I did not. 𝗏𝗏𝗃 had did it for his machine. If you see 𝗏𝗏𝗃's security rule, it has port 80 and 443 open. If you see mine, I don't have port 80 open. So Nginx has started running, but since I haven't opened port 80, I am not able to send requests there. So what will I do? I will open port 80 over here. Open the security group. Click on edit inbound rules. Add a rule, custom TCP port 80. From anywhere IPv4 custom TCP port 80, anywhere IPv6, और यहाँ पे HTTP का डायरेक्ट ऑप्शन भी होता है. HTTP डिफॉल्ट पोर्ट ऑफ HTTP इज 80. देखो ये 80 बन गया बाय डिफॉल्ट. तो आई कुड हैव ऑल्सो सेलेक्टेड HTTP फ्रॉम हियर, तो दिस वुड हैव बाय डिफॉल्ट बीन 80, या TCP डाल के 80 डाल दो. सेव रूल्स, रूल्स हैव चेंज्ड. नाउ इफ आई गो हियर ऑन पोर्ट 80 and put HTTP in the beginning, कुछ तो चल गया. I am hosting something very ugly on my website. This is my website. It should have hosted a clothes application, but seems like it's hosting something else. Welcome to Nginx. If you see this page, the Nginx web server is successfully installed and working. Further configuration is required. आपने ये तो कर दिया, आपने ये नहीं किया. You have not yet told Nginx कि यार incoming request from here should go to port 8080, incoming request from here should go to port 8081. So just to see this in action with multiple domains, let me point 2 domains to my server. Let me point 2 of these domains to the new server that I have. I have already bought a domain. Domains.squarespace.com is where I have bought it. You might have your own on whatever service. GoDaddy is a popular one. So let me log in here. Just 1 second. $769,969. Once I log in over here, click on manage domains, go to 100xdevs.com, go to DNS. I can add more records over here. This is how you point domains. Whenever I started a new website, for example, school.100xdevs.com points to this IP, roulette.100xdevs.com points to this IP, review.100xdevs.com points to this CNAME different thing. So I can add another record here. Here, class URL1 or clothes app, clothesapp.100xdevs.com should point to as a record. There are various types of records. We'll come to what those are, क्या significance होता है. The important ones are A, TXT, 4 times A, and MX, NS, TXT and एक और होना चाहिए, CNAME. These are the important ones. We'll come to what these are. अभी के लिए, even on GoDaddy, you can put a record and put the IP address of your server. मेरे server का IP address क्या था? My server's IP address was this. So on godaddy.com, I said here clothesapp.100xdevs.com will also point here. And shoesapp.100xdevs.com will also point to the same machine. अब इसमें होता क्या है, it takes some time for this DNS to propagate. थोड़ी देर लगती है, sometimes hours for this to propagate all around the world. How can I confirm कि ये हो गया कि नहीं? I can ping shoes.100xdevs.com. क्या कह रहा है? अच्छा shoes app था, sorry. Seems like it is pointing to the server on the Ubuntu machine. मतलब मुंबई में तो DNS has propagated. Let me try over here. Ping shoesapp.100xdevs.com. जहाँ पे मैं हूँ, there also it has propagated. So mostly now if I go to shoesapp.100xdevs.com, I see the same thing. If I go to clothes app .100xf, I see the same thing. So now I have set these two DNSs. Mine are called different, slides have it different, but I have two DNSs pointing to Nginx. But मैंने Nginx को configure नहीं किया है. I have not started two processes. I have not configured Nginx to take request from one of them, send it over here, take request from other one and send it over here. That is the job of a reverse proxy. So to go from here to here, you have to change the Nginx configuration. What did this say? If you see this page, Nginx is running successfully. Further configuration is required. उसको बताना पड़ेगा कि shoes app needs to go to process number 1 and clothes app needs to go to process number 2. So let me quickly start two processes. Let me start two different processes, one on 8080, one on 8081. On my server, I already have a some server. Let me open another terminal, SSH. Now both of these terminals are connected to the same machine. यहाँ पे on 8080 I will start my default to do application. In the second terminal, let me copy some server, or let me create an either is fine. Let me copy some server to some server 2. Let me go to some server 2. Let me change a few things here. Let me delete everything. App.listen 8081 and let me do a app.get / clothes app. What am I doing? I am creating a second NodeJs process. That is a dummy process that's serving the clothes app. This one is the one that you see on the left is serving the other app. This is running on port 8080. This is running on port 8081. So I have started two Node.js processes. ये 8080 पे चल रही है, ये 8081 पे चल रही है. I have started this. I have started this. I have not done this right now. I have not told Nginx कि request from shoes app should go here, clothes app should go here. For that, you have to update the Nginx configuration. What is it saying? Update the Nginx. Further configuration is required. All Nginx configuration कि यार यहाँ से यहाँ point होना चाहिए, यहाँ से यहाँ point होना चाहिए, happens in a file called, let me open a third terminal, let me SSH from here also, sudo v/etc/nginx/nginx.conf. This is the place or the configuration file for Nginx /etc/nginx/nginx.conf. Nginx की configuration यहाँ store होती है. Why did I write sudo over here? Sudo stands for super user do, because ये चीज़ super user को करनी पड़ेगी because you're editing a file in /etc/nginx. It has some defaults in there. God knows what this is. कुछ तो अजीब सी configuration file है. Let me get rid of everything here. And let me copy this configuration and I'll explain what this is. This configuration says कि यार on using the HTTP protocol, using the HTTP protocol, start a server that listens on port 80. Any request that is, sorry, not start a server, this means थोड़ा इसको ग्लोबल तरीके से पढ़ने की कोशिश करते हैं कि तो बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है, बट एनी HTTP रिक्वेस्ट that is coming on port 80, that is coming from, जिसका server name is clothes app.100xdevs.com, that should reverse proxy to the process running on port 8080. And similarly, I can add another server here, listen 80, server name क्या नाम था, 𝗠𝗁𝗲𝗄𝑠_app.100xdevs.com. Any request that comes to 𝗠𝗁𝗲𝗄𝑠_app.100xdevs.com/anything, prefix भी डाल सकते हो यहाँ पे, but without a prefix, any request that's coming over here should proxy to 𝗥𝗲𝗄𝗃1. इसको छोड़ के there are a bunch of options that are not really needed for HTTP, they are needed for WebSockets. So let me add them, I'll also take you through them. But everything from here to here you don't really need for HTTP. Some of these you might actually, but most of it you don't need for HTTP, you need it for WebSockets. Specifically, you know, this proxy header connection upgrade, that and this you need for WebSocket, like if you're proxying to a WebSocket server, but the rest of them, you know, this and these two, not even this and this is the only two parameters that you need. ये भी वैसे नहीं चाहिए, this is just to forward the host header. अगर Harkirat is trying to access host header, क्या होता है मतलब छोड़ दो, मतलब basically when you are on a front end and try to hit a backend, you send a referrer over there, you have a host header, वो forward करना है कि नहीं is what that file line means, doesn't matter, नहीं समझ रहा, is fine, ignore for now. Let's look at the Nginx file one more time कि हो क्या रहा है यहाँ पे. Nginx configuration files are very, you know, ugly and hard to write. If you have ever written Nginx, or if you ever write in the future Nginx for HLS streaming, what else does Nginx let you do? It is used for media streaming. So this is another common use case. आप जब लिखोगे तब भी थोड़ा, you know, the way you write its syntax is a little weird. It's not simple JSON, something, you know, else. The way to parse it is a little different. JSON नहीं है ये, TOML भी नहीं है, it's a little hard to read. We say कि यार जब भी कोई request is coming on port 80, that is coming on clothes_app.100xdevs.com, forward it over here. जब भी there is a request coming on port 80 from shoes_app.100xdevs.com, forward it over here. These are the three lines that you need to keep on changing as you add more projects to the same server. If you add a earring shop in the future, or I don't know, you know, swim shop in the future, so these sections you will have to keep on adding. This file becomes very big as you have 100 projects running on the same server. What is this section telling Nginx? This is the default Nginx configuration file. यहाँ पे हम Nginx को configure कर रहे हैं कि यार whenever a request is coming on port 80 with this URL, with this domain name, proxy it over here. Whenever it is coming on this domain name, proxy it over here. Sudo nginx -s reload should reload Nginx, and now if I go to localhost : if I go to shoes app, it उल्टे कर दिए मैंने. shoes_app.100xdevs.com is taking me to clothes app now, and clothes app is taking me to the process running on port 8080. वो flip करने पड़ेंगे, you get the idea. मैं कर ही देता हूँ. Sudo nginx reload. Now if I go to clothes_app.100xdevs.com, it takes me to the clothes app. If I go to shoes_app.100xdevs.com, it takes me to the other process. तो क्या ये चीज हो गई? shoes_app.100xdevs.com is pointing to Nginx, which is forwarding it over here. clothes_app.100xdevs.com is pointing over here, which is forwarding it over here. So were we able to create two clean URLs that are pointing to one application. This one's pointing to the other application. इसके default कुछ है नहीं, but if I go to /todos, you see a todos ही तो था. I forgot what this application was hosting. I thought it was /todos. Oh, HTTPS. There you go. If I go to /todos, I see the to do application यहाँ वाली पे. If I go to / I see clothes app over here. So this thing we were able to achieve. Start one process on port 8080, one process on port 8081, expose everything via port 80 so that people have clean URLs like this. People don't need to put something :8080, something :8081. In fact, ये दोनों ports तो बंद हैं. We have not opened port 8081 at all. Port 8081 isn't open. 8080 is open, but we don't need to open it. We just need to open port 80. Request यहाँ से proxy होते हुए यहाँ चली जाएगी. User should not be able to hit 8081. User should not be able to hit 80. User should only be able to hit 80 and यहाँ से forward होनी चाहिए request. That is why 𝗠𝘁𝗲𝗄𝗯's machine only has 443 and 80 open. 80 is for HTTP, 443 is for HTTPS. Abhi there is another problem. It says not secure over here. It says not secure over here. How do you fix that? We'll come into the next class, or you can quickly read through the next slide. कुछ है नहीं पढ़ने को, you'll have to go through certbot. But that's how you move from HTTP to HTTPS. खत्म. That is the dumb way to deploy merge stack applications. Backends. Frontends is a whole different ball game. We'll come to them when we come to them. But this is how you deploy backends. ठीक है? How many of us understood? Reverse proxies are a little hard. Totally get if you were not able to digest it. So happy to look at Q&A after this. Let's do a poll and then very quick Q&A. I would think less than 5 minutes. I will have to call it then. 92% कोई समझ आया? That's beautiful and very surprising for some reason. तो फिर take a few good assignments guys. मतलब सब समझ आ ही गया तो get a GCP account and do this there. Replace Nginx with traffic और HA proxy और इसको and भी कर सकते हो आप. क्या थी तीसरी भूल गया मैं. Apache and what are good other things to add? Try deploying a React app. Should be simple. Get a domain. There is no downside of getting a domain. Spend some 500 rupees. Go to namecheap.com. यहाँ पे सस्ते होते हैं. Before next week, what else? Try ASGs, auto scaling groups in AWS. We'll probably do them next week. Try to do cert management yourself. That's good. I think that's a good set of assignments that you can do after today's class. तो प्लीज़ थोड़ा ट्राई, मतलब इतना मुश्किल नहीं होता. DevOps is pretty simple. You don't write a lot of code. You do a bunch of debugging. क्योंकि अगर ये अभी नहीं चलता ना for whatever reason, तो फिर जो मतलब then it's very hard to debug. You have to read through Nginx logs and figure out क्या गलती हो गई. If configuration file में you miss something, there is a comma missing or something, you miss a bracket, it's very hard to debug. So debugging gets painful if you miss something obvious. But other than that, DevOps is pretty simple. Oh, one more thing you should do is, which again we'll probably do next week, is create a CI/CD pipeline to auto deploy to your server from GitHub. So these are heavy assignments. If you don't do them, we're going to cover them eventually. Not everything. We will not cover this point, for example. Everything else we'll cover. But try to do it yourself. Okay? Chalo, I'll open for Q&A and then we'll call it. I have a very small Q&A today because I have to rush. So any questions? वैसे तो 92% to समझ आया. I'm assuming no more questions. 5-minute Q&A, then I'll call it. All right. What's the difference between Nginx versus container? Very different, bhai. Container is a OS specific concept. You start a container. Nginx is a process running on your machine. Nginx is forwarding a request somewhere. It's used for networking. Containers are used for starting resources and also, in forward incoming requests, things like these. Very different. When we reach Docker, we'll come there. मतलब apples to oranges का भी मतलब comparison नहीं है ये. Why are IP is private? AWS VM IP is public. Because AWS has paid the internet organization to get these IPs. They're expensive, they're limited in number, right? So cloud providers have most of these IPs, or big companies have them. Go through the video again for the Keypair PEM file. What about Cloudflare? What problem it solves? I'll post an offline video, how to deploy a React frontend on AWS. Beautiful video. And there is a Easter egg in there as well that people told me about. I later realized. Find that Easter egg also, and that will take you through what Cloudflare is, why is it used. How to get application running? Great point. One more thing you should do yourself, and I will also do, is read about Forever or PM2, which is called process management. But someone said a great point. Okay, now if I shut down my laptop, everything is gone, or if galti se it crashes, it's gone forever. So how do you do process management? Read about it. We will also cover it. And but try to do it yourself. थोड़ा कुछ तो करोगे तो बहुत मजा आएगा. Wow, I learned something new myself, and फिर वो खुद ही flywheel start हो जाता है. I've thrown terms at you. Forever and PM2 both are good things to do process management. Server, when I am making changes and updating the app will be down for a while. Yes, so great point. He said when I update, app will be down for a while. What should I do? One, you don't care. That's a bad approach. Two, you do something called rolling updates. They are very hard to do on a single machine. What you will have to do, this is like one dumb approach I'm showing you, but there are much better ways of doing this. But abhi ke liye, since we don't know Kubernetes, we don't know auto scaling groups, there is no way for us to know if a server is healthy or not. What you can do is, in AWS there's this concept of load balancers. Create a load balancer, point it to machine number 1, M1. Then when you have to do a deployment, start another machine. This is a very dumb first principles way to do it. There are better ways. We'll get to them when we reach Kubernetes. Start a new machine, deploy a new application here, and then point your load balancer from here to here, and then stop this machine. This is what's called a rolling update. जब वो चल रहा था, मतलब rolling update makes more sense when there are multiple machines. अगर आपके पास 5 मशीनें यहाँ होती with the old code, and then you would start the first machine, and then धीरे धीरे firstly load balancer was doing this. Load balancer, balancing load amongst multiple machines. पहले this was happening. When you would have done a rolling update, आप पहले ये करते. Now 1/3 of the traffic is going here. Then you would have killed the server. Then you would have started another machine here. Then you would have done another whatever rolling update. Slowly downsize the old code, upsize the new code. There are things like, if you've heard of blue-green deployments, red-green, blue-green deployments, which are along very similar lines. And this is done very commonly. Okay? You move 10% of the traffic one place. You see, is there an error spike? If there is, you revert. If there's no error spike, then you keep migrating people to the other side. So that's how you do it. In a single server, it will be, yeah, you can do it on a single server, right? तुम ये कर सकते हो कि this is your old process running on port 8080. Start your new process on port 8081. Go to Nginx configuration and just change where it is proxying from 8080 to 8081. Now all your new traffic will start to go here. Then shut down your old process running on 8080. ठीक है, समझ आ गया? Old process was running here. Nginx was pointing here. Start the new process, change the Nginx configuration to point over here, then stop the old process. That's how you can mimic a rolling update. But there are better ways to do it. We'll come to them. इतनी मेहनत करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती basically. If you are ever SSHing into your machine, if you are ever doing an update so manually, you are doing it wrong. You should never SSH into your machine. Even to read logs, you should have some other place. But we'll get to all of this when we get to all of this. ठीक है? चलो, I have to stop the Q&A early. I'm sorry. I'm happy to do another Q&A or whatever. So thank you all for joining. Sorry for a small Q&A today. And I'll see you guys next week, where we'll do. Next week, let's do CI/CD and process management and certificate management. All right, 2 Notion docs I'll open just for culture, and then we'll call it. Oh boy. Do you know JSON RPC? And यहाँ लिखा parity node. Node reaching. Yes, I am sending multiple RPC requests, but I am sending it for a smaller subset of addresses. You are sending it for all addresses, right? That is what I said. Let's look at it again. I do it for interested transactions. you are doing for loop for every transaction in the block. Mine will be much lesser because in a block, my application will probably have 3-4 transactions. So I am running this logic 3-4 times. You are running it for every transaction in the block, which could be 200. That is a problem. You might have to pay for this. Like this is a, yeah, and also as I said, this is not a good approach because then you're heavily relying on one RPC, which if gets had, you're screwed. So you should be worth this. Do I deserve a bounty on what? What did you do? So what is this? Where is it? I figured out one Alchemy RPC call. Yeah, so this is great. The problem is, as I said, I mean, this is good. If you want a bounty, I'll give you a bounty. But the point is, RPC, when you're doing RPC specific RPC calls, then what happens is, if the RPC gets hacked, you're screwed. Whenever you're writing this code, you basically have 3 RPCs and you have a threshold of 2. Agar do ne tum ek cheez bata di, then you say good to go. So yeah, you can probably, I mean, you know, what you can do is do the QN call for quick node, do the Alchemy call for Alchemy, and bonus if you get, yeah, it's not very generic, but it might work. So you know, not the worst thing in the world. Doesn't give 100x outcomes. If you have a 10-second time block time, doesn't matter if I have to send 5 extra RPC calls, but you know, nonetheless a great find. Cool. Chalo, we'll call it. Sorry, I wasn't sharing my screen.
Alright, hello. Welcome to an offline video. Today's video is mildly interesting. We're going to understand how to deploy front ends, as in React projects on AWS. Do we still do this, Harkirat? We have Vercel. Everyone uses Vercel for front ends. Sort of, but as you know, might have seen / heard that Vercel gets very expensive at scale. So it's not the worst idea in the world to know how to deploy front ends on conventional AWS / GCP / conventional cloud providers. Reason being, they're much cheaper at scale. Harkirat, I looked at the pricing, there's not a lot of difference. Yes, but at scale, AWS gives you a lot of discounts. In fact, India there are education companies that have almost 99% discount, and I'm sure like a Hotstar or Netflix gets almost 99%, or even Zoom. The ones that have extremely high bandwidth consumption, easy to get like 99% discount on, not storage, but like distribution. Harkirat, what does distribution mean? Let's discuss all of that in this video. Let's get into it. Let's understand how to deploy front ends. Why does this spelling look wrong? Looks right. How to deploy front ends on AWS. Let's get into it. All right. I mentioned 2 buzzwords in the last slide, which was distribution and storage. Let's understand what both of these are. Whenever you have a website that wants to distribute content, for example, if this is YouTube, what are they distributing? They are distributing a lot of, let's say, MP4 files, video files. If you created a website like Pinterest, what are you distributing? You're distributing a lot of image files, a lot of JPEG files, a lot of PNG files. Not just this, whenever you open any website, if you go to google.com even, what comes back, if you remember, is files. It's a .javascript file, a .html file, so on and so forth. So in the end, every website that you visit needs to send you back at least some content. It might be HTML, CSS, JavaScript files. It might be images. It might be videos. But all these things, all these files that are not data from the database are what are called content. Call it, what's the right? Call it objects. Things that are not simple text that is stored in a database, that are like actual files of at least 500 KB to an MB, you can call them objects on the internet. Okay. Whenever you open a website, you receive back objects. The question is, what is the standard practice to store these objects? What is the standard practice to get these objects on the internet? A lot of people ask this, ki Harkirat, this was our front-end application, this was our back-end application, and this was our database like Postgres or MongoDB. A lot of people asked, Harkirat, how do you store images here? Because I have a use case where I want to store images. But an image is exactly what an object is, and you should never store it in a conventional database. Harkirat, how do I differentiate what should be stored in a database and what shouldn't be stored in a database? Any data you want to search upon, for example, your users in your application, their to-dos in the application, if you are creating a YouTube-like website, all the video metadata, the title of the video, the number of views of the video, these should all be stored in a database. What should not be stored in a database? Objects. What do I mean by objects? The final MP4 file that gets streamed to you, let's say on YouTube. YouTube does not stream MP4 videos, but you get the idea. Whatever format they stream, all those files, images, JPEG files, SVG files, so on and so forth. All of these should never be stored in a database. They don't reside in a Mongo or a Postgres. So the question comes, where do you store these objects? And the answer is object stores. There's a specific kind of database, or more specifically, store that is created for these things, which are called object stores. Every cloud provider has them. AWS has the most famous object store called S3, which stands for Simple Storage. Version 3. That's why it's like S3. Yeah, I think so. Name could be different. Most probably it is. That is what S3 means. Simple Storage says, okay, if you want to store a website, if you want to store an MP4 file, come to me. I'm like Google Drive. Okay, I give you a dashboard, upload your files here. Let's say an MP4 file, get back a link, and then, whatever, s3.aws.com/a.mp4, give this to your users. That's where your MP4 file is hosted. You can use it on the website. You can use it somewhere else. We give you back an MP4 URL of whatever you upload here. Think of it as very similar to Google Drive. Okay, you get a GUI, you upload something, you get back a URL, you give it to your friends with a mild twist. The mild twist being, okay, if you give them this URL directly, it's not the best practice in the world. I repeat, if I go to, googledrive.com or even, S3, let me just open AWS and quickly show you S3. Don't get overwhelmed at all. If I click on S3 here in my AWS console and click on one of my buckets, think of these buckets as, every account has its own set of buckets. I might have 10 different applications, YouTube, Pinterest. I'll keep all the YouTube data in the YouTube bucket, Pinterest data in the Pinterest bucket. In this case, I've kept the images that come on app.100xdevs.com. For example, this image, not exactly these images, but these images, the machine learning image, I have stored here in Harkirat's CMS. If in the future I have a different application, I'll create another bucket for it. If you open this, as you can see, it has course thumbnails. If I click on it, it shows me the ml.jpg, which is this machine learning photo. And then, folder.jpng, which appears when you open the dashboard, actually log in there, so on and so forth. So this has all of my files. And how do I add a new file? Simple drag and drop for now. There are other ways to do it. But if I really want to add a file really quickly, I'll just copy it from here, drag it over here, click on upload, and then that file gets uploaded over here. Storing a file, very similar to storing in Google Drive. Question is, how do you distribute the file? How do you get the link of the file? And as I said, you can either copy this S3 URL and give it to your friend, but this is bad practice. And even if you try to do that right now, you'll see it says I have disallowed direct access on this link. No one can copy a link from here and paste it here and get back my file. I've blocked it. I've only distributed my files a certain way. Let's understand what that way is. For that, we need to understand a jargon called CDNs, or Content Delivery Networks. What is the first jargon we understood? What were the two jargons we had to understand? Storage and distribution. For storage, we understood something called object stores. Object stores is where we store data. For distribution, I'm going to introduce another term called CDNs, or Content Delivery Networks. So what happens is, once I've created this file in my object store, this file actually exists somewhere, right? If this is the world map, when I came to this AWS dashboard and uploaded a file, that file reached, let's say, a server of AWS here. It's present in a single location, my a.mp4 file. Now let's say a lot of people start to ask for this file. There's one person here in India, one person here in whatever this continent is, one in Australia, one South America, North America. All of these people are asking for files. All of these requests will go where? It will go to a single location through very long wires in the ocean, a bunch of router hops. The request will reach here, response will come back. But this is a very big file. This is like a 1 GB file sometimes, that slowly gets streamed, or, a 2 MB image. Wouldn't it be nice if a lot of people in India are asking for it, then this request first reaches a server in India, and then from here it gets cached over here, and everyone in India gets this request from here. That is what a content delivery network lets you do. The name itself has, the job is to deliver content delivery network. What does it do? It says, there are many object stores in the world. S3 is one, someone else is a different one. Let that be the source of your truth. But as people ask for your MP3 file or MP4 file, don't distribute it directly from the S3 URL that I just showed you. Don't distribute it directly using this URL. Use my URL, my CDN URL, and tell me what the source is. Matlab, when you create a CDN, you tell the CDN the source. The source is this thing right here. 𝗥𝗲𝗻𝗁𝗁.s3.amazon.aws.com. s3.𝗥𝗲𝗻𝗁.aws.com. Whenever you create a CDN, you tell it, bro, this is your source. Anytime someone comes to the cdn.𝗥𝗲𝗻𝗁.aws.com, find whatever they want. For example, they might want a.mp4. Find this from here and cache it. I repeat, whenever you go to, let me explain this better. Right now, I'm on this specific place, the Google Drive, where I put a bunch of things. After I have done this, I will go to a different place here. I will go to the CDN place. I'll go to Cloudfront, which is the famous CDN. It says Cloudfront. The name itself is Cloudfront, which means I'll sit in front of the cloud and let you create a CDN. What does that mean? If I open an existing one, you'll see it says, this is the distribution URL name. And what does it point to? If you look at origins, it says I point to 𝗥𝗲𝗻𝗁.s3.aws east1.amazon.com. What does this mean? It means after I created my S3 store, I created a Cloudfront distribution and I told Cloudfront, okay, bro, your source is what? It is 𝗥𝗲𝗻𝗁.cms.s3.com, whatever. And Cloudfront gave me back what? It gave me back a URL that looks something like this. The URL says d2sv.cloudfront.net. So d2sv.cloudfront.net. Now, whenever I go to this d2sv.cloudfront.net/a.mp4, this guy knows that my source of truth is this/a.mp4, and it'll get the source of file from there, but it'll do something extra. Whenever this is the world map, as I said, the source of truth is here, S3 is here, but Cloudfront, the CDN, has multiple servers all around the world. And whenever I from India go to cloud, whatever the URL was, d2sn.cloudfront.net/a.mp4, this is me from India, my request goes to my closest server, which then asks the source of truth, okay, bhai, give me the MP4 file, gets it back over here, and then caches it. So now that MP4 file exists not just here, it also exists in this POP. And then everyone in India that wants that file, they can get it from here. Of course, it is not cached until infinity. It is cached for some certain time, let's say 2 to 4 hours, after which if no one is asking for it, the cache gets cleared. But do we get how content delivery networks make it very easy to deliver content? The thing that is so hard and expensive that if it exists only in one place, it will be very difficult for people all around the world to get it. CDNs create a bunch of what I call server, but what are technically called POPs. They have a bunch of POPs. POP standing for point of presence. And if anyone asks for something through the Cloudfront URL, I repeat, if someone goes to this Cloudfront URL /a.mp4 is when their request will be routed to the closest. If the person is here, then the route will be routed to the closest POP, which will ask from the source of truth and cache it and give it back. If, however, we give this URL, the s3.amazon.com /a.mp4, then what? Sorry, there you go. This URL, the s3.amazon.com / the route to your file. In that case, what will happen? The request will directly go to the source of truth and come back, which is basically means it will take a lot of time, and everyone is hitting the source of truth, and even if someone is here in India and 20 people are asking for it, all of them are going to US. None of the requests are getting cached close to the user, which is why whenever you have object stores, you usually have an associated CDN so that all the requests to the object store are going via the CDN. The object store stores your files in a single location, let's say US East. The CDNs have multiple servers all around the world, multiple POPs all around the world. And whenever someone in here asks for something specific, the request first goes to the POP. If the content already exists here, you get it back. If the content does not exist here, the POP asks the source of truth, gets it back, and then caches it over here so that all future requests to people here can be served via this POP. Hopefully that clears the importance of having CDNs in case of these heavy applications, in case of these applications that are not just serving data. For example, your user information that exists in a database. These are serving actual real world assets. Assets being MP4 files, JPEG files. So you need not just an object store. You also need a CDN. This is used for storage. This is used for distribution. You are charged for both of them. If you put in AWS 2 GB of file, it will charge you something, let's say $0.02 per month. If 100 people visit it, that means 20 GB of bandwidth was consumed. Then you will be charged something else like $0.01 for distribution. Usually what is higher? Can you guess? The distribution cost is higher. This is what you optimize for. If you have a cricket game going on, just a 1 GB file is reaching the object store, let's say in an hour. In an hour, in a cricket match, what happens? If this is India map, this is where the cricket match is happening. Video gets streamed out of here to a server, which is your source of truth. So this is the stadium. This is the place where you're storing all your data. This will get, let's say, 1 GB data per hour. But this data is going to so many POPs in India that the distribution cost is 1 million GB per hour or something like that. That's the amount of data that's flowing out, which is why this cost is usually much higher than this cost. Harkirat, in what case would this cost be more than this cost? If you have no users. If you have no users, a single user is visiting your website, then of course, storage will be more expensive. But usually whenever you're building a website, you're optimizing for at least 100 people coming to the website. So when you are asking AWS for discounts, you ask them on Cloudfront, or you try to find the cheapest CDN. You don't necessarily have to use Cloudfront, by the way. You can use a different CDN as well. There are 100 different CDNs available that are compatible with S3. So you can still use S3 as your object store. You can have multiple different CDNs based on, whoever is giving you the better price. All right. That's all for a high level overview of CDNs and object stores. Now let's go through the slides and understand how you can practically start to deploy frontends on AWS. Maybe one more thing I want to cover is a question you might ask. Okay, Harkirat, you said frontends need to be distributed via CDNs, why not backends? If I have, this is the world map, and this is India, sorry, this is Australia, whatever, Asia. If I deploy a backend application and the server where I deployed it, if you remember EC2 from the last class, that server exists here. Why don't we use CDN in front of an EC2 server? Why don't I say, okay, multiple pops? And then any time a user asks for a data from here, it flows from this pop back to this location right here. Why can't backend data be cached as well? Can you guess already? Take a pause. The answer is pretty simple. I can give you a hint. If 100 people ask for an MP4 file, all of them are requiring the same MP4 file. But when you hit the server for, let's say, on a /me endpoint that gives you back your details, every user gets a different data. User 1 gets email 𝗥𝗲𝗃𝗏@gmail.com. User 2 gets whatever email, a different email. What does that tell you? That tells you cannot really cache backend data. You can't really be like, I will have, CDNs all around. And if someone from India asks for something, I will first, check. If someone from India asks for something, I will check this pop. If data doesn't exist, I'll get it from here and cache it here. You can't cache it here. Because if another user asks, they want something else. Their response would be something else. The data is very user specific, which is why CDNs don't make a lot of sense in case of backend applications. What do make sense is something called edge networks, which basically means, okay, you will deploy your backend application here. You'll have various places your backend application is deployed. And then whenever a user wants to ask for a backend request or send a backend request, it will reach the closest edge network. It will process the request and respond back with the data. There is no caching though. You can have multiple servers that serve your backend request, but you cannot cache data at all because if you cache data, if user 1 asks for something, they get some data and that data gets cached. User 2 asks for data, they get that cached data, which they should not get. They should get their own data and not a different user's data. That is why caching is a no-no. I mean, you do caching in backend applications, but not like this. But edge networks, or basically, deploying your backend application various places is a good thing. 𝗥𝗲𝗃𝗏, why don't we do the same in S3? If this is the world map, why there is a single source of truth? Why can't we have, multiple source of truth? Why do we even need a CDN? Just have the data in multiple places. The answer is the data here is really expensive. If there's a 1 GB file, you don't want it replicated in 32 pops, or 32 servers. You need it in one max 2 for resiliency. You can't really copy it over to 32 places. It will be very expensive, which is why source of truth is usually 1. As people want it, the source of truth copies it over to other caches. As people don't want it, caches keep on getting cleared. All right. With that, I think that's enough context for today. Let's get into creating your own S3 bucket, putting some data there, distributing it to the internet. More specifically, the data that we're putting there is a React website. So understanding how can you deploy front ends on the internet. Let's get right into it. All right. Now let's get into actually creating all of this. I would urge you to go to projects.100xdevs.com, and there is a AWS front-end deployments track, not this one. This is for backend, the front-end deployments track, where we'll understand how you can do all of these steps one by one. Step number 1 is signing up and getting an AWS account and making sure you have S3 and Cloudfront access. So just go through the standard process of signing up here. They do require a credit card. I think you can find a dummy one as well. If not, get a real one. Either way, for you to be able to get into the dashboard, you will need a credit card. They also do some PAN verifications. Once you do all of that, you'll be able to reach a screen that looks something like this, where as long as you went through the standard route, you should just have access to S3 and Cloudfront. So just open S3, make sure you can see something like this. Just open Cloudfront and open something like this and make sure you're able to see everything here and explore the AWS dashboard. You don't see any red check marks. You will see red check marks if you asked for permissions from a friend on their AWS account. If you are the root user, you should just have access to everything. That's step 1. Only if you've done this should you proceed from here when we actually start to create a React application and deploy it. Step number 2, building your React frontend. Now in the end, we want to deploy a React project onto the internet. There is a big call out here This approach will not work for frameworks that use server-side rendering like Nginx. We'll explain what that is, but at a high level, for basic applications like normal HTML, CSS, JavaScript applications and React applications that can be converted down to HTML, CSS and JavaScript, you can use this approach. For approaches which use some high level, some more extra concepts like server-side rendering, which is something that Next.js provides you, this approach will not work. In that case, you don't have files that you just distribute. You need a server as well, which is why different approach to follow for a Next.js project, for a React project, or if you have a simple HTML, CSS, JS project, then this approach will just work. First step is just building your React project. So I would quickly urge you to start a React project locally, maybe make some edits. If you already have a React project, just open that up in Visual Studio Code and then we'll go from there. I'm going to quickly initialize a fresh React project. npm create vite at latest. Make sure you select React from the framework and you can select either of TypeScript or JavaScript. I have selected TypeScript and now open this in Visual Studio Code. Once you do, open a terminal, run npm install to install all the dependencies. Run npm run dev to start the project locally. If I open this now, you will see I have a website running. Let me close this and open it in Brave. I have the React application running locally. This is cool because now if I open Visual Studio Code on the left and I open, sorry, 1 second. And I open the React project on the right. If I open app.tsx here, and if I make a file change, for example, if I change vite plus react to vite plus react and save it, it automatically appears here. The command that I ran was npm run dev. It has dev in the name, which means you use this to serve your website in development mode. When you know you are making changes, you want to quickly debug, okay, if I made a change here, how does it appear here? Then you use npm run dev. This is not the way you deploy the application on the internet. You might be tempted to do this. npm run dev is how I've been, deploying applications locally. But in the end, a React application, if you remember from our initial classes, eventually gets turned down into HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And that is what you distribute over the internet. You don't distribute app.tsx. In fact, here also, what you get back are HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files. If you refresh this page, you will see I got an index.css, an HTML file, a bunch of JavaScript files. You don't get back, JSX files. That is not what React is your browser is supposed to understand. Your browser doesn't understand any of this. Your browser only understands HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files. That is what you distribute over the internet. All right. So the question you might ask is, Harkirat, how do you serve front-end applications or React applications then? If npm run dev is only used when you're developing locally, so that if you make a change here, it immediately appears here. How do you actually deploy applications on the internet? And the answer is you first convert it to HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and then you distribute that HTML, CSS, and JavaScript onto the world. This JSX or TSX is just an easy way for us to write React applications. In the end, they're going to get compiled down to HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And the way to do that is run npm run build, which basically is build the project. Again, where you can find all of these scripts in package.json. If you go to package.json here, you will see it has a dev script, a build script, a preview script, a lint script. What are the two ones we are using today? Dev to run it locally, build to convert it into HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. If you look at the output from npm run build, it says 4 new files have been created, an index.html file, an svg file, which is probably the svg of this vite logo, index.css, index.js. It has created 4 files for you. And now these 4 files are enough for your website. You don't need any of this. In fact, if I delete all of these files right now, you don't have to do it. But if I delete all of them and just have dist, this is enough. This is all my website needs. You don't need any of the files that existed outside. Your final bundle has been created. This is what you need to distribute over the internet, just like you would distribute any other index, any other HTML project. There's nothing special going on or reactified, any special React way you need to distribute this project. Simple index.html file, simple CSS file, JavaScript file, you distribute it whatever way you want. If I click on this JavaScript file, you will see it has a bunch of code. Similarly, CSS, you don't have to understand all of this. Basically, it's a bunch of React code that you can now independently distribute. You don't have to worry about all the React logic that was here. Cool. Question is, Harkirat, can you show me this locally? How can this dist folder, it has an index.html file you mentioned. So does that mean if I open this dist folder in my file explorer and double click index.html, I will see my React project? I don't see my React project. Yeah, this might have there's a way for this to work as well. But as you can see, the problem that comes when you go to this index.html file is it's not able to access your index.js file, CSS files, which is why you see a white screen. What you want is a slightly easier way, or a slightly cleaner way to distribute this dist folder. And one of the things that you can do is use this module called serve. So if you run npm install-g serve, which means globally install serve, so that you can run this command in your CLI or in your terminal. And then you run the command serve. Maybe go to the dist folder. I repeat, go to the dist folder and then run the command serve. What this will do is it will start to serve all of your files that exists in the dist folder. So it will start to serve index.html, file.svg, and all of these files on a port. So if I go to localhost :3000 now, you can see I have my website. I can go here, or I can go to /index.html. Both mean the same thing. If you go to / and nothing exists there, it defaults to /index.html. If I open this, you can see I see my website finally created without any of the React code, purely being served from the dist folder. That is how React is supposed to be distributed. You have these files that you need to serve over the internet. If you want to try it out locally, you can use serve. You can do 10 different things. You don't necessarily have to use this serve. You can create your own express server that is serving these files. In the end, what you have to do is serve these files on a port so that people can, visit them and get back the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You cannot just open it directly in the browser. As you saw, the console had a bunch of errors when you did that. Quickly to show what exactly this serve is, if you open serve on npm.js, basically the place where you can read a lot of docs, what does it say? It says serve helps you serve a static file. In the end, what we have created is a static site. What does that mean? It has index.html, CSS, JavaScript. It's not exactly a static file, but in the end, there are a bunch of files that I need to distribute, a bunch of files that I want other people to be able to access. And serve helps you serve those files, which basically means exposes all those files over a port. If this isn't the only thing that serve lets you do. If I go to my root folder, let's say, if I go to my root folder and type serve here, I'm serving my complete file system now. If I give this URL to someone on my network, they can, start to explore all of the files that I have. So I should probably stop this, because then they can, explore my file system completely. If someone in this hotel goes to, my IP, which is going to be 192.1.1.1:3000, they can explore all of my files. So I don't want to run serve in this root folder, but you get the idea. It serves all of your files so other people can, access them. Now, if the thing that is being served is index.html, or the first file that's present here is an index.html file, your browser understands that this is an index.html file. Let me render it as a page. Cool. So what have we learned? We have learned that a React project in the end spits out a bunch of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript files. And this is probably what I want to send over to S3 so that people all around the world can start to visit my HTML file and, see my website deployed over the internet. So the next step is actually taking these files and uploading them to S3. If you go back to the slides, we're done with step number 2, which is building your project. We have tried running it locally. Now let's upload it to S3. There's a quick overview here of CDNs, which I discussed initially as well. But let me take you through it one more time. Okay, you might be tempted to take the EC2 machine approach. What is the EC2 machine approach, Harkirat? Basically what we discussed here on AWS Deployment EC2 when we were discussing how to deploy backends. You might be tempted to take this approach for the front-end project as well, but you shouldn't. Why? Because we discussed initially, okay, an EC2 machine is only present in a single region. Everyone will get your HTML, CSS and JavaScript from there. But since this is a front-end, since everyone is going to get the same HTML and CSS and JavaScript file, why not take a CDN approach? Okay, all the files, this diagram looks so wrong. Okay, all the files are present in this, not EC2 machine, this diagram is wrong. All right, someone's getting fired and this looks like a better slide now. The CDN approach says, okay, all the files are going to be present in an object store. The object store can be anywhere, could be in India, could be in Australia, could be in the US, but there are multiple POPs all around the world and your front end gets cached on these POPs as people from various parts of the world ask for your data. That way, data gets cached very heavily, which is something you need when you have a lot of files. It doesn't matter too much if it's simple JSON data, but as you get into the realms of, JavaScript files, CSS files, HTML files, MP4 files, JPEGs, you want to cache them aggressively, and CDNs are the popular way to do it. So you don't want to take the original EC2 machine approach we discussed in our last week. You want to take this CDN approach for front ends, MP4 files and images. Object stores plus CDNs are a much better approach. You can't use the same for backends since every request returns different response and caching doesn't make any sense over there. User needs user specific response. If you want, this is a very nice video by someone at Hotstar, which shares how they scale during cricket matches. And they also have a similar requirement. The match files are in the end a bunch of video data, right? So it needs to be cached very heavily. They rely on CDNs very heavily. Very nice video to go through if you would like to read through their architecture a little bit more. Cool. Next up, let's get into some coding. Let's start, not exactly coding, dashboarding. Start to upload our files to S3 and distribute them over the internet. So I would urge you to, at this point, go to S3 and create a new bucket. So since we have a new React application, I'm going to create a fresh bucket for it. I'm going to call it React app Keyrath 12, which means my week 12 application. And let everything be the way it is by default. You might be tempted to, uncheck this box. Don't. The most standard way to protect your data is to always block all public access and then slowly give Cloudfront some minimal access. But you don't want to open this. You want to keep all access to this bucket blocked by default. Okay, so basically just the name here and that's it. Everything else can be default, and create a bucket. This is where you can start to put your data. So if I open the React app Keyrath 12 bucket, I need to put my HTML, CSS and JavaScript files here. So let me open Visual Studio Code, open my dist folder, or just copy all three of these over here. No, let me do it. This is my final dist folder. I'm going to take the index.html file, file.svg and assets, and I can just drag and drop them over here. That way, all of these files which have my index.html, JavaScript, CSS files are all uploaded to S3. And now if I go to this specific bucket, you can see it has index.html on the root, file.svg, assets, so on and so forth. If I open this, there is a URL, but as I said, we have blocked all public access. So you can't just access this specific URL. If we do open public access, you will be able to access this, but you don't want that. You don't want data to be distributed via S3. It's very expensive. It's very slow because every request is going directly to S3. You want to distribute this via Cloudfront. So after you're done with this, you've created your bucket and you've put your data over there, which is the index.html file, file.svg, and this is when you can actually start to, go to Cloudfront and distribute it. Make sure you don't have a folder pasted here. Index.html should be present here at the root level. You should not have a folder called dist which has index.html. all your files should be present here raw. All right. Cool. Creating a bucket was step 4. Uploading the file bundle was step 5. Hopefully that's straightforward. Step 6, try accessing the website. You don't have any access. Step 7, connecting to Cloudfront. This is the interesting bit of where you start to, number 1, create a Cloudfront distribution, and number 2, give the distribution access to your S3, because right now S3 is blocked from everywhere. No one has access to S3. The way to create a CDN or a Cloudfront distribution is go to Cloudfront, click on create distribution, and select what is your root, your source of truth. As you can see, it gives me some examples, but you can literally put anything here. You can put google.com, or if you have a different object stored somewhere, you can put the link to that over here. If you have, let's say you have a case where you want to cache a backend application, you can put that here. Does not matter. In our case, we're storing our objects in S3, so I can simply select react app keyrath.s3.amazon.com. But in the end, Cloudfront is a CDN. It lets you cache anything. Doesn't necessarily have to be only objects in S3. Cool. Leave this as optional. This basically means, if you did by mistake, let's say, stored your data in here in a dist folder, then you could have selected ke haan bhai, my origin path is a dist, which basically means find everything inside a dist, but we kept everything in the root folder, so you should be fine. Enter URL, append the original domain for request. Yeah. Name, you can give it anything, leave it as such. Origin access, this is important. Basically means, is your origin open? Is it public? Or is there some access control over there? What did I say? I said this is blocked by default. This bucket we have not open to the internet. No one can access it, which is why our bucket is not public, which is why you can select either one of these origin access policies, which means how do you let Cloudfront access your origin? How can Cloudfront get some access on S3? There are multiple ways. The one that we are using is origin access control setting, which they recommend, which basically lets you create a new origin access control. Ke haan bhai, I am going to create a new policy that will define how Cloudfront can access this specific S3. You can either select you most probably don't have an origin access policy already. So click on create a new OAC, give it whatever name you want, leave it as such. Select signed requests because it is recommended. It's slightly more secure, and click on create. When you do, I repeat, what are the steps? I went to create S3, create a Cloudfront distribution, selected my source. My bucket is not public by default. I added ke bhai, I'm going to give you some access over it and going to open up my S3 just to this Cloudfront. For that, you need to create a origin access policy. I created a fresh OAC, and then when I did that, you can see it gives me a warning. It says you must update the S3 bucket policy. It says ki bhai, I have created a new origin access control. I have created a new way for your origin to be accessed, but you haven't yet put it in the origin. So by the end, you will be given a file. Just put it here in S3 is what this warning says. This makes it much easier to do this. Trust me, like they did not have this warning for the longest time, and you would Google your way away. Okay, how exactly do I give this Cloudfront access to S3? My most popular Google question might be this. Okay, how do I give Cloudfront access to S3? And in the end, I would get frustrated and just open up the permissions. I would just go here and then, open up, open up all of these. I would not block access. I would just click on edit here and open the bucket because it would get so frustrating. Since this was a common problem, they now give you a very nice warning. Okay, I'm going to give you by the end of this something. Just put that something in S3 and you're good to go. Otherwise it would have been like a pain to figure out what exactly this policy is and how do I paste this in S3. Cool. So to recap, added the origin, created an OAC, and it told me I'll give you a file in the end. Put it in S3. I'm going to wait for while I create it, and then I'll get the file and put it in S3. Everything else can be almost default. We have to change a few things. Let me show you what. You can enable security protections here for your website. Simple website does not matter, but it gives you some extra protections in case you are under attack or your Cloudfront is under attack. So feel free to select enable security protections over here. We'll eventually get to how you can point, your own domain name to it. But for that, you need this section. Feel free to ignore it for now. Eventually, we can add it. And then this one's important. Default root object. What are we creating? We are creating a website. You look at it. Where does our code reside? What is the root file? Index.html. But when you give your friend a URL, do you want to give them a URL like this? Do you want to give them something.amazon.com? Or do you want to give them amazon.com/index.html? You want to give them a URL like this. Like you never go to google.com/index.html. You go to google.com, which is why in CloudFront, you can say my default root object is index.html, which means if someone goes to my CloudFront URL, by default, if they don't give anything at the end, the file that should be picked should be index.html. So I can easily give out URLs rather than giving out URLs like this. Does that make sense? So this is one extra thing you have to do in case you're creating, a CloudFront distribution for a website. If you were doing it for an MP4 file, then it's fine. When you're giving an MP4 file to your friend, you can totally be like, a.mp4. Or if, you go to app.100xdevs.com. I'm not logged in here. Let me try here. If you look at this file path, it says the CloudFront URL /course thumbnail /ml.jpg. So here it is fine. You can have whatever suffix at the end. But when you're distributing a file, in that case, you don't want a suffix. In that case, you simply want, the default object is index.html. Everything else can be standard. Click on create distribution. And now it gives you a policy. It says S3 bucket policy needs to be updated. Complete the distribution configuration by allowing read access to CloudFront origin in your policy. So you have to go to S3's permission page, specifically the permission page either here, you can directly go, or it links you to it. After you reach this permissions page, there is a bucket policy where you share public access, it says is by default blocked. If you want to add some access, you can, but by default, all access is blocked, which is why if you click on edit, it thankfully gives you a very nice policy, which we can try to read through. But usually you use some sort of a generator like this to, generate this policy. What does it say? It says, allow CloudFront service principal, this resource, which is the S3 bucket with the bucket name React App Keyrath 12, which is my bucket right here, should be allowed access from this CloudFront URL. So this is the ID of my CloudFront that I just created. As you can see, it says E3A2F. If I go back to CloudFront, E3AUF. So what policy did it generate? The policy that it has generated says, this S3 path, anything inside this bucket /* should be accessible to this CloudFront distribution. That is the policy that we have now generated. And this is the only access we have provisioned on S3. So now S3 is still blocked all across, but we added one permission. This specific CloudFront distribution should be allowed to access S3. Nothing else should be allowed, but this one thing should. That's how you can gate access very well to CloudFront, so that only your CloudFront distribution, only if someone is coming to this website, can they reach S3. There's no other way for them to, directly access S3. Cool. So that's the extra step, which, as I said, now they give you this very nice, warning all across. But before this, you would have to figure this out by Googling and, reach some sort of a policy, edit out this ARN, figure out what the ID is, put it here, and then, finally create the policy. Eventually, you would just get frustrated and completely open the bucket. But yeah, you get the idea. Now they've made it slightly easier, and that's it. That's all you have to do. Now you just have to wait for deploying to change to completed, and then you have a basic website up on the internet. There is still a problem. The problem is you don't want to give your friend this URL. You want to give your friend a URL that looks like app.100xdevs.com or frontend.yourdomain.com. So how do you do that? We'll see the next section. But let's wait for this to deploy, and then we'll try to visit the website. All right. Now, as you can see, it does not say deploying. It says it was last modified on this date. Basically, it means my website is deployed. If I copy this and paste it here, you will see I have my React application. If I open inspect, refresh one more time, go to the network tab, you will see by default, I get back the index.html file contents. I get back the contents of the HTML file and not, even though nothing is present here, because I select the root object as the index.html file. The index.html file then asks for /assets/index.js, which then hits Cloudfront URL /assets/index.js, which is why I get the JS file here, I get the CSS file here, so on and so forth. I have my complete front end deployed on Cloudfront, which is one of the best distribution strategies for a static file like this, because Cloudfront has a lot of POPs, very cheap, owned by AWS, yada yada. This one's simple. This was pretty not too difficult. The difficult bit is connecting it to your own domain. So now let's understand, if you own 100xdevs.com, how can you point either 100xdevs.com to this website or some other root subdomain like week12.100xdevs.com to this specific website? For that, you can do this while you are creating the distribution as well, or once you've created it, you can click on edit over here in the second section. So if this is your Cloudfront distribution, you can see it says alternate domain names here, which is exactly what we want. We want to give it an alternate domain name. So if I click on edit here, it says add an alternate domain name here. I'm going to add week12fe.100xdevs.com. Again, to call out, I own 100xdevs.com, which is why I can put it here. You will not be able to put this here if you don't actually own a domain name. So if you want to try this out, you will first have to buy a domain name. You can find a cheap one on namecheap.com. Custom SSL certificate. This is important if you want your final website to be deployed on HTTPS, which you should. Any front end or backend should always be deployed on HTTPS and not on HTTP. But Harkirat, the Cloudfront URL is already on HTTPS. Why can't, if I just do this, why won't this just work? Why do I need to create a new certificate HTTPS? And the answer is Amazon cannot create a certificate for any random domain. The certificate can only be created and deployed if you actually own that certificate. So you have to first show Amazon you have ownership of this URL. Only then will Amazon create a certificate for you, and you can put it on your front end website. They make it very easy. You can create a certificate yourself. You can buy a certificate on godaddy.com, or you can ask Amazon to create one. It's very cheap, if not free, to create an SSL certificate on AWS. So if you want your website hosted on HTTPS, which you should first create a custom SSL certificate. So for that, click on request certificate, and it will take you to another service of AWS called AWS Certificate Manager. So just how S3 is a service, Cloudfront is a service, AWS Certificate Manager is also a service. And here you can request for a certificate. What is a certificate? The thing that you need for your application to be hosted on HTTPS. If I go to any URL on Chrome and expand this, how can I see the certificate? There you go. Connection is secure. Certificate is valid. Whenever you go to an HTTPS website, it says certificate is valid. You can actually explore the public key of the certificate, and that's how every website that's deployed on the internet needs a certificate, which is what we are creating for our website. Cloudfront has its own certificate. We need to create one for our website, which is why we are going to the AWS Certificate Manager, which lets you create these certificates. So click on next. Domain name. What was our domain name? It was week12fe.100xdevs.com. So this is the domain name that I need a certificate for. Select DNS validation here. It basically means how will you tell AWS, okay, you own this certificate? And you can do email validation, but this one's just easy. Select any type of encryption algorithm that you want to use. Feel free to ignore. Default one is fine. It's how you want to, the algorithm that you want to use to create your certificate. And in our case, RSA248 is probably the simplest one. And click on request. And now, once you do that, if you refresh, you will see it says pending validation. So you've asked AWS to create a certificate, but it hasn't been able to yet. Why? Because how does it know you own this domain name? I could have written facebook.com over here. You first have to verify that you own this certificate or this specific domain name. And how do you do that? It says, okay, please go to wherever you have bought your domain. I have bought it on Google Domains. So if I go to Google Domains and look at all the domains that I have bought, domains.google.com/registrar, here you will see I have a bunch of domain names. 100xdevs is one of them. So if I click on 100xdevs and click on DNS, which stands for Domain Name Service, I can actually add records here. What do I mean by records? Okay, bhai, where does app.100xdevs.com point? Where does backend1.100xdevs.com point? all these records you can add here. Even if you bought it on Squarespace, even if you bought it on GoDaddy, you will find a DNS section here in that specific provider. Go there and click on manage custom records. And here, add a new record that Amazon wants you to. Amazon tells you, okay, if you want to verify that you own this, please on this domain name, which is, underscore AE whatever .week12fe.100xdevs.com. So just copy the first part here and paste it here. So underscore AE1 SE, whatever they wanted me to point, whatever subdomain they wanted me to point to what value. They say the value that you have to point it to is this. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. What was the type? CNAME. So they say create a CNAME record for this subdomain to point to this value. This is the same thing that you have to do to show how you do actually own this domain name. After you click on save here, AWS will hit this URL. It will hit underscore A. It will hit underscore AE1.100xdevs.com, this specific URL, and try to see, did you put it there? That's how they will verify. Harkirat was able to put it there. So Harkirat does own at least, week1.2fe.100xdevs.com because he was able to put an entry on a subdomain of it. If I click on save here and then wait for some time, AWS will be able to figure out that Harkirat does own this domain name because Harkirat just put this in their domain name provider. And since Harkirat is the only one who has access, or an admin of week12fe.100xdevs.com is the only one who has access to put it, and since he put the right value here, that means Harkirat does own this specific URL, and it'll just generate a certificate for me. It won't let you generate a certificate unless you can verify that you actually own that website. Cool. Now you just have to wait for some time until this pending validation changes to verified. Let's refresh. Still pending validation, so let's wait for some time. All right. After waiting for some time, it says status issued, which basically means they have issued my certificate. If I go back to Cloudfront here and open my certificates, refresh, it says I have a week12fe.100xdevs.com certificate created for me. So I can just attach this certificate because that is what I want this specific website to point to. That's it. If you click on save changes now, there is one last thing you have to do. Can you guess? We've done this. We've told Cloudfront, okay, if any request comes to you from week12fe.100xdevs.com, you should be able to handle it and serve the URL, serve the contents of S3. So now someone should be able to realistically not just go. So right now, if I go here, it doesn't show me anything, but the Cloudfront URL works. If I go to the Cloudfront URL, I see the HTML. I told this guy, okay, bhai, week12fe.100xdevs.com you might receive requests from it, so please serve them correctly and serve the S3 contents there, but it's not working right now. Can you guess why? What is the one thing I've missed? I have not yet pointed week12fe.100xdevs.com to this Cloudfront URL. I did not go to my Google domains. I did the verification bit. I did say that this thing points here so that AWS was able to verify and generate my certificate. I did not yet point week12fe.100xdevs.com, which is, if I write just week12fe here, that's what it means, to this URL. I need to create a CNAME record. Okay, week12fe.100xdevs.com should point to this Cloudfront URL without the HTTPS and save it. That's the last thing I had to do. Now, if I go to week12fe.100xdevs.com in like a minute or two, because it takes some time for DNS to propagate, or by which I mean for these records to get propagated all around the world. So I'm going to wait for like a minute and then try to hit week12fe.100xdevs.com, and that should hopefully now show me the same contents as this file right here. I was able to deploy a website on Cloudfront and attach my URL to it, and that's good because that's what you want to share with your friends. You don't do this a lot of times. If you remember, I showed you app.100xdevs.com. The ml.jpg file was just being served from the Cloudfront URL. It's because, I should probably change this to assets.100xdevs.com, but it doesn't really matter. It's a hidden URL. But when you're serving a website, that website URL isn't hidden, which is why, you probably don't want to give out Cloudfront URLs and attach a domain name. If I go here, DNS isn't yet propagated, which is why it says this. Let's wait for some time and then we'll see if this actually works. All right, the DNS has propagated. And now if I go to week12fe.100xdevs.com on HTTPS, I do see a website deployed. So that's how you can convert your CloudFront URL to point your own domain names to it, which is what you want in the end. Now you have an HTTPS front end on your own domain deployed on CloudFront backed by S3, which is a very nice production way to deploy front-end applications, specifically React applications or simple HTML, CSS, and JavaScript applications. Next up, there's one more thing that's left. Can you guess it already? Let me show you what it is. But basically, can you guess if there's a problem here? This does work, but in the end, you have very dynamic website, and by dynamic I mean it has a bunch of routes. You might have a dashboard route, and what happens when I go to dashboard? It cannot find a dashboard file in S3, so it doesn't know where to go. Ideally, there is client-side routing here, and S3 or CloudFront should always return index.html. I repeat, even if I go to whatever route, doesn't matter. CloudFront should return index.html so that React reaches here and then it is able to figure out, acha, the route is /dashboard. So I have to render the dashboard page. In the end, it doesn't matter what route you hit, CloudFront should get back index.html, and then the JavaScript file that will come, the React project that will come, will figure out ki, acha, the route is this specific thing. So this is what I want to render. So what do we want? Last thing we want, if you go back to the slides, I've mentioned this, to add an error page. You will notice a problem that whenever you try to access a route on your page that isn't the index route, you will reach an error page, something like this. But you don't want that. This is because CloudFront is looking for this in S3, which does not exist. To make sure that all requests reach index.html, add an error page that points to index.html. What you can do is, if I open CloudFront or AWS, if I open CloudFront here, I can open that specific distribution that I had just created. And over here, add an error page. Totally forgot. My brain farted for a second. Add an error page. And what does an error page mean? Basically means, if a user reaches a page that looks something like this, rather than showing this dumb error, what should you show them? That's what the original need for something like this was. Whenever the user reaches a page that doesn't exist, what should be the default error page that they see? And in our case, what do we want that error page to be? We want that error page points to, can you guess? If the request reaches a 404, what happens when you go to ASD page? If I click on inspect, select network, what status code do I get back? I get back a 403, which might mean if I select 403 over here and say customize error response, whenever the user reaches a 403, return them back index.html with a 200 status code. Tell them you are good. Here is an index.html file. Do not show them 403, even though when you visit this website, the status that you get back for all of these files is what? 403. It says forbidden. You don't have any file here. You don't have access to this file. That's what 403 status code means. And what are we saying here? We are saying anytime a 403 status code comes, don't return this to user. Give them a special error page, which is nothing but the index.html file with a 200 status code. Tell them you are good. Here is the index.html file. And then index.html file will call for the JavaScript file eventually, which will figure out ki, acha, the path is /asd. So this is what I need to render based on whatever you might have there, /index.html, based on whatever client-side routing you have. If you're using React Router DOM, if on /asd, you render a certain page, that is what will appear here now. So if I now go, one extra thing you have to do is create an invalidation. What happens is CloudFront, what is the primary purpose? Caching. So a lot of this data is cached. The response to /asd is cached right now. And to make sure you are able to clear the cache, you can create what's called an invalidation, which means invalidate the cache. Doesn't matter what pop has what, invalidate all of it, remove all the cache from everywhere, so that when the user visits this, the cached value doesn't get returned, a real value comes, right? If I go to another URL, ASDA, then it's fine. But ASD was cached, which is why I had to create an invalidation. But either way, now if it does not matter what route I go to, every time I get back, the the same index.html because I added an error page. Okay, bhai, if a 403 comes, don't send a 403 to the user. Send them index.html, which as you can see renders our page. Cool. That was the last slide. This was all that you had to do to create. Where did our slides go? Okay. Yeah, all that you had to do to create a front end that just works. The only other things you might want to add after this are, number one, link this to your GitHub so that anytime you push your front end code to GitHub, it automatically deploys to S3. We'll do that in 1-200. It's done using something called a CI/CD pipeline.